died from coronavirus in Italy has now
Mysterieuze monster
overtaken
in de Chinese stad Wuhan.
To stop the global spread of coronavirus.
Een kring van
KLM krijgt 3.
Wil je dan terug naar de samenleving van voor de crisis? Wil je het laten zoals het is? Of wil je dingen veranderen en wat? Wat moeten we behouden en wat moet anders? Op welke manier maken we de economie eerlijker? En hoe maken we de samenleving duurzamer? Hoe maken we een einde aan de enorme ongelijkheid die sinds de crisis alleen maar is toegenomen? Hoe zorgen we ervoor dat de kosten van de energietransitie niet alleen bij ons, maar ook bij bedrijven terechtkomen? Hoe zorgen we ervoor dat de krimpregio's profiteren van economische groei? En welke voorwaarden stellen we aan de miljardensteun die wij uitkeren? Vandaag gaat over de grote vragen van deze tijd en over een betere wereld van morgen. Live vanuit Amsterdam is het tijd voor een reset.
This was fully sanctioned. He was allowed to touch me because he had to switch me on. So now you can hear me. So let me introduce myself again for those who couldn't hear me. My name is Kirsten van den Hul, and in daily life I'm an MP for the Dutch Labour Party. But today I will be your host, and I would like to welcome those who are with us online from a dozen countries, and also, of course, those of you who are joining us here in the Amsterdam. Now, I was just saying, when we started preparing this conference, the world looked very, very different. And it seems light years ago, but it's only 9 months ago that, we could actually still shake hands and welcome much more people to a venue. But now we really have to follow the rules. So that means that those of you who are with us in person, as you can see, you are placed at ample distance from each other, but I also would like to ask you to follow those guidelines throughout the day. I will give you instructions when we move from this hall to breakout locations or to have lunch. I will instruct you how to move. We will not move as a group at the same time. We will follow different routes through the building. But I will explain that to you in due course. Now, back to what we came here to do. Today marks the reset for a world after Corona. And the questions we are asking ourselves today is, how will we reset our economy? How will we reset our society, and how will we make sure we have progressive answers for the questions we are faced with today and tomorrow? During this conference, 35 speakers will help us find and discuss answers for a better world. So today is about dreaming big. For this, we need your help. So I would like to ask you, if you haven't already, to download the app and chat with us in the platform. And throughout the conference, those questions and discussions will also find their way back on stage. So interact with each other, with our participants, through the fantastic platform Let's Get Digital. Now, enough from me. This conference is organized by the Progressive Family in Europe and the Netherlands, the Socialists and Democrats, the Party for European Socialists, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, the Partij van de Arbeid, the Dutch Labour Party, and the Wiardi Beckman Stichting are all the organizers of this conference. It is my pleasure to be able to welcome digitally with us Mr. Sergei Stanishev, the President of the Party of European Socialists.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank all of you who join us today for this event. Both people who are physically with us in the Amsterdam and those who are following it online. Today we are here to discuss about the future and the alternative to the future which only Social Democrats can provide. The deficits and weaknesses of the liberal market economies have been shown for many years, and especially we can feel and see them now with the COVID-19 crisis. And it is our task to correct them and to provide an alternative to the current realities. Today's event is a common effort of the whole of our family. It is hosted by PVDA, and we are very grateful for their initiative. It is organized together also by PES, by the Socialists and Democrats group in the European Parliament, and the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. So it's a common intellectual effort today as well to discuss about the future and to outline our priorities, our understanding about how Europe should get out of this crisis which worries all of us in every country of the European Union. And I must underline that in the last months our family has been extremely active and very positive with a very clear agenda. From the very beginning of this crisis, we stood up clearly for a common European response based on solidarity, for a plan which is a recovery plan which leaves no one behind. Not a single country, not a single region, not a single person. And we worked to achieve this plan very hard. And I'm happy that we succeeded in the major features of the European response. A plan which is both timely and in big scale. These both factors are essential for the success of the plan. But of course the consequences of the COVID-19 crisis are much deeper. And it's not only about the immediate response. It's about how do we want our societies to function? What should be the future political, economic and social priorities for the European Union? And this is what we are discussing here and today. Reset is precisely about this. How to relaunch our economies and have a sustainable and fairer future for all our citizens. In my mind, first, we need to take care of the environment. And we have to change the perspective. It's not just a burden as many people are seeing it. On the contrary, it's a possibility for a different future which will be sustainable and which will provide welfare to all citizens and a way of life which is more just, more socially secure for every citizen. And I'm very proud of Frans Timmermans, the PVDA Vice President of the European Commission, an Executive Vice President, who is doing a great job with the new Green Deal and with all the efforts to streamline European policies towards implementation of these ambitious environmental goals, which will let Europe be the leader in these policies across the world. This is extremely important for all of us, and this is a key priority for our political family. So thanks, Frans, one more time. Second, digitalization, which we are witnessing, cannot mean more power to the high-tech companies and less power to the workers. We are the ones who can shape digitalization in a socially sensitive and fair way. And it should also include, of course, the issue of taxation. We need an equal footing both for the physical companies and for the digital high-tech companies. We need a fair competition in this area, and also they cannot become a source of dumping, social dumping, undermining fundamental social values for Europe. Also, they have to be responsible and accountable for misinformation which sometimes they do spread. And we are the ones which can shape such a policy which will regulate this sector as the other sectors in our economies. Third, leave no one behind. This fundamental principle of social democracy is really essential. We cannot leave not a single country, a single region, or a person alone. Young and old, urban and rural, north, south, west, east. In our European Union, no one should be left behind. Last but not least, the overarching priority and trademark of our family is social justice. The speculative market economy, which was developed in the last decades, is not the response. It showed its deficits, defects, and weaknesses, created inequalities which are unbearable for the citizens. We are the ones who have to correct it, and we are working Europe to become not just a common market, but also a social union, with the social pillar not only declared on paper, but implemented through a very clear plan of implementation with very clear commitments from every state and the Union as a whole. Let's be clear. There is only one way out of this crisis: progressive social policies. And this is what we shall be fighting in the next months and years. I would like to address now Ludovic, your leader. Thank you very much for all the efforts you are undertaking in the last years, and especially months during the COVID-19 crisis, to put your party in a very clear position for a strong European response based on solidarity. And also, I know that the next general elections are 6 months away, but I believe that your country needs an alternative different from the policies conducted by the Liberal government. And I'm sure that PVDA can provide such responses. We start our march towards the elections in the Netherlands today, and I wish you every success. Overall, I believe that today's discussion will be a very serious input into the common effort of our family in drafting and developing, and then, of course, implementing our new alternative social policies for a better Europe, fairer Europe, more sustainable Europe, and for a society where every citizen feels good. Thank you very much, and every success to you.
Sergey, and now I would like to give the virtual floor to Maria João Rodrigues, the President of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. The floor is yours. Maria, Maria Joao. Maria Joao, can you hear me, Maria Joao? If you would be with us in real life, I would have said 1 minute ago, you have 1 more minute. But unfortunately, I cannot do that. So I'm afraid I have to ask you to round off because our next speaker is ready to go online. And we have quite a tight schedule. So I've been asked to ask you to round off. So your last sentence, please, Maria Joao. Obrigada, obrigada. Maria Joao Rodrigues. Thank you. And as Maria Joao already mentioned, our next speaker is an honor to introduce. She is honorary professor at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Please welcome Carlota Perez. Tim? Sorry? I've been told that it's 1 more minute until Carlota is with us. So I would like to ask you to please bear with us today, because as you can imagine, it's quite a novelty to do a conference both physically and online. So maybe this is a good moment to ask for a round of applause for the guys back in the dark corner there, the ones who are making this happen digitally. Thank you very much. And of course, our cameramen who are making sure that people can actually see us as well back home. So thank you very much. And let's hope that Carlota Perez can actually join us. She's got quite a resume, I can tell you that. I already said that she was an honorary professor at the University College of London and at the Universities of Sussex and Tallinn. She worked for the UN, the OECD, and the World Bank. Now I see a video loading, so this looks promising, but no, not yet. No ticket, apparently. I am looking at Tim. What's the verdict? Okay, they're working very hard to get Carlota here. So then maybe just a short question from my end. I'm always very curious to see who we have with us in the audience. So who traveled further than half an hour? Okay, who traveled further than an hour? Okay, are there people who traveled further than 2 hours? Ooh, yes, even that. Further than 3? No. So I saw 2 hands there. I know where you traveled from, Zwolle. And where about you? Lichtenvoorde. Well, I happen to know where that is, but that's also quite a way back. I saw some hands up here. Where did you travel from? Groningen. Okay, wonderful. From the north, from the east. I traveled from The Hague. I saw some other hands there. I see some people from yes? So, that is the circular spirit. That is how we like to see it. Very good. Now that's resetting. I'm looking at Tim. And we have somebody with us. Yes, we have Carlota Perez. So Miss Perez, the floor is yours.
socio-institutional shift. It's a major transformation, but with growing inequality in the first half and good news, a golden age in the second one. Now, just to see what that means, the historical record reveals a regular sequence of bubbles and golden ages. First, we have an installation period with growing inequality and crashes. It's a very turbulent time. And the second half, we have golden age prosperity, and it's a win-win game between business and society. However, in between, there is a turning point, which is what happens after bubbles, recessions, political unrest, populism. So we are actually at this point. We are with the possibility of having a golden age ahead. In the first revolution, there was canal mania, followed by the Great British Leap, railway mania in the next, followed by the Victorian boom. Many global booms in Argentina, in Australia, especially in the South, in America, and the Gilded Age in America. Then we had the Belle Epoque and the Progressive era. The Roaring 20s was followed by the post-war Golden Age, and the dot-com boom, global casino, which we have had up to now, could be followed by a sustainable global ICT Golden Age. Could it? Let's hope. So the adequate parallels for today are the 1930s and World War II. And the golden ages depend on government policy providing direction. How was the mass production revolution politically shaped? Nazi fascism, Sino-Soviet socialism, and Keynesian social democracies. Those were the main three models in that. And how was the age of steel and heavy engineering shaped? The British had a free market empire. The Germans cartelized and unionized economy, and the Americans, the Gilded Age with high protection, just as much as the Germans. Technology then provides the options, but society chooses the future. What directions were given by the Keynesian social democracies with a great range? Suburbanization and the Cold War, with high taxes and the welfare state. So let's go to the second question. Why do we have so much populism now? Because populism is the harvesting of resentment. Installation periods destroy jobs, destroy skills, destroy industries and regions. So for many people, times were better before, my children will be worse off, somebody must be at fault. So on the left, the culprit is capitalism, big business, and the politicians. On the right, the culprits are the other countries. We have nationalism, the migrants, the Muslims, the Jews, the Mexicans, whoever, just not us. So messianic leaders represent, stoke, and attract real public anger, even if they cannot deliver. So every paradigm shift leads to a realignment of the political spectrum too. So we have people with collective values and goals, and people with individual values and goals or movements, not to call them left and right, because sometimes it just doesn't really fit the reality. But among them, there are some looking backward and some looking forward, because some understand the future and some are still dreaming of their old dreams and wanting to have them happen. So the traditional parties divide and new movements emerge, as we're seeing now, the Greens and so on. And there is a shift in culture, values, and aspirations. Success in business or in politics goes to those who understand and shape the new technological potential. That's the power we have in our hands. Now, why did we move to extreme free market ideas? We were so successful in the Golden Age. Well, because technological revolutions also result in a changing historical pattern for economic ideas. The unfettered market inequalities of the first half create pressure to bring back a proactive state in the second half. And the exhaustion of a revolution and the need for the next one at the end tend to reclaim the role of unfettered markets for the creative destruction process of the next revolution. So In our case, in the 1970s, the mass production revolution reached maturity and exhaustion. Investment along the same lines found limits, and business looked for solutions. No more productivity growth, mergers, acquisitions, reject the unions, they're asking for too much salaries. No more new markets, planned obsolescence, sell the same thing to everybody, import substitution abroad. No more cost reductions, well, increase prices or find low-cost labor abroad. Cumbersome size, data structure, use computers. Excess pollution causing problems, use electronic controls. No more reliable profits. Oh, finance invents new tricks, leads and lacks in international payments, tax havens, and looks for new countries and risky innovation. Microelectronics? Maybe. That's what they did. So a revolution was dying and a different revolution was taking shape, centered on information and creating a global economy. And the advanced countries began suffering from both inflation and unemployment. So during the mass production golden age, while the Keynesian policies worked, monetarists had no hope. But in the 70s and 80s, the traditional Keynesian recipes stopped functioning. They could not pitch inflation versus unemployment because what we had was stagflation. We had both. So the stage was set for the neoliberal takeover. And it was convenient for the huge experiment involved in the installation of the information revolution and of a new paradigm for investment and innovation. There was this, it's an experiment, this free market thing with new revolutions. Hence, governments actively handed the economy over to the market, and the processes of polarization and inequality took off undisturbed and even facilitated. So what have social democracy been doing? Why doesn't it work? Well, let's measure inequality in 3 countries with the Palma ratio. The Palma ratio is a fantastic idea developed by Gabriel Palma, which allows us not only to look at the level of inequality, but also the income distribution. So if we look at Germany, South Korea, and Chile, we see that the top 10%, both in Germany and South Korea, receives about a quarter of disposable income, whereas the bottom 40% receives a bit less than a quarter. But they're pretty, and then the 50% in between receives a bit over half of disposable income. What happens in Chile? Much worse. We have the top 10% receiving almost 40% and the bottom 40% under 15%. So it's a much more unequal society if we compare. So the Palma ratio in Germany and Korea is just over 1.2. The Palma ratio, the ratio between the top 10 and the bottom 40 in Chile is almost three times. So the Ginies of South Korea and Germany are 32, the Gini of Chile much higher. So 2 similar, 1 different. Should we worry about Chile and feel good about the low inequality in the other 2 countries? Maybe we need to look behind appearances. The austerity and free market policies have not resulted in a fair society. Look at this. Chile and Germany, if we look at the market before taxes and transfers, we find that Germany, from its Keynesian times, has gone through in the free market times all the way to reach Chile in inequality in market Gini, before taxes and transfers. So, in market inequality outcomes, I'm sorry to say that the EU countries have now descended to levels of Latin America. Of course, social welfare policies can reestablish fairness, but at a very high cost. Look at this. It used to be that you needed to redistribute about 28% gap, whereas now the gap is 44%. It's an enormous amount of redistribution that has to be done in order to get to the same as before, disposable income around 30. So, I mean, Gini around 30. So as the gap grows wider, government income has to concentrate on overcoming market inequality instead of investing and innovating. But does this result in a dynamic and prosperous economy anyway? Well, let's see. It so happens that the extra income at the top did not lead to more investment. Look at investment as percent of GDP. It used to be 30% in Keynesian times. It is now 20% in free market times. So in fact, no matter how much money they have, they don't really invest because of that. And without enough investment and innovation, productivity inevitably declines. So look at this. The annual increase in productivity in Germany used to be around 40 or even more than 4% per year. Now it's even less than 1%. So a weaker economy having to maintain an increasingly expensive welfare state without increasing the taxes on the richest and without providing directionality for investment and innovation, which is even more serious. So is it the same in South Korea, which was the same in terms of the Palmer ratio? No, look, only 9% difference between the market and the disposable income. That's all the redistribution they had to do because they keep inequality at EU levels with only 9% because market inequality is much lower. How about investment? Well, look, investment as share of GDP in Korea continues to be between 30 and 35%, where Germans used to be. Now it's 20% in Germany. So it's gone down also in terms of investment. I mean, Korea has not gone down. And you don't need to let inequality increase in order to promote investment. So it's time to abandon the myths about the benefits of unfettered free markets. We knew they were unfair. Now we know they're also inefficient. So why move towards smart, green, fair, and global growth? Golden ages are win-win games between business and society. That is the definition of social democracy precisely. And that is why social democracy is the only way out. Populism will not get anybody there. So but it requires both an active state and dynamic markets with a consensus strategy and coherent policies in clear and stable directions. But the policies must fit and use the current information revolution, not the previous one. So now, why smart and green? Because the energy and materials intensive, unavoidably wasteful mass production revolution is the main cause of the threats of climate change and resource depletion. So the information revolution with the intangible nature of software and of internet mobility provides the best set of tools to turn products into services and generally reverse the old trends. So smart green lifestyles and production methods must lead the way, and governments should become as agile as Amazon. Now, why fair and global? Well, first of all, for fundamental humanitarian reasons, as well as practical ones related to peace and profitability. We're all in this together. If the rising violence, desperate migrations, and populism has not convinced the world, the pandemic has. The post-war boom in the advanced world was the result of a fair income distribution in the North that created dynamic demand for profitable business. But to pay high salaries, oil and materials had to be kept cheap, which held the underdeveloped countries behind. Now, full global development is now the best way to expand demand. The world needs expensive fossil fuels and materials to make sustainability the more profitable direction for innovation. Consumer goods have become commodities. Future profitable innovation is in services, new materials, food, capital goods, and so on. Development across the lagging world will improve the lives of millions in the global south, will reduce local wars and desperate migrations, will create demand for sustainable capital goods in the global north. So intelligent globalization is intelligent specialization and globalization. You both have the local and the global, and one for the other and the other for the one, with a balanced distribution of production across the planet. The current leadership has the opportunity to unleash a global sustainable golden age, providing a context with clear directions and missions, favoring production and definancializing the economy. It's absolutely urgent to definancialize the economy, while rethinking Keynes plus Schumpeter and being as bold and imaginative as those who set up the Bretton Woods system. The deployment of smart, green, fair, and global growth can be a positive sum game between business and society, between advanced, emerging, and developing countries, and between humanity and the planet. And the post-pandemic reconstruction is probably the best moment to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Carlota Perez, talking about thinking big and rethinking the future. Now we're on to our next session, which is actually our first hybrid session with people joining us also online. We will give the floor today to several moderators from across Europe, and they will be moderating different sessions on digital, on climate and regional justice. And this first session will be moderated by Justin Nogareed, and he's actually a digital policy advisor for our partner FEPS, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. I hope that Justin is ready to introduce his panel, but before starting the panel, we will actually listen to a statement from author and founder of The Syllabus, a knowledge curation platform, Yevgeny Morozov, and then following that, I will gladly give the virtual floor to Justin. I'm looking at the corner. Is Yevgeny ready to join us? Then the floor is to Yevgeny.
Morning. It's a pity I couldn't join you in person, but nonetheless, I hope that everyone is having a great conference so far. I've been asked to reflect upon how we can build a fairer digital society. And I think that, of course, when we think about fairness in the context of the digital economy, the first impulse, especially of those of us in the social democratic or socialist camp, is to immediately think about how we can apply more regulation to address questions like taxation or questions like aggregations of excessive economic power, by antitrust, or how we can fix the problems related to privacy or surveillance. And I think that that has been the core of the debate with regards to the digital economy for the past decade or so. And I think that it's time that we broaden it up a little bit, especially from the socialist and social democratic perspective. So what I think is missing in the debate is this ability to communicate and somehow to express a vision that is grounded in values dear to the left, that would go beyond just this relatively pedestrian and straightforward regulatory agenda. And the left has been having a hard time elucidating it for various reasons, partly because it's not exactly sure what it is and what it wants to do. But I think it's absolutely necessary that we find a way to actually imagine how cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning can be more than just objects of regulation, but actually active sort of media, active tools in creating a more solidarity-driven society. And I think that it's very important to understand that technology, and digital technology especially, presents the social democratic project with the opportunity to offer people an even greater degree of empowerment and on much better terms, without hiding anything, without lying, than the neoliberal project offered through the market. Right? And I think this is maybe overly simplistic, but I think it's not incorrect to think that if properly done, if we play our cards right, then technology can be for the left what the market was for the right. And of course, I'm not talking about the technology that comes out of Silicon Valley. I'm not talking about 3D printers run by big companies that own the intellectual property rights. I'm not talking about artificial intelligence services provided by Amazon or Google. I'm talking about technology that is, in a way, taken out of this severely restraining and constraining business models, and instead is treated as a public good, which can then inform and enable a very different political project. And I think the main problem that the left, like the rest of society, has experienced in the past decade, it's in believing into this myth that Silicon Valley has spun around itself and around its own activities, that actually they are at the cutting edge of innovation, that, you know, we do have the most powerful technologies that could ever be imagined. But in fact, I think it's actually far from the truth, that the technologies we have are the technologies that fit to some extent into the business models, but nowhere does it say that they actually deliver the full potential that a technology like artificial intelligence or machine learning can deliver, right? So it should be imperative that we actually think through what would these technologies do if we were really to treat them as public infrastructure and as public goods, and what kind of new models for cooperation, collaboration, and solidarity would they enable, right? Because I think when the left comes to its senses, so to say, when it awakens from its slumber related to its believing in end of history or, you know, the fantastic benefits of globalization, when the left finally awakens, it would discover that it actually needs to find a way to allow people not just to feel more empowered and emancipated, but also to let them collaborate and coordinate their activities in ways that do not just default to the market and to the price mechanism, right? That has always been at the core of the neoliberal project, right? Trying to find ways in which you can actually enable more social activity by mediating it through the market. Right, and I think that the only decent, viable alternative that the left can offer is finding ways in which we can also collaborate and coordinate our activity in ways that stand completely outside of the market logic. Not because markets are bad, but because markets also carry certain costs. Right? And while neoliberals keep telling us that markets excel at producing knowledge, they also excel at suppressing knowledge, as we have seen with regards to the previous financial crisis and to climate change. You know, it doesn't take much for knowledge to become a commodity that is not available to all, or to actually become hidden, and so forth. So what I think the best kind of ambitious organizing project for the left should be, it should actually be finding ways in which technologies, instead of just fulfilling our needs as consumers, which is the application of technology in the neoliberal project, right? That's all the technology can do, is to basically help us exercise our consumer sovereignty. We need to take it beyond that, and the left has to imagine what other things technologies can allow us to be and to become. Right, and I think that becoming fully social, solidarity-driven beings that find ways to have complex ways of interaction with each other, but ways that are not nonetheless mediated by the search pricing algorithm of Uber, but are mediated by something else. Right, the way our interactions with each other when we use Wikipedia, when we use free software, are mediated by something else. Right, they're not driven by the price mechanism, just like our interactions with our friends, our community, our neighborhoods, our neighbors are not mediated by the price mechanism either. Right, and finding out ways in which we can scale these non-market cooperations, and finding ways in which we can actually make them productive so that they actually produce and generate value for society, and making sure that digital technology plays a role in those efforts, I think it will go a long way in, first of all, making us as consumers far less alienated, helping us rediscover some of the more political dimensions and social dimensions to our existence, and it will also reinvigorate the social democratic and socialist projects as such, because it will actually show us that there is still work to be done, and there is work to be done in empowering the population and empowering workers and empowering everyone else who feel somewhat disempowered by this tiny role of user-consumer allotted to us by the neoliberals, and actually doing all of that on modern terms. Doing that with digital technology and not against it, and doing it in a way that will actually democratize access to what I think is truly revolutionary set of technologies, again, from machine learning to artificial intelligence. So the goal of our project should be not just to find ways in which make them more secure, or to make sure that those who own them are not monopolies, but to actually broaden up access to them and to find out which of their truly emancipatory revolutionary potential is currently being suppressed by the fact that they're being treated as commodities and being sold as a service model. If we do that, I think that there is a good chance that the raison d'etre, so to say, of the social democratic project will be rediscovered again. And I also think that it will somewhat actually communicate clearly to the voters that there is something there in that project that currently is not being delivered by the market, right? Otherwise, I think the plight of us as user consumers is quite sad, because we will end up actually cheering for less regulation and cheering for more power being given to big tech, because that's how we're going to get cheaper prices, that's how we're going to get flawless deliveries, that's how we're going to get actually wealth, because if we keep investing our pension plans and so forth into the stocks of those companies, the more they grow, the richer we become, even if that growth comes by exploiting delivery workers or exploiting somebody in the global south. So we have to take a stand and basically say that, we have learned to think beyond regulation, and while regulation is important, we need a proactive set of policies, and those proactive policies need to deliver some political project, and we need to fill in that project with some content. And that content, I think, has to target this idea of empowering the individual on ways and in terms that are much more transparent and much more powerful than those of the neoliberal project as such, which of course are often misleading and carries a lot of invisible costs. So while we feel empowered, there are quite a lot of people, or climate, or other social and public goods that actually feel disempowered or actually become worse in quality. So thank you so much for your time and for listening, and I hope to continue this conversation with you elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evgeny. That was Evgeny Morozov, prolific tech writer, and of course also the founder and publisher of the Syllabus, a knowledge creation platform. He essentially now just gave a powerful challenge, I would say, to Social Democrats. So to see how we can come up with more imaginative solutions for the digital economy. Just a very quick introduce myself. I'm Justin Nogerede. I'm the digital policy advisor at VEPS. Okay, I think we have an echo. Okay, I'll just try it again, see how that works. So we're here to discuss the question, how do we get to a fair digital society and economy? Okay, can you hear me? Can you give a visual sign? Yes. Okay, excellent. Okay, sorry for that 2-minute delay. I will keep it shorter even than normal. We know what the problem is. We want to get to a fair digital economy and society. We are all super dependent on digital technology, and that even increased during the COVID crisis. For the way we work, the way we educate ourselves, the way we connect to other people via social media, the way we make sense of the world. If you think of Google, for instance, to gather information. And that's all fine. Digital technology brought us a lot. But the question, of course, is, and the problem that we face is...
I don't know if anybody in the panel can hear me, but I would like to, if you could please put yourself on mute if you're not speaking. That would be one thing. And let's hope it works with the headphones. It's been sounding a bit like we're creating a modern dance track, a minimal dance track. We were just waiting for the beat to start. Justin, back to you. I hope now the technology will work. And again, if you're not speaking, please put your microphone on mute. And let's hope that we can continue this session. Good luck.
All right, thank you for the intervention. Apparently it doesn't work. So what I would say, let's go directly to Andrea. So we know what the problems are of the digital society and economy. There's market power imbalances. There's a lack of democratic infrastructure that we can control together. What should we do about, especially now that we have a lot of measures and a lot of discussions about the digital recovery? What should we invest in? How can we get to this better future? Andrea, the floor is yours. Thank you. And by the way, sorry for people that don't know Andrea. Andrea is a senior research fellow at SEPS in Brussels, a think tank. Thank you, Andrea. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Justin. Let's hope that we can that we have solved the technical problems so that we can concentrate on the real problems that we are supposed to comment on and discuss in this section. I have very much appreciated the introductory speech by Evgeny Morozov. I think he pointed at a number of very interesting and very important aspects of the current situation in which that we are experiencing. And the first thing that I want to send as a message, and I guess many of you will probably agree with me on this, is that we need to realize that there is no state of grace to get back to. If you go behind the COVID-19 and you look at what happened before the COVID-19 pandemic, we already were living in a situation in which the digital transformation and many of the other transformations in our society, in particular the digital transformation, I would say, had shown important signs of unsustainability from an economic, social, and environmental perspectives. Not only social, as often mentioned in the public debate, with, for example, the concentration of market power, the polarization in the job market, and the issue of value capture that has been largely explored in the literature, also very close to the socialists and Democrats' orientation, but also from an economic perspective, meaning that this increased polarization of market power had led the economy into a loop in which even innovation and even the possibility of the new technologies to really contribute to society were being significantly impaired. This is clear. You go back as an exercise in history to the op-eds and the important pieces of and important commentaries at the end of 2019 from some of the key opinion leaders. You find a sense of urgency, you find a sense of anxiety, even before COVID-19. Now, obviously, we are now in a situation in which The $1 trillion companies have become $2 trillion companies in just a few weeks. We are in a situation in which we know that COVID-19 is making many things worse. And we also know that there is no obvious plan against this. I mean, showing the ready availability of a set of instructions and a set of action items is potentially promising too much. We have to work together on building a plan. And the COVID-19 situation is very subtle, if you wish, because it's not only a pandemic, it's not only an economic depression, but it's slightly switching off many of the important aspects that make us human. We are transforming us potentially into new barbarians if we don't do something in this respect. You look at the social tensions in the United States at the moment, in a situation in which a country has let the population of people on unemployment subsidies rise from 300,000 to 30 million in 3 weeks. You see racial tensions emerging again. You see people really suffering from the lack of an alternative to a digital environment that already was placing them in filter bubbles and echo chambers before. Now, those filter bubbles and echo chambers that we have, the fact that the web continuously shows us a representation of reality, which is mediated by our own preferences and by algorithms. This is now the only thing that we have, right, in many respects. And so our reliance on the digital infrastructure has become much greater. And our reliance now calls for transforming the digital infrastructure into something that really matches the interests and the preferences and the goals that we have for our society. So 2 things that are landing points in this respect are the following. The first is we probably should stop talking about making Europe fit for the digital economy. We actually have to reverse the question. We have to make the digital economy fit for Europe and its values. We have to make this change in a way that is concrete. And this means a lot. I'm trying to show this visually very quickly in a few seconds, at least what is my mind map. The other thing in particular for the progressives, let's say, and the socialists and Democrats in particular, it is time to more convincingly go back to our ability to engage in goal-based policymaking. So we need to restore the vision that we have for society in the medium term. The left in general in Europe has not been very convincing in embracing, for example, the Sustainable Development Agenda. It is time to really build our policy coherence, including on digital policies, towards sustainable development. And this doesn't happen by itself. Now, in a recent publication, which I've also posted in the lobby, which is way more complicated than the time that I have to expose it, I have tried to imagine what does this mean in terms of transforming our ecosystem. So I hope you see the slides now. Basically, this is, and I'm going to go very quickly through this. I'm happy to elaborate in the Q&A. This is the way in which engineers were depicting the internet when it was born, right? An infrastructure, some traffic rules, if you wish, the logical layer, applications, content, and then, of course, the important role of the end users. 20 years, 25 years down the road, the internet appears to have had a first evolution, which is the emergence of these large platforms, largely cloud-based, that are exercising and exploiting centripetal forces and capturing most of the value, becoming more important than governments in most cases, having ambassadors at the United Nations, negotiating at the table with the superpowers, and dictating the evolution of our economy, to some extent presenting a model of capitalism that is even alternative to the traditional model of the firm. Now, where Europe is trying to go right now with its digital policies and what is potentially a landing zone is completely different from this. It's a situation in which the infrastructure is much denser and includes the emerging Internet of Things. The cloud-based platforms are now edge cloud layers with a lot of data, much more decentralized, hopefully, and a federation of competing systems that really share the same technical protocols when it comes to at least compliance with EU values and legislation. And then hopefully a number of data spaces and spaces where the data can be managed for good in order to achieve specific results. So the way in which I see the emerging infrastructure in the internet looks a lot more like this. Of course, I will not, also to reassure Justin, I will not go and explain every layer of this picture, but this is what I see as a single market 2.0. It's a case where connectivity is much more diversified. The Internet of Things is made human-centric and as trustworthy as possible. A federated cloud connects to the edge and the device layer. And then a digital authentication and verification layer brings us into a number of data spaces. The ones that are mentioned there are the ones that are announced by the data strategy of the European Commission. And we will have a situation in which sectoral data spaces will coexist with what formerly was the only internet, the open internet at the very beginning, with the digital platforms that have already transformed that open internet. And we're a very important space for government in managing and orchestrating technologies. In all this, we need a pervasive and very constructive approach and proactive approach to artificial intelligence. And we need to ensure that control over the flow of personal data is restored in the hands of the end users. Now, these are countless challenges. It takes years to build something like this. I go out of the slide just not to bother you anymore with this big representation, but just I wanted to leave you with one message there. I think a lot of the promise of the digital economy for the future is sometimes an illusion, meaning that the digital economy in most cases can make inequality a lot worse. And this is proven by recent history and the current developments. Also, relying on governments is not sufficient. You see what has happened during the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of using technology, also algorithmic decision-making. The reports that we see are quite worrying. So we need much more. If we want to build a balanced digital society that then will deliver more empowerment for citizens, smaller businesses, and the real economy businesses as well, this is not going to happen by itself. We need a proactive, comprehensive plan. My last message is the following. In particular, the progressives and the socialists have a moral obligation to convert their values and their thoughts into technology compatible and technology enabled considerations, meaning we need, and this is a challenge for the whole of Europe, to convert the vision of European values in the single market into code, into technical specifications, into protocols, on top of judges, authorities, and the civil society. We have the obligation to do this even more now that the digital economy has become so prominent in our lives and is likely to remain so for the time being. Basically, we need to make sure that we plan for a transition towards a society that maybe will look to us a lot more similar to what in Japan is called Society 5.0, compared to our original vision of simply the digital single market. And in a few years from now, we will suffer from the consequences if we don't do this. And as people normally say, when people fail to plan, they are also at the same time planning to fail. And I think this is the risk that we are facing right now. So over to you, Justin. Happy to answer questions.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Very powerful statement. So we need to build infrastructure that's in line for values. I think there's a lot of also painful questions about how to do that, what kind of rules, what kind of investments, but we'll touch upon it in a second. But first, let's switch to Francesca Bria. She's the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund. Before that, she was the chief digital and innovation officer for the municipality of Barcelona. And Francesca, could you explain how you see the next steps and the vision for the years ahead for Europe? How can we get out of this with a better digital recovery that leads to a fair society? Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. I hope it all works well now. So first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for this timely debate. And I think I will immediately kind of get the challenges both from Evgeny and Andrea that they set out for this conversation. And the first big challenge, of course, is the one, how can we make sure that for progressives, technology becomes what the market is for neoliberals? I think this is a very profound statement that Evgeny has made, because somehow it really invites us to think beyond the main economic and business model, but also the kind of broader geopolitical framework that we have today, and to find out how we can reconquer technological sovereignty to put technology at the service of people and the environment. And I think also what Andrea has showed us is a framework for European technological sovereignty, which means actually we should go beyond regulation only to really get into an industrial coordinated strategy for Europe that will enable us to build the infrastructure stack, open source, privacy preserving, rights preserving, that will really make this possibility of, putting technology at the service of the public good and the service of people. Can you hear me well? Yes, okay. So now I think I want to picture for me the broader picture. I mean, if we want to talk about moving, using this post-pandemic crisis to really put together the Green Deal of Europe, and so our imperative to become carbon neutral by 2050, and the digital transition, meaning setting a global standard for sustainable and democratic digitization, and then making sure that we can push this agenda forward starting now, which is, I think, a very disruptive, almost revolutionary agenda, given the big challenges that we're facing. I think this means for us to imagine when we talk about the digital, and I think we are doing a step forward because already this is becoming a political subject, first of all. So we are telling politicians this should be central to your policy agenda, because on this it will depend our economic sovereignty, our political sovereignty, and the question around what kind of economic and social model we are building for the future of Europe. So this should be central. It should just not be left to tech companies, technocrats, or to technologists. I think this is already a step forward. But I think really we would have to imagine in a long-term strategic perspective that we are challenging the scenarios that we are always presented in a binary logic when we think about the future of the digital. And this is usually either we are presented with an idea of a big state, like the kind of China's top-down Orwellian model, which maybe can be effective in the short term, as we've seen during the pandemic, in kind of containing the virus, tackling the big problem, and also effective in a geopolitical dimension. But this could severely limit our constitutional rights. And the other model that we're always presented with is the big tech Silicon Valley surveillance capitalism, as Shoshana Zuboff, Harvard Business School professor, calls it. And this model places greater trust in big tech to solve everything. They will solve poverty, they will solve food, they will solve climate change, they will solve all the big problems. But then in the long run, we're going to be left with an oligopoly of big tech companies running our basic infrastructures and the essential services in society, such as healthcare, such as mobility, education, and so on. So what here I'm saying is that we should not let these two be the only option. We should strongly advocate for a third way, which it should go beyond the big state, the big tech, and the US-China tech wall that we are seeing unfolding in this post-pandemic phase. And this third way should be the European way for digital sovereignty that I've been defined as a big democracy, which means democratization of data, citizens' participation. So we should get citizens involved. Our digital sovereignty should not just be about the state in a kind of technocratic manner to decide how we are gonna leverage the power of digital technology for what kind of project. It should be a people sovereignty through people participation, starting in cities, starting in communities, and getting people really empowered from the digital technologies. And then it should be technology at the service of society, which I think very centrally at the moment, it really means how, and that was also the speech from Carlota Perez, as I know Carlota's worked for a long time, the smart Green New Deal or the digital Green New Deal. How do we make sure that technology enable us to tackle this green transition, enable us to really, to really leverage the power of digital technology to attain both social and environmental sustainability. And I'm afraid that if we don't do that, if we do not regain digital sovereignty, we as people, we run in the risk of becoming a digital colony, trapped between Washington and Beijing. And I think at the moment, in this post-pandemic, it is the time to demonstrate that we can do this, proposing this kind of technological humanism, I mean, a European technological humanism that put people and their fundamental rights at the very core. And let me maybe just say why I think at the moment this is our strong challenge. And I mean, sorry for being like very high level, but I think it set a stage, and then we can discuss some, like, how do we get there? And I think, you know, first of all, Andrea already mentioned, if we only do it from the bottom up, if we only mobilize people and we start in, you know, getting back democratic control of digital technologies and data in cities, as for instance, I've been doing for the last 5 years in Barcelona, also together with the city of Amsterdam and the Coalition of Cities for Digital Rights, we have a model where we created what we declared that data is a public good, that it's co-owned by citizens, and through infrastructures that are decentralized and privacy enhancing and rights preserving, you can mobilize that data to tackle, to create innovation and to tackle the problem of the city, like climate change fight, sustainable mobility, access to affordable housing, more green space, and you can mobilize this data for the public good while preserving people's fundamental rights, the right to information self-determination, and the right to privacy. But if we only do it at a local level, even if we federate all the cities, this is not going to be enough. We need to scale this democratic and sustainable digital model at a European level, because now we have a concentration of corporate power and corporate monopoly power, which is unprecedented. Andrea gave some data before. I don't know if you can hear me. Anyways, during the pandemic, I mean, the technology companies, we realized how much we are dependent on critical infrastructures that are owned and controlled by a cartel of corporations. If 5 companies own the digital economy, because this is the situation, can it really work for all of us? The US tech shares are now more valuable than the entire European stock market for the first time on record. So it is clear that also on the regulatory level, we need an antitrust policy shift to face this unprecedented corporate monopoly power, and we need to tax the digital giants, because otherwise we are not going to be able to capture and share the value of the current digital industrial revolution. And let me just say that this concentration, unprecedented industrial concentration of power, happens also in a context where we are facing a growing geopolitical multipolarity. So this is not anymore as it used to be. I think that the tech Cold War between China and the US risks to create a global technology industry split. And we have to realize in Europe that the tech global order, as we know, has come into a question. And we are facing an era of tech nationalism, where we probably are going to expect an actual artificial intelligence arms race that may be inevitable, which means that Europe has to not only be the big regulatory power, but also face the industrial challenge, invest in future value chains, I mean, in critical value chains of the future, such as electric batteries, renewable energy equipment, hydrogen fuel technologies, but also in 5G, in microprocessor and next generation chips, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. I mean, this is an industrial policy which should happen at a continental level with an ambitious investment plan. And let me end by saying that I think that European solutions at the moment, so this model of technological sovereignty, it's not a retreat back to a Cold War mentality. we cannot afford it as Europe. So we need to provide a new meaning for a digital interconnected society with a democratically agree on oversight, which is absolutely needed. And we can be the core of the actor that sets worldwide standard for sustainable and democratic digitization, empowering people. That's
Okay,
it.
let's.
I'm start hearing like a lot of noise. I finish my speech.
Thank you, Francesca. And I think that's a lot on your plate, Mia Petra. We have with us Mia Petra Kumpulanatri. She's a member of the European Parliament, representing the Finnish Social Democratic Party. Of course, also a long-standing member of Parliament involved in a lot of important digital files, such as roaming, and of course now looking closely into the European data strategy. Mia Petra, we heard from Andrea Renda that we need to look at European digital infrastructures that that are in line with our values. We heard from Francesca Bria, we need a digital European Green Deal. We need to kind of wrest back control from big platforms that kind of push innovation in a way to a narrow socio-economic stratum. So we should come up with something better, perhaps. What's your response to that? Because I mean, you're of course very much involved in these debates at European level. So what do you see can we do in the near future? And I understand this is a difficult question, but I'm very, very interested. Please take it away.
Thank you, and good morning from Helsinki. I enjoy very much not the situation to talk after but I listened with it very carefully, and I enjoyed listening. But then if my turn is to answer the next step, how, then I'm incapable. But I'm trying. I'm actually leaving in my report on the data strategy on Monday, so I still can elaborate a little bit maybe after this one. A good debate also I'm waiting for. There is still conflict of different committees in the parliament that who will finally do the report, but I'm leaving in mine because even if it's never going to be my report, I try to be quick because Commission is taking steps on the legislation already next month probably, and the European Parliament has not responded at all because we don't know which committee to lead the work. So I do feel a little bit frustrated at this moment. But then the answers or the ideas I can continue developing that I've heard from the previous speakers, it is that if I pick something important is the capacity building. And if we do that as Europe, we don't need to start talking about the protectionism or closing the global digital sphere. But then we have to have a certain kind of rules that exist, and those rules needs to be applicable to all. And we know that at the moment that we have not enough international rules and not even European rules to see how the situation is. It's not enough from the perspective of the citizens, of course. It's not enough from the perspective of the business. So I would say that we have a chance because normally we cannot change the world alone, but we can find unsatisfied actors in the society, so many that we should be able to turn the boat. If I look this, for example, the empowering of the citizens, we need to empower many SMEs. We need to empower many players in the businesses. So that's why even the business to business data flows. Yes, it's nice to say it's normally voluntary and we should support voluntary schemes to increase amounts that they can share, but why they don't share more is the value, the trust is missing, and they are not stupid. You should not trust sometimes when you know that you negotiate a voluntary agreement and you don't even have access to your own. And then we know that I've been speaking to banking business, I've been speaking to the games industry. If you happen to have a teenager boy, you must know the Fortnite company. And now it was on the news that Apple just said that no, you cannot anymore exist on our platforms. And that happens 2 weeks before the new European legislation came into the power considering platforms. Now they at least have to inform 30 days before. We couldn't legislate more. So we said we were not successful there. So this kind of like empowerment of the citizens resonates with a lot of others, so companies and even big players in the business life. So of course, we should make some mandatory sharing rules, and it's easier to start with the sectoral notice, as it has been in the banking PSD directive, or in the car sector, transport sector, to make the cars and public traffic to find each other. But on this European data strategy and the idea of the Data Act and the governance for the spaces, there should be also concrete measures that we empower the data owner or the one creating the data to having access on the data it or her or she or he or it as a company was involving generating. So this kind of basic ideas needs to be covered on the high European level to create some circumstances that all the players should get involved to. So this is kind of a access question, or at least to be active player in the data you yourself has been generating. I have been a lot in contact with the My Data movement, and then I support the ideas developed there, and I'm pretty happy how the Commission already wrote in its implementing analysis that these intermediates, My Data kind of operators, could be the one level holding our data on the trusted way, and then enable elaboration of the My Data as well. And one idea I'm proposing in my report is that when we create these 9 sectoral data spaces to promote data flows and increase the possibility for more businesses, new services, better services, public or private. So then if we try to separate industrial data and personal data, we will lose a lot of data, or it's still not clear the situation. So then why not to have this kind of My Data operators to bring along parts of the personal linked data into the system, so we can find new solutions, for example, for the health. Because if you concentrate on the health that is nothing on the personal, it's not human health anymore. So why not then the secondary use and then good structures to enable us to fight the virus and other very serious diseases? It is needed, and then that's why I'm happy Commission is progressing quite quickly and far. All in all, I'm very, as coming from the Nordic with a very broad public sector and a lot of data in our systems, we are not compared to China, and still we do liberate a lot of our data into use. So there is ways to do it. Even our health data, the secondary use of health data, there is a certain body to recheck every time how and who will get access to the anonymized data. So there is ways to put it out, but I also elaborating the sensitivity of the G2B data. If it so happens that we now with this legislation push for dealing or giving out more publicly collected data, and then the users and the benefit will be only the GAFAM companies. What was the idea? It may be better services, but then restricting our democratic rights later, as we see, and our own rights. So I very much welcome the Andreas word for the big democracy. This is maybe the way to elaborate what is the European role here. So also this capacity building, it's like the access and different actors. Of course, it is the infrastructure how we can do it. And now, if ever, it's the best time to do the ecosystems that are needed, broader ICT systems. So it is not only the FIDA scheme that who will pay for the 5G, because that is actually then only the building the motorway, but then we should also concentrate on the traffic and then also the motors inside. So to really create European innovations and systems. So why not, when we wanted to start HPC, as we have started, also Commission supported many the computing power. Already now we could have the quantum there next door. We have European Finnish company I also visited, having this knowledge at the moment. So we never can maybe beat those giants with the research monies, but we can be clever to start this hand in hand all the time, the technological capacity building together with this opening up the more data. So this is the way I see the Commission tries to do it, and at least I wish to see it that way. So then, of course, empowering and capacity building also is the reskilling and taking everybody on board. I think Europe has a lot of talk about the skilling. We have the quite well knowledge that how it's on the local level should be improved, that the local actors, local trade unions, both parties can elaborate on the local level. I'm very happy when I read the ETUC Business Europe paper that there were ideas that how to elaborate more, that to make my company digital, how to make it, let's sit down and do it, and then work on the several levels. So that is really much needed here, and not to leave it there. But then my one worry is that we talk about the skills and literacy and kind of like using the data. And then we have the high research. But then where are the software engineers? Who are the ones to develop the systems so that they can use and create something new? So it is not only based on the few big giants on the market. I talked to one health company, and they said they have a department of the IT. They created themselves the systems, and they were not logged in. So also, if the generally produced data is put in the market, I do not want to see the login systems that you lose the data of the centuries, for example, on schooling or health or traffic or whatever it is, and then after a few years you don't get access to your health or you don't use it. So that should be actually in our procurement laws, should always have a data policy inside and really rights that you secure your rights for this data, which is like a government data. Also in using the services, public service, these data services, but also even a possibility to change the service provider. So these are some ideas I have been elaborating the last couple of months.
Thanks a lot, Mia Petra, for those remarks. And I think one question I would like to pose to all of you. For example, Mia Petra, you mentioned the possibility of mandatory data sharing. So to say to big firms, okay, you sit on data troves that are of social value, so we should share that. And I think that's one approach, right? So we say, okay, big companies, they have certain things that they need to share. We need to regulate that. But then I also heard, for example, Andrea Renda and Francesca Bria talking about wresting control or creating public infrastructure, creating really the infrastructure and controlling that publicly, which is a bit different. That's in a way saying we need to put up, not necessarily your own Google, we tried that, but something similar. And there are initiatives at the European level, Gaia X, creating a European cloud infrastructure. I saw the French government said they want to create their own Airbnb and their own Booking.com. So there are proposals going in these directions. And I think this is also the type of painful questions we need to address. This is political, but this is also very sensitive. There's money involved, investments. How do you see that? Is there a possibility, and this is a question to all you three, how concretely, what kind of steps can we take? Do we need to create a public infrastructure? In what fields?
I would first maybe start that, yes, nice. I always, if you have that much money, Finland is too small. We don't have that much money to build something totally from the beginning. And then, so if you build something yourself, is it also that you build the chips? Or is it also that you build the something that you don't even use Nokia 5G, but you have finished 5G. So I don't believe in that one, that you could have a fully public every chip in the part. But what we can do as a policymakers is that we can set rules on the security. And for example, on the cloud, Gaia X, is it public? Yes, it's a public money, but it's not public. It's a Dutch-based company financed by governments and automotive businesses and many others. So it's European, yes. So the question I would like to pose then maybe just into you, that is, are we worried about, wouldn't we be worried about the Google and Amazon and others if they are European? And answer is yes. So not even, so that is not the question if they are American, they are too big. So then that's why I would put rules to the markets. And for example, on the clouds, what is important it is that it is not guided by other legislator than the European one, because there might be holes in the system by CIA or by Chinese government. But what is important, and it would be quite, I could even draft the chapter on the legislation. Every cloud offer has to transparently show where the data is located. Not very difficult, but we don't have it yet. And that the Commission said that the cloud rule book could be renewed in the 2023. Very far. I would do it much quicker. This is kind of example of setting rules, where to operate, but then of course the knowledge needs to be there. We need European businesses to flourish, and we need European ecosystems. And that's why I said going hand in hand to the computing power, quantum, edge, knowledge, innovations, and so on.
Thank you, Mibeta. Francesca, yes.
Yeah, I can add a few things. I mean, also I found what Petra said about how do we regain the democratic control over data through public procurement rules really important. So I would like to reinforce that in a second. But my way to look at this is that, I mean, the question of who controls the critical infrastructures of the future is not only a question of national security, which of course is playing a big role now in the US and China tech walls, I mean, which is actually really an attack on the global supply chain of chips, semiconductors, but also I think it's going to be a very big fight on who controls the best artificial intelligence algorithms that basically fuel, I mean, that with our data will fuel the new services in all critical sectors of societies. This means that this is not only national security, but this is also about industrial competitiveness of Europe. And also it is about, are we able to capture and share the value of this digital revolution without, undermining our workers in the platform economy, without, undermining our environmental standards and our fundamental rights as citizens. And I think the answer is no, if we do not regain the sovereignty over this critical infrastructure. And we have seen it. I mean, we have huge antitrust problems. We have questions around governing better the rights of workers in the platform economy to halt precarization of labor. But also we have a lot of issues regarding hate speech and conspiracy theories and fake news, which are part of the business model of these companies. So I think that our, strength in creating a European ecosystem should be getting back industrial competitiveness in the value chain of the future, which is a lot about the Green Deal, being able to compete also on hydrogen fuel technology, electric batteries, on sustainable technologies for the future, but also do that putting at the very core the fundamental rights of citizens and the collective rights to data. I don't think we are able to do that just regulating the market. That's the point. And for me, I think that it's absolutely critical to put standards in public procurement processes. For instance, I would imagine that if we want public and private companies in Europe adopting Gaia X, we need to embed those standards in public procurement contracts as a start. And I think that Gaia X, which is going to be public and private, because this is probably the way to do it. But on top of that, the data, I think we can claim that data can be a public good. And this doesn't mean that all the data, I mean, industrial data, of course, it can have access control, and it should, on a certain point when you protect the rights, collective rights of citizens, and we should also use decentralized and privacy enhancing technologies, because we saw how much people care about that. We saw it with the contact tracing application during the pandemic. People did not trust to use a centralized application where all your healthcare data could be in the hands of Google or in the hands of the government. And now we have an application which, yes, it is controlled by the operating system of Google and Apple because they own all the operating system in the world, but the data, it is kept secure And it uses an infrastructure which is privacy enhancing and decentralized, which can be the future of Europe. And let me just add this, because I think then, Europe could be really putting forward an alternative model which sees data as a public good, on top of which we can unleash competition and we can unleash innovation, because we can open up the data for startups, for our technology players, for citizens, for journalists, and we can create added value. But look, we are not going to be able to do this if we don't also mandate, and Petra said it in a sense, and I think it will be interesting to develop that idea. We need to mandate data sharing from big platforms as well. Because in France, they are doing it, mandating public interest data sharing. There was a big debate in Germany about mandating data sharing from big platforms. And I've been the CTO of a city where we had to mandate Airbnb to share the data of the housing that they were renting on the platform, because otherwise as cities, we were unable to regulate these platforms, to mandate how many days you can rent your platform, what's the impact on the social, on the environment, on the house pricing. So it's a new algorithmic regulation that we can only enforce if we have access to data and algorithmic transparency and accountability. So I think we're going to have to get there.
Talking about algorithms, this session will automatically close in 5 minutes. That's managed by algorithms, so it's not me doing that. So I would quickly like to give Andrea the floor.
Yes, I try to be as quick as possible. I just want to say 3 things to comment on what has been said. First, on the European Facebook and the European Google. I agree totally with Mia Petra. I think this is a fake debate, and I don't think it's the right debate for Europe. We have observed the negative consequences of this concentration of power. We have a competition policy that looks much more at preserving a pluralist market structure. We have a data protection regulation which looks at trying to minimize the use of personal data, so the data minimization principle. We have a number of values that go way back, decades, even centuries in Europe, that give us a sense that we are pursuing a different model of society. So my provocation there is, rather than continuing to complain that we don't have any of the top 20 tech giants in the world, why don't we start celebrating the fact that no tech giant in Europe is of that size, and try to make sure that no one gets to that size in Europe and beyond. Now, we do have the tools. We are working on the Digital Services Act. We are working on the new competition tools. The realm of antitrust tools is being expanded. I think we have to be quite concerned and aggressive there. Second thing, it's important that we understand in terms of data sharing that it is not very important to ask companies to share the data that they hold right now. The data train has not left the station, meaning the data that we need for sustainable development and to improve our society are mostly the data that we start producing from today onwards. So it's much more important that we concentrate on the rules related to the data on B2B platforms, in context in which data could be leveraged for good, so in the data spaces, compared to imposing sort of retroactive obligations to share data, because data they're very valuable, but they lose value very quickly over time. So to me, it's more important that we are forward-looking in this respect. And the final thing, it's very important that we ask ourselves the right questions. So to me, as I've been very involved in the dossier on ethically aligned AI, for me, it's quite clear that if one approaches artificial intelligence and other technologies from a competitiveness standpoint, the question of what should we do with the jobs is different. The answer is different compared to when we approach this question from a sustainable development standpoint. When we ask ourselves, how will we achieve Sustainable Development Goal 8 related to decent jobs for everybody? The answer that we give in terms of industrial policy is completely different. So I still reiterate that we need to have this goal-based view that takes technology as a means to an end rather than the other way around.
Thank you, Andrea. Mia Petra, would you like to have the final reactions to that?
I'm also empowered by citizens to work in the parliament, and I'm happy to be working in the parliament with the legislative power together with the other two institutions, and we actually legislate 1/5 of the global economy. So we do have tools, and I also, this was something that I spoke 1 year ago with the electorates in my home city, on the marketplace with the regular people, not so much paying attention for the legislative powers. But when I also took it up with the industrial managers or even people working on the banking and others, it's sometimes good to remind that we are a big entity in the world. So why not also use that power for the digital rules that we are needed? And then I remember concrete points that what was it that the YouTube will leave Europe if the copyright will be voted this or that way. And we did vote it that way, and it's still here. So I'm very much looking forward to find a new rules that will set. And I must say that the political will is there, cross-party, that we need something, and then for the details...
Mia-Petta, we'll be cut off in 10 seconds, sorry.
Yes.
I just take away, the will is there, we agree on the goals, they have to be radical, a digital EU Green Deal, the policies has to be data, infrastructure, industrial policy, it will be a mix, and that's very European. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. And our speakers, Andrea, Francesca, and Mia-Petta, thank you very much from the digital colonies to a radical data revolution for the people. Quite a session that was. Now, I am going to address our digital guests for a second, because we're going to do something exciting. When you leave this session and go to the lobby, you will meet my colleague Marjolein. And she is actually hosting the digital lobby today. And she will actually tell you how you can participate in the next item on our program, which we call the carousel. This means that you can actually enter the virtual carousel and for 2.5 minutes talk, on video that is, to one of the other participants or even one of the speakers. And they will be there as well, and get to know each other. And the next session here on this stage will actually start at 1. So you actually have quite some time to socialize online and get to know each other. The next speaker here will be Martin Sambu, who is a journalist at the Financial Times and author of the book, The Economics of Belonging. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing our digital audience back here at 1. And maybe this is also a good time for you to make yourself a sandwich. Our guests here in Amsterdam don't have to make their own sandwich, that's the good news. We actually have lunch for you, but I have some instructions on how to actually get to lunch from here and do that in an orderly and safe manner. So, we are going to move in blocks today. And you may notice we are actually seated in 4 blocks. So we have this block here. We have this block here, and then we have 2 blocks in the back. Now, each block will move separately, and not all at once. We will move line by line. So, people sitting here in the front row, I'm talking to you, you will actually, when I give you instructions, you can actually leave this room and go use those doors. Now, this is actually a great moment. I am doing the stewardess move. This is actually really a lifelong ambition. So let me do the stewardess move. Okay, so your doors will be there on the left and on the right. You can actually follow the arrows and go upstairs. Lunch will be served upstairs. So follow the arrows and the stairs are there. So first rows, please go through those doors. Then once they have left, then the people on the second row can actually get up. And please remember to keep 1.5 meters distance at all times. Now, for the people in the back, blocks over there, you can actually exit this hall through the big doors on the back, and then each one of you use your own set of stairs. So the people on that side of the room, you can take those stairs, and the people on the left, you can use those stairs. And I actually look forward to see you again here at 1. Enjoy your lunch.
'Cause I know I should forget you. Why can't I just regret you? We were fighting fires every night when you met me. and it's not fair at all. So after everything, why'd you leave me with the good stuff, babe, and forget about the mess we made? Oh, I wish that my mouth didn't smile when I think of you, but the good stuff, babe, and forget about the mess we made. Oh, I wish that my mouth didn't smile when I think of you, but you left me with the good stuff, babe, and I know that it's a crying shame. It's a million times harder when I don't hate you. Let me ask you why. I wonder if you're going through the same as I tonight. Why'd you leave me with the good stuff, babe, and forget about the mess we made? Oh, I wish that my mouth didn't smile when I think of you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope that we can welcome back many of our digital guests as well. For those of you who missed the morning part of this program, my name is Kirsten van den Hul. In daily life, I'm a member of parliament here in the Netherlands for the Dutch Labour Party, PvdA. But today I have the honor and pleasure of being your host at this Reset conference. Now, the next session will be a keynote from a thinker that will dare us to think about how we can win back those who have been left behind. And as society, as politicians, and in our reset, I think that is a very important question to ask ourselves. He writes for the Financial Times. He wrote a book called The Economics of Belonging, and he is with us today from the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Martin Sandbu.
Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, although it is virtually, and I'm glad to see the system works. I haven't used the system before, but thank you very much to those who have answered and said that they could hear my voice in the chat. There was a little bit of echo there, but I hope that the technical people will fix that. I'd like to start with a little story. A couple of months ago, back in the lockdown, when the lockdown in the UK was at its most intense, and when we were all standing outside and applauding for carers, clapping for carers every week, at one point I wanted to go and check on a neighbor. Let's call her Mary. Mary is in her 50s. She works at a supermarket checkout, which at the time felt like it was a very exposed position. And I hadn't seen her on the street for a couple of weeks, and that was kind of unusual. So just in case, I wanted to go and check. So I crossed the street, knocked on her door, stepped back to keep the distancing and so on. She was fine, but we had a little chat. She was talking about how the supermarket wasn't giving her gloves and face masks and so on. And then she said, "But I have to go and work, don't I? Otherwise people won't be able to buy their food." And that was not a complaint. That was an expression of pride in a newfound status of being an essential worker, a key worker, somebody essential for society to work. And what struck me as so poignant about that was that was exceptional, because people like Mary and other people in her kinds of jobs for many decades had not had any status. On the contrary, supermarket workers, cleaners, supermarket shelf stockers, delivery drivers, care home workers, all these people who during the pandemic we realized we literally depend on for our lives, had for a good 40 years been losing out from economic change. This is what I have called in my book the end of belonging. This large group of people that had been gradually ever more left behind by economic change, living with low salaries, unpredictable work, precarious living situation, often trapped in very poor work situations that they could not even afford to leave and try to get out of. This leaving behind in an economic sense, the end of economic belonging, is, I think, at the root of the toxic politics we have in the West today. So I think it's crucial to understand what happened, why it happened, and what we can do about it. We need to fix the economic roots of the end of belonging. We need to restore an economy of belonging in order to overcome our political difficulties. Now, I said 40 years roughly, because before that, in the first 3 decades after the Second World War roughly, we saw something else. We saw an amazing period of convergence in every rich economy, every Western economy. Income inequality came down, wealth inequality came down, and even more importantly, regional inequality came down. Poorer regions were catching up with the richest parts of countries, which have always tended to be the capital cities. Around 1980, all of that either stopped and stagnated or even went into reverse in many countries, with all these different forms of inequality going up again, and as I said, a large group of people being left behind. So what happened? It's often been blamed on globalization. I think that's a mistake. It coincided, this end of belonging, with one very noticeable phenomenon, which was the end of industrial employment. In every Western country, the number of people in factory work peaked in the late 1970s and then started going down. That was before globalization took off in earnest. Now, it is well known that factory jobs have been in decline for all this time. What is less well known is that factory output has not been in decline. People sometimes think that manufacturing was stolen, industry was stolen by China, by other Far Eastern or emerging countries. But actually, the volume of factory output, the volume of the amount of manufacturing goods produced in the West is higher, much higher than it was 40 years ago. So it wasn't that manufacturing went away. It was that manufacturing didn't need as many workers anymore. It was a process of technical change. We can produce more with fewer hands. Now, that's particularly noticeable in industry, but of course it's true in many other sectors too. Computers did away with a lot of clerical jobs. The internet is a big threat to retail. And who knows what artificial intelligence will bring. Some people think it might mean the end for driving jobs, lorry drivers and so on. We will see. But all of these are forms of automation. And so it wasn't globalization that did this. Of course, globalization led to the shift of some jobs. But if you really look at the numbers, the big change has been automation and technical change. And even if we had had less globalization, I think that would only have speeded up the effect of technical change on the structure of the economy and therefore the structure of jobs. Now, the big problem with this isn't technical change itself. That is a good thing. To be able to produce more with fewer hands is a good thing. That is what underpins productivity growth, which makes higher living standards possible. But the sort of job changes and the sort of structural changes we've seen in the last 40 years have not provided good jobs for everyone. And that's the key problem here. We have had good jobs for people who could work in the new modern sectors, especially knowledge-intensive service jobs. But these jobs have not been available to everyone, and they have not been available everywhere. They've tended to congregate in the leading cities, in metropolitan areas. So you've had parts of countries, regions that have been left behind and whose communities have suffered from the economic decline. Now, we should admit Europe has been somewhat better than the US at this. Inequality hasn't increased as much as in the US, but we still have big challenges of large populations of people who are economically left behind, who live in very precarious work situations. And paradoxically, we see that not just in Anglo-American systems like the UK, but in the very rigid and strongly regulated labor markets of France or Southern Europe. Somehow these different systems have led to the same outcome of a large group being excluded. That is the problem that needs to be fixed. Where are the good jobs? What are the sort of solutions we should be thinking about? Well, let's first think about the things that will not solve the problem. Deglobalizing is not going to solve anything. Globalization was not the cause of the end of economic belonging, and trying to retrench, to come back, to build up borders again, whether it's to goods or to capital or to people, will also not restore an economics of belonging. Excuse me. It's also not a solution to try to resist technological change, to try to hold on to the jobs of the past. That will not work. It cannot be done, and we shouldn't desire it, because it is by improving our productive technologies that we can get more prosperity. The challenge is to let everyone take part in it. And that also means that we shouldn't look to redistribution as the main tool or as the solution, because that is in a sense giving up on the goal of building an economy where everyone can actually have a productive place, have a good job that pays them a good salary. And the countries that have actually succeeded best, I think, in navigating these changes over the last 40 years, I would count the Nordics and the Netherlands among those. It's all relative, but better than most other countries. Those are countries where you see that in the market itself, there is still a reasonable degree of equality. Most people manage to achieve a productive position, and so that there's less need for redistribution. So put all of those together about what we shouldn't be aiming for, and we find that the main goal has to be, you can think of it as an equality of productivity. We need to build economies where the most productive, cutting-edge sectors can provide jobs to as many people as possible, where everyone can have a productive and therefore well-remunerated place. Now, what does this mean in terms of concrete policy? There are a lot of things to say and very little time. Those who wanted details can read the book. But let me just go through a couple of main elements of what a strategy for rebuilding an economy of belonging for all involves. Because we need to pursue and embrace technological change and productivity rather than resist it, we should try to get rid of the bad jobs. So we should not try to hold on to low-paid, low productivity, cheap labor jobs. The most successful, the Nordic societies, have, because they have pushed up the wages at the bottom, actually encourage businesses to invest in machines, invest in automation, adopt technology, and thereby create the productivity from which higher salaries can be paid. So that's something that needs to be part of the strategy, not try to protect poor jobs, but get rid of them to free up resources for better ones. Of course, we then need to equip people for better jobs. Education is key, reskilling is key, but also allowing people to leave bad jobs, not be trapped, but to take opportunities to retrain, to find better jobs, and so on. And that has something to do with how flexible we make the welfare system. It's not well known that the two countries in Europe with the highest rate of job churn, job-to-job moves, are Denmark and Sweden. They let people move from job to job, and that improves productivity, and it allows people to get into better jobs. And that means you need to build a flexible welfare system where people feel safe to say no to a bad job, to leave it, to maybe take some retraining, to look for better jobs. So we need a welfare system that allows people to get out, to come back in a better place. In many places, that will involve something like a universal basic income. Everywhere, it will require welfare and social security rules to be less linked to particular jobs and be more portable. If we're going to have a growing gig economy, it should be possible to do gigs and have the same social entitlement as if you're in long-term full-time employment of the old-style kind. Now, all of that will help to get rid of the bad jobs, help people to move, but then we still need to think about how to create enough of the new and good jobs. And here, macroeconomic policy is crucial. For too long, both monetary policymakers, central banks, and budgetary policymakers, the governments who write budgets, have been too timid. They haven't taken fully on the responsibility to keep demand strong as much as possible at all times in order to encourage the companies that have the productive jobs to expand. For too long, we've had this timidity, and even I sometimes call it a learned helplessness, a belief that actually we can't do more than this because we will bring inflation, we will have too much debt. But look at it in practice, and even when central banks or governments have gone further than they ever thought were possible, they probably still haven't done enough. This is crucial in the crisis we're in at the moment, to not take our foot off the accelerator too soon. Those are three sort of main strands. There are more things we need to think about. We need to create a financial system that that allows you to get out of debt overhangs and restructure debt so that you can get investment starting again. You need to have a regional policy that can bring these jobs also to left behind parts of countries. But a big theme here is that we really need a fairly ambitious and radical strategy that tries to make all these changes, have all these building blocks of an economic strategy in place at the same time, because they reinforce each other. You need to get rid of the bad jobs, but at the same time have the demand pressure in place for the good jobs to be created. You need to allow people to move between jobs and make that change safe, but also equip people to do more advanced, more cognitively demanding, more machine-based and capital-intensive jobs. So all of this has to be put together at the same time. And that's why I think we need a certain radicalism. And in my book, I go back to the 1930s and Roosevelt and the New Deal. Once you look at what Roosevelt did in just the first few months of his administration, the radicalism is astonishing. He broke with tradition. in one area after another, reforming the banking system completely, taking the dollar off gold, creating deposit insurance, creating social security, big public spending, big public works projects, and the list continues. That sort of radicalism has been missing. It was missing in the global financial crisis. We are starting to see it now, but nothing short of that is enough. So we need to be ambitious. We need to think at large scale. We need to think about fundamental reforms in many areas at once. And I think that is possible now, because I want to end by going back to my example of my neighbor, Mary, that I started with. I think we all had a sort of prise de conscience, a new awareness of just how bad things have been, how polarized our economies have become in the pandemic, because we really saw how some of these people on whose work our lives depend were working for very little reward, for no security, for a stressful hand-to-mouth existence. At the same time, politicians, centrist politicians in established parties, were forced by circumstances to become accidental radicals. The lockdowns were radical policies, and the economic support schemes that came after them were also radical policies. So we have all sort of suddenly been thrust into radicalism. And the question is, will we make use of this moment to use that radicalism for something good or not? I think the common theme of all this is that we have to embrace change, but make change safe for everyone. Much of the toxicity of our current politics is really about fear of change, resistance to change, for good reason, because large groups of people have seen change go against their interest for the last 30, 40 years. Populists have then come on the scene and offered scapegoats, offered fake solutions, but at least they have said, we see your complaint. And that is something established parties, including the old social democratic parties, need to catch up with. But then they need to propose solutions of their own rather than trying to mimic the populist solutions. So a radical program to make safe change is really what I hope we can come out of the pandemic with, rebuilding better. So use this disruption not to try to come back to the status quo ante, but to redirect our economies to a place that embraces change but makes that continuous change safe for everyone. That, I think, is how we can restore an economics of belonging, and it's the only way, I think, to hope to resolve our divided politics as well. Thank you very much for listening. I think we will now have some time for questions, which I hope I'll be able to, to see on the
Martin,
well, I think I will leave it to the moderator to
thank you
explain
very much. Thank you very much, Martin, for your inspiring words. Safe change in times of radical upheaval. I find that a very appealing horizon also as an MP. Now, indeed, we have a few moments left for questions from the audience and our guests online. So let me start by the people who are with us in real life. Is there anybody who has a question for Martin? Please raise your hand, and we have a safe 1.5 meter microphone coming your way. If you could please stand up, and Tim will hold the microphone. Yes, please.
Thanks for your remarks. And I was wondering, you talk about the importance of education to get people equipped for jobs in the better world. Now, I've been a teacher myself, and I have seen students who are very talented and who can live up to the challenges the new IT world will bring. I've also seen pupils who are less talented and won't be computer whizzes. If all what you call the bad jobs will disappear, what will be left for the people who aren't the computer whizzes?
So summarize the question, what do we do for those who might risk being digitally left behind? Martin.
Thank you. I'm not a digital whiz, so I couldn't actually hear the audio for the first part of the question, but I think I got the gist of it. It's a legitimate fear. If we try to get rid of the bad jobs, what happens to people? people then? Well, let me first observe that the countries who have done the most of getting rid of the bad jobs, and here I think of the Nordics, are also the ones that seem to have the fewest left behind. So we should just look sort of empirically to see that it seems to be possible. First of all, those countries are characterized by spending the largest share of their GDP on education at all levels, and also getting the best educational outcomes. So we need to be clear that abilities and better or worse students, who is able to keep up with technological change, that is in part also a result of policy. Okay, so how big the problem is depends in part on the work we do. Now, of course, there will be differences. There will be people who are more or less disposed or more or less talented to do this. But at the very least, as a minimum requirement, we need to equip everyone with the basic generalizable skills of numeracy, literacy, digital competence, and so on. And we may be talking about worse or better students, but the shocking thing is in how in a lot of the leading economies, the G7 economies, large shares of the population don't even have basic literacy and numeracy skills. The problem is bigger than we like to think. Second, there will always be other jobs that don't require the same technological know-how. There will be, in particular, caring jobs that are necessary. There will always be service jobs that are necessary. And there will be, what we can hope for is an upgrade in the quality of even those jobs. I'm thinking here, craft manufacturing, specialized retail, and so on. If you can do as much as possible on the jobs where technological upgrades are possible, and you have greater productivity and more prosperity as a result, individuals and governments will be able to pay more for services from those who don't fill those jobs, but who do more traditional service jobs. So I think this will always be a challenge, but if we had let this stop us in past periods of technological advance, imagine where we would be today if we had tried to keep the jobs that employed people 100 years ago or even 50 years ago. We are not today, we don't have an interest in going back to industry as it was 50 years ago, where a lot of people stand at assembly lines and sort of Charlie Chaplin style put together things. No, we need to find better things for people to do.
Thank you, Martin. Now, let me look if there's another question in the audience. Yes, there is right there. I don't see the microphone. Yes, the microphone is coming your way. If you could please stand up.
I had a question about the flexible welfare system. So maybe could you describe a bit more about what that would look like in practice? And what I also wonder is whether it has had or will have, or how it might have had an effect on employers' commitment to invest to employees. Because I could imagine if it's very easy for employees to leave jobs, employers will be less willing to invest or commit to them. So specific example, flexible welfare system would look like and how that affects employers' commitments.
So welfare systems and employers' commitment. Martin, please.
Very good. Excellent question. Well, here is one sort of quick but not very concrete answer to your question, but I think it's helpful. So I think that somebody who works 52 one-week contracts or one-week gigs should end up with precisely the same pension rights, holiday pay, sick leave entitlements as somebody who works 1 year in a permanent full-time job. That's a sort of principle. It's not the concrete answer, but that should be what we're aiming for. It should be possible to work in either mode, and your social entitlements should be the same. Now, how do you do that in practice? Well, you need some sort of portability, right? You need to reform welfare systems so that they look at how much you've worked, but not what sort of employment, form of employment you had, for example. So some of this is legislative, some of this is in terms of the design of the welfare, the particular welfare benefits. Some of it is probably technological. How do you keep track of this? But this is all doable. But it does take some smart government. But the linked question was, what does this do to employers? I think in general, it's a good thing if employers know that their employee can leave them. Because it means that they can't be satisfied with either pushing the risk onto the employee or leave people in bad jobs. Take a sort of very simple example that will apply in hospitality industries, for example, or other service sectors. Shift patterns, right? If you know that your employee has an alternative, or they can leave because the welfare system allows them to take a bit of time off, you will not be able to tell them their shift the same morning or cancel a shift the same morning, right? You will have to put something in place, take on the job of organizing your business in the most productive way possible, and some of that productivity will benefit the employees. So I think these sort of incentives or pressures on employers they're the feature, not the bug.
Thank you very much, Martin. Now, I am looking at the back for some help with the online questions because I don't see them on my screen. And if there aren't any, then I think we have room for one last live question. So, Tim, no, we go online, and I give the floor to you. So if you could go to the lady over here with the striped blouse. Yes, please. Floor is yours.
I was very impressed by your story about Mary, your neighbor of 50 years old. My young neighbor, she is 30, came to visit me, how I was doing during Corona. And one of my questions is, how in the new welfare system is the considering of the gender pay gap and the gender pension gap? Because that's my focus point.
A very, very good question. Martin, if you could give a brief answer to this last question.
Well, I think very briefly, I think we really need to try and solve the problem at the root. A big reason for the gender pension gap is the gender pay gap in the economy. And there are two things going on. One is discrimination, of course, but the other is also that there are bad jobs that are predominantly filled by women. Care jobs, for example, are not well paid. So I think a focus on making those jobs better paid, which depends on productivity and the economy overall, will be part of bringing us in that direction. But again, we don't want to hold on to the bad jobs. We need to make them better. That will at least help to take care of the entitlements later in life too.
It's a very topical question to ask, and I'm not only saying that as a feminist myself, but I'm also saying that because I know that as we speak, Martin, for your information, there's a big demonstration going on here in the Netherlands by healthcare workers, another sector which is, as you know, dominated by female workers. Healthcare workers who, as your neighbor Mary, actually have proven to be such a backbone of our corona societies, and they are now demanding better pay. So maybe we can give them a round of applause all the way here from Amsterdam to the Malieveld where their shoes are, because they're right. They deserve a better pay. They deserve a better pay indeed. Now I'm looking at the back. Do we have time for one more question? Yes, we do. We have time for one more last question. So who would like to take that question? Looking at you, Justine, you read the book. We have a young lady in the audience, Martin, who read your book in university, and I think, yeah, she should maybe ask a question.
Thank you, Kirsten. Yeah, we actually did discuss your book when it was about radical equalities and inequalities in the world. So actually, I did have a question, but I think the lady before me already pointed towards it because I was playing with the idea in my head of, well, you touched upon it with the universal income, but for instance, paying stay-at-home parents like a basic wage so that instead of having this solely output-based economy, you can also make the shift towards a more value-based economy wherein human beings and their contribution to society is paid. But I'm guessing that with the universal income, you already sort of philosophize on that. But so I think, would that be an option, like to pay for being a parent, you know, to have that as a job as well?
Interesting question. Thank you very much. How would you see that, Martin?
I think in part you're right that a universal basic income system will do this. I mean, my main argument for universal basic income is empowerment, that it puts people, individuals, in a position of being able to say no to bad options. But philosophically, I think it depends on what you think ultimately about human nature. Do people want to be productive, and in what ways do they want to be productive? A UBI-style system will, I think, help. I think most people want to work, and they want to work for money, but they want to work in good and productive jobs rather than what the anthropologist David Graeber calls bullshit jobs. UBI helps with that, but it also helps them choose that certain activities that aren't remunerated in the market are still valuable. And I think that would be a good thing, and I think our societies are becoming rich enough to afford that. If I can just add on, because I see there's a UBI question in the chat box here. Oliver asked, is UBI just an expensive stopgap in place of cohesive economic planning for left behind regions? So since we talk about UBI, I will answer that very quickly. It's expensive. It's not a stopgap for the reasons I've already said. There are important social, philosophical, political priorities we can achieve only with something like a UBI. But it will also help left behind regions by ensuring a certain floor of purchasing power in those regions. What does that mean? That means that the people in left behind regions will have the demand for the sort of services and amenities, cultural goods, leisure goods, that make those places attractive for people to live in, including by people who have the top jobs. So how do you get bright graduates with good job prospects to want to do their job in a remote area? You do it in part by having enough purchasing power in that area that it becomes a nice place to live. So, there's sort of a freedom element of this, ensuring that nobody is too tight so that they can spend on the things they find valuable and perform the activities that they find valuable. I think the experiments show that for most people, that still means productive work. And when it doesn't mean paid work, it means generally valuable work, even if it's unpaid.
Thank you much, Martin, and I think we could have continued talking to you and asking you questions for a long time, but I'm afraid I have to round off because our next panel is waiting. But thank you again very much for joining us here today. Let's hear it once more for Martin Sandby. And let's all read that book. Now, I would like to welcome you to the session on regional justice. And once again, we have a panel waiting and we have a moderator waiting for us digitally. I would like to ask for a warm welcome to Beatriz Rios. She's a European reporter and broadcast journalist. Beatriz, are you with us? Apparently not, so I'm looking at the people in the back. Is she there? Okay, let's try to connect Beatrice and see where she's at. Beatrice, are you there? All the way from Spain, yeah, that's a long way, indeed. Regional justice. Let's see then who, we already discussed how far people have traveled to be here. I'm from Overijssel myself. Do we have other Overijssel? Is she there? No, this is not Beatrice. Where is Beatrice? No? Beatrice, can you hear us? No. Overijssel, are you with me today? Do we have other people from? Yes, in the back. Zuid-Holland, do we have Zuid-Holland in the audience today? Oh, that's not so many, but hi, welcome. I'm also from Zuid-Holland, living there at least. Do we have, yes, yes, Beatrice, are you with us? Yes, you are. Can you hear me, Beatrice? She can't. Beatrice, can you hear us? Can we hear you? That's maybe more important. Can somebody connect us to Beatrice? Beatrice, can you hear me? It doesn't look that way. We cannot hear Beatrice. So, I'm looking at the people in the back. Tim.
Fabrizio?
Yeah, can you say something else, Beatrice? I think we have
Voi mi
sound.
sentite?
Sì, ti sentiamo.
Io non vi sento.
I think we hear Beatrice.
Can you listen to me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you're with us. Okay, so Beatrice, welcome to the conference. Hi, where are you at this moment?
I adjusted everything. But... Okay,
Sorry,
so
you are?
I can speak. You can see me and speak, and you can hear me.
There are people talking through each other here, but I think without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Beatrice. If the people in the back give me the green light. Tim, can you give me the green light? Okay. So not yet. Can you say something, Beatrice? Let's do a final sound check.
Hello. Yes, I can't hear you, but we're having a little bit of issues in the session. So I'm trying to figure out how to solve this.
Have a short break, guys. Okay, then bear with us, please, and we will be back in 2 minutes.
Like I understand you. Now, girl, I know the difference between right and wrong. I ain't gonna do nothing to break up our happy home. Oh, don't get so excited when I come home a little late at night, 'cause we only act like children.
Ga het anders oplossen. Zo. Presenteren is improviseren. To moderate is to improvise. So, since we cannot really hear you all well, I am going to start because I think we have a connection with you, Andres. Can you say something, Andres?
So I can hear you very well, and Fabrizio can hear you now.
So do I.
And so do I. I think we're...
Andres Rodriguez Pose is a professor of economic geography at the London School of Economics. And I would like to give the floor to you. Maybe you can share some thoughts on the regional divide and what we can do to actually create more regional justice. The floor is yours, Andres.
Thank you very much, moderator. But I think our moderator, Beatrice, is now online. So she can now talk, and then she will organize it and let Fabrizio talk first, and then I'll come second.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me right now? Is that good?
Well, we can hear you, but
we do.
Yes, the audience says they can hear you. So go ahead, please, Beatrice.
Perfect. It's been a little bit challenging. It's been a very challenging this afternoon, but I it work. So yes, we've seen growing inequalities in Europe throughout the past few years, and we have a pandemic that has affected differently different countries, and therefore the economic fallout has been different as well. Today, we had for this session on creation, distribution of opportunities against the regional divide, two amazing speakers that we're going to try to answer to the question, what kind of policies do we need to fight territorial inequalities? So without further ado, I would like to introduce in this Andrea Rodriguez Pozo, who is a professor of economic geography at the London School of Economics and a holder of a European Research Council advanced grant. So please, Andres, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. It's a pleasure to be with you at this research conference. And what I'm going to try to explain is following on what Martin Sandbu was saying a moment ago, is why is populism on the rise all over the developed world, and how it is related to the growing divide that is not just a social divide, but also a territorial divide between places that matter and places that seem to matter much less, but are showing that they matter enormously. And I'm going to start by saying that populism is on the rise all over Europe. In national elections between 2013 and 2018, the vote for extreme anti-system and Eurosceptic parties was on average 13.4%. If we add to that group of extreme populist parties and we put the moderately anti-system and Eurosceptic parties, the share rises to a total of 26.7%. 15 years ago, most of these parties were polling below 10% of the electorate, or simply, in many cases, did not exist. So populism has become mainstream. We have to live with it. And populist parties are no longer at the fringes of the electoral system. They have either already tasted power, in the case of the Lega or Cinque Stelle in Italy, or represent a serious alternative to parties incumbent parties in power, in the case of the Rassemblement National in France. And what is perhaps more important is that they are shaping the policy agenda to extents that would have been unimaginable only 5 years ago. Why has populism risen? There are two types of arguments that have been put forward in recent years about why this has been the case. On the one hand, we have the cultural arguments. Citizens that have become ill at ease with rapidly transforming, globalized, and a multicultural world are increasingly feeling like strangers in their own land. On the other hand, we have the economic arguments, which are very much linked to what Martin Sandbu was talking just a moment ago, the growing economic insecurity engulfing the less skilled, who are threatened by a more integrated and globalized economy, who are threatened by automation, artificial intelligence, and in places where manufacturing jobs, and not just manufacturing jobs, but all kinds of jobs are being replaced, if at all, but by very often more precarious service jobs, or are being, in other cases, outsourced to other parts of the world. However, there's a third factor that was mentioned by Martin Sandbu that has remained under the radar, but I think is absolutely crucial, which is the growing territorial polarization. Long-term economic, industrial, and demographic decline of many industrial, but also small town and rural communities is creating a rise in territorial inequality, in which, on the one hand, we have large cities and capital regions reaping the lion's share of recent economic transformations, and wealth and economic growth increasingly concentrated in a limited number of hands, living in a limited number of places. And Europe is no exception. If I can share a small document, I just got one map that I'd like to share. I hope everyone can see it now. This is a map of Europe, and it's a very simple map in which we have in two colors. Dark green is what I call the overperforming regions. Regions that since 1990 have grown above the national average in terms of GDP per capita. In light green, you have the regions that have grown below the national average. And we have two types of countries in this respect. Let's take a look at France. The only region that in this period has grown above the national average is Île-de-France, the region of Paris. All the rest of France, to different degrees, has grown below the national average. But France is not the exception. It is the rule. It's the same process that we see in Portugal, that we see in Greece, that we see in Ireland, that we see in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, or that we see in places like the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, or Croatia. The second type of country is more akin to Italy. where in a system in which growth has been very low over the last 30 years, the regions that have grown above the national average are those regions that were already above the national average in GDP per capita 30 years ago. And that system is more or less reproduced in Spain, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and in Poland. So let me just cut this and go back to the view. So what we have is that there's a rising and there's a galloping, in many cases, a territorial divide. And the lack of opportunities and the decline in services in places that are facing the population and are increasingly becoming food or financial or other type of deserts is brewing a very important and very evident these days geography of discontent or a geography of resentment. Places that have been repeatedly told that they no longer matter, that growth and the future comes through concentration of economic activity in big cities, or that have come to believe that they, because they've been told so many times that this is the case, are increasingly venting their anger against the system at the ballot box. They feel ignored by decision makers and by what they consider to be an aloof and distant elite who, based on the dominant theories of economic growth, have either neglected them or progressively withdrawn from intervention in these places where they live. So this is their diagnosis. What can be done in order to address this? If we're going to tackle the rise of populism, if we're going to tackle the challenges to our system, then we probably need to start somewhere, and fixing the problems of the many places that so-called don't matter is possibly the best way to start. However, and here I'm going to follow into Martin Sampu's footsteps, the intervention cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. It cannot rely fundamentally on subsidies and handouts. And don't get me wrong, this is not against social policies. Social policies are needed and should be maintained when they are needed. We need a strong and robust welfare state, but they are no substitute for sound development policies. Handouts and subsidies can end up creating dependent economies and depleting the economy of the economic potential of many of these areas. Another alternative that has been used has been non-market oriented jobs that have been expanding in many of these areas that have been left behind. I'm just going to mention that Corsica, for example, has 50% of total employment in the public sector. But they alone are no longer the solution. We need better jobs. And this has to come by smart, well-targeted, territorially differentiated investment. This is what I will call a place-sensitive investment that is soundly based on theory and empirical evidence, but that reflects the conditions and potential of territories. And there's growing evidence that this type of targeted investment in fields such as energy, environment, and natural resources, IT, education, social infrastructure, and some transport infrastructure and digital infrastructure has reduced the share of anti-system voting on top of promoting a more sustainable and socially, environmentally, and economic sustainable growth. And this is not just a question of social justice, which it is. I mean, we should be targeting these areas because they are losing out, because the people living there are losing out. But it's also a question of economic logic. Many of the places that have been left behind, many of the places that are declining, of the so-called places that don't matter, still hold considerable potential. Some of the biggest European success stories and recent success stories, we don't have to go back in history, like Inditex in Spain or IKEA in Sweden, were not born in large cities or in prosperous regions. They came from declining medium-sized towns in the case of Inditex, or outright rural areas in the case of IKEA. And also many hidden champions in a country like Germany hail from mid-sized towns and rural areas. But on the whole, firms and startups in relatively declining places face far greater barriers than firms elsewhere to mobilize their potential because of many factors, including deficient connectivity and digital connectivity, as was mentioned in the previous section in the morning, low skills availability, poor accessibility, or weak institutions, among others. Hence, we need to rethink development intervention and sectoral policies by resorting to types of investment that are far more place sensitive than the blanket, territorially blind type of policies that have dominated in the past. This implies ditching one-size-fits-all approaches in favor of investments that are more adapted to the needs of places that have been left behind, are more capable of mobilizing the potential present in almost every region. To conclude, the current system has many flaws and is, as we are discussing in this research conference, in need of reform. But we also have to remember that it has also generated the highest level of prosperity, the highest equality, and the longest period of peace that Europe has ever witnessed in its long history. And this is something that we need to cherish. We are indeed in need of a restart. But if that restart is going to hold, if that restart is going to leave a trace, we need to tap into the untapped potential at the moment of every part of Europe, leaving no place behind and making sure of a better and more sustainable use of resources everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Andres. I think it's very interesting the point that you were making about because what is senses that people understood the importance of not voting for populists when you have a crisis such as the one we're facing. But I wonder to what extent the economic consequences pandemic might actually lead to further inequality, could eventually create the momentum for these political parties to come back again, and hence the importance of tackling these inequalities. Let me move now back to our second speaker, who is Fabrizio Barca. He's the founder of the Forum on Inequalities and Diversity and a former Minister for Territorial Cohesion in Italy. So I'm sure that he has a lot to say about this. Please, Fabrizio, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Everything is okay, my voice? Great. Well, let me cash in on what I heard first from Andres and before. Let me just add to what Andres said, that the turning point, that's important, but it squares with Perez' point. Turning point of territorial inequalities is the end of the 70s, early 80s. This is when, except for the enlargement, this is when within countries inequalities stop reducing in Europe. Let me also stress, as what you said before, that as in previous pandemic, modern pandemic, and in previous catastrophe, there are all chances that territorial inequalities might well increase, so it might widen the existing faulty lines. Well, up to now, we heard very clearly that a policy U-turn towards social and environmental justice is needed, looking at people in places. Let me make one step forward in the direction of policy making. Let me make a strong statement. This U-turn is not at all unavoidable. It requires social and political mobilization, pushing for practical, feasible proposals. And the right dimension for these proposals is Europe. This is what I will try to argue in what follows with 3 examples. But before coming through 3 proposals, very practical proposals, let me stress that none of these territorial and personal inequalities was unavoidable. Sure enough, we heard it through the conference, globalization, digital transformation, and fragmentation of labor have challenged the social democracy model. But let me argue that with Tony Atkinson, let's not fall into determinism. Left-wing parties and progressive parties, rather than facing up to this challenge, they have bought in the neoliberal mantra. Not only market and merit as totem, not only as class subalternity obscured, not only, remember, inequality as a temporary cost to allow for growth, but also, and this is a very important point for Andres and me points, the state enacting, in that view, a one-size-fits-all way, standards, best practices set by technocrats, obscuring political choices and explicitly blind to places. And on the other hand, this is a point Francesca Bria made, citizens' role restricted to vote and exit. You don't like a place, you move out of it. You don't like a service, you move out of it. With voice and public debate of the picture. This was at the root of the policy action that followed, allowing the digital platforms to be fully controlled by corporations, allowing and pushing knowledge concentration, as it was done with the 1994 TRIPS agreement, abandoning territories because they were far away from corporations' short-term interests. And finally, maximizing within firms the role of all stakeholders, but shareholders and managers. This is why, as Tony Atkinson has taught us, there is room to fight to force what Perez called the passage from bubbles to golden age. But it will not come without mobilization, because there will be resistance. So the U-turn requires mobilization, and also requires, as it was pointed out during the conference, Andres has pointed out a second ago, redistribution is not enough. Redistribution has been pushed to its limit. We need to come into the game of the very process of capital formation. And these are the three examples that I want to make to you. First, as in other, access to knowledge and competition. As another turning point of capitalism, we should launch at the European level on the market large state-owned enterprises with a top independent management in three fundamental sectors that we have touched upon today: green energy, health and aging, and digital transformation. As Francesca Bria pointed out, a network of local projects is not enough. It is the only way to come out of a paradox that Europe suffers today. Europe has 1,000 EU public research infrastructure that produce high-level public open science, but only a few corporations, thanks to their own research and to their size, can now make use of this open science and can produce innovative services. So we as consumers end up paying for some of these services twice. Having paid as taxpayers, we pay again monopoly pricing, and we also give free information on the web. So as Massimo Florio, who will follow me, will argue, we pay 3 times. The creation of such EU-wide technological hubs would reduce the oligopolistic position of the existing private corporations, would allow competitive pricing, would, and this is a point linked to what we heard before from Sando, it would promote technological transfers to SMEs all over abandoned areas, the very SMEs, Beatrice, that are today redesigning their future in the light of the crash of the COVID crisis. And finally, it would promote investment in those strategies, in those entrepreneurial strategies that private corporations do not deem worth pursuing. And I obviously have vaccine in mind. Point number 2, proposal number 2, very practical. Rebalancing the power of labor, territory by territory. Every EU country has a different labor and social arrangement. Fair enough. We should be respectful and not play with it. But existing labor councils, and I'm speaking in Amsterdam supposedly, are a good starting point. They could evolve in 2 directions. First, by giving to the whole labor filiere. What do I mean? I mean the stable and precarious workers of the industrially, vertically integrated industrial structure, firm by firm, or industrial district by industrial district, giving the labor filiere the power to discuss, and in some cases to veto, firm strategy. This would recompose the fragmented labor structure, good labor versus bad labors. It would help reconstituting a labor strength. But there is more. We should also consider the possibility of electing in these councils representative of citizens as consumers and as holders of environmental interests. This would allow the social and the environmental perspective to come together, to be debated, and new solutions to be designed. Third and last, we have the multinational framework. We have this rather wide recovery and resilience facility. We should turn it towards a place-based development policy. This policy should, as Andres pointed out, address, first of all, marginalized areas, and it should aim in 2 directions: improve the quality of public services and remove obstacles to the entrepreneurship that is so alive all over these marginalized areas. This amount, and again repeat what Andres said with different word, using a John Robinson old expression, this should not happen through bastard Keynesian public works or subsidies or training. We just don't want, we don't need masses of funds possibly being used through the old channels that sometimes are responsible for the backwardness of some of these areas. We do need a mix of two levers. A few mission strategies at national level coherent with the EU framework, accompanied by open-ended guidelines with objectives and with conditionalities on one hand. And on the other hand, we need integrated territorial strategies at local level, implementing in a place, a where way, those missions and those guidelines. Strategies drawn by municipalities through a participatory process, which is not a matter of consensus, is a matter of knowledge. A participatory process that can extract knowledge from the people, from the labor, from the teachers, from the students, from the workers, from the entrepreneurs, in what Amartya Sen called a heated, informed, and open debate. We know how to do it. We have done it in several areas in Europe. It has not become systemic. Let me finish just by saying that these three actions and many others that are coming out of a debate and discussions or organizations like the Forum on Inequality and Diversity, which is a combination of civic organization and research and other organizations all over Europe. It's about time that these ideas that are practical, implementable, should be listened to and put to the fore in the European Parliament by social democratic and progressive parties. That would not only steer development towards social and environmental justice as a way to go ahead and restart development, but, and let me finish on that, it would help democratizing the economy by turning labor and civic organization into what Pierre-Rosanne Vallon called the social people. What is lacking today, and it is the very lack of the social people that has created sort of right-wing populism. We should fill the vacuum with those kind of action and policies. Thank you for listening and the opportunity.
And let me check with the people in the back. Did we lose Beatrice? Did we lose all speakers? Aldrik. But can we hear Beatrice? That's the question. Beatrice, can you say something? We cannot hear you. So then, no. One last try, Aldrik. I think this will prove to be rather frustrating. I actually would like to ask Andres to reflect on what you just heard. And also, we just heard Martin. I don't know if you heard Martin's speech. I think you did, because you reflected on it in the beginning. Can you maybe also reflect a little bit on what he said about the need for radical safety in a regional context? Floor is yours.
Well, I think, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think one of the remarkable things is that we have had three speakers in a row now focusing massively on the territorial dimension of inequality as a driver and as a potential solution, if you address it, of the current problems in terms of the rise of populism and the risks to the system and the need to reset the whole system. And we have all agreed not just on that, but also on the idea that we don't need to just go and repeat the same traditional solutions of permanent subsidization and permanent welfare. We need a welfare that radically strengthened, as was said by Fabrizio and was said by Martin Sambul, a welfare that would allow people to move from job to job and provide them some security, a welfare that would be combined with better influence and more emphasis on training, and a welfare system that would lead to better jobs, more productive jobs. How do we achieve that? We need to achieve that by well-targeted investments in terms of development. And we have emphasized in different ways what sort of those investments should be. More emphasis on human capital, but human capital targeted to the specific needs of every territory. Much more emphasis on digital access, much more emphasis on energy sustainability, much more emphasis on innovation. And something that has been very often forgotten is the whole idea of the institutional dimension. We cannot achieve the sustainable system. We cannot reinvent ourselves. We cannot reset the whole system unless we create a situation whereby we address the institutional bottlenecks in terms of low trust that increases transaction cost in case of high levels of corruption, low government effectiveness, and low government transparency, and low voice and participation. I'm going to try to also address a question that came from the audience very quickly, if you allow me, which is by Bart Shimbenga, on whether this is a COVID-19 and the crisis represents an opportunity for secondary tier cities and small rural towns. COVID-19 has hit some big cities significantly. It has hit others to a much less extent. We're still grappling with what are going to be the consequences of this, but in the end, it's going to be difficult that the big cities are going to lose out in the medium term because they have got significant comparative advantages. The city centers might lose immediately, but the suburbs of the cities may gain. Does this offer an opportunity for intermediate cities, small towns, and rural areas? Well, it depends. People are rethinking their mobility, but we will be naive to think that this can happen unless the good conditions in terms of skills, in terms of accessibility, in terms of good institutions, in terms of capacity to innovation are already in place. And unfortunately, many of these left behind and lagging behind areas are suffering from deficits in all these realms. So once again, we need to have and put in place policies that are adapted to specific territories to address those bottlenecks that would allow many of these areas to thrive and to fulfill their potential that at the moment goes untapped.
Thank you very much, Andres, for that very clear response. And being a small town girl myself, a lot of what you said resonates also on a very personal level. Since we cannot really establish a solid connection with Beatrice, let me step in here and ask Fabrizio to share some closing remarks, some final thoughts, and maybe also reflect on, you said there's a task ahead for the European Parliament in defining a clear and inclusive and progressive regional policy, but what does this also mean on a national level? What should be done locally to actually really put the regions in a better place and a more inclusive and progressive future ahead of them? Fabrizio, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me start with your final question, and then Roberto, a couple linked to Andres. What should be done is the opposite of what I fear. I fear not only subsidies, mixing the objective of SURE, just to speak in European Union terms, with the objectives of recovery and resilience facility, but also being harried by producing projects. When I spoke about bastard Keynesian economic policy, I was thinking that what, for example, my country needs these days that will be beneficiary of a lot of funds is not just to do 500 medium-sized projects just to spend them hurriedly. It needs to entrust and empower local areas with their different troubles, particularly marginalized areas, with very strong Don't mistake me, with very strong national wide directives. So if you choose housing, social housing, Italy, for example, just make an example, suffers from overcrowding of housing, which COVID-19 pointed very strongly. Now, this is a social policy that has also good short-term effects in terms of building. Fine. You design, you do write the 2 pages that you need at national level, and then you let the peripheries according to places, because you do not need the same format, the same standard to take place in every place. And in doing that, you do interact with the civic organization. The reason why we do not want to revert to fantastic, lovely social democratic policies of the 60s is that today, the barriers between public, social, and private cannot be rebuilt. We cannot entrust the state with decision-making to do something everywhere. We do have today, unlike we had 40 years ago, an educated population living in these peripheries, living in these rural areas, that has very clear ideas in mind of what the vision is. This is the reconnection between political leaders and the people, but it's not just about, as populism, sort of catching their anger. It's about catching their knowledge. It's about letting them speak and giving them a chance to say, what kind of school do you want in the area? What do you need for the enterprises? What do you need for the willingness of the people? And from this point of view, if I can shift, so I would like to see the European Parliament sort of putting pressure, as Europe should do, entrusting the Commission with a very strong power to be rather sort of not invasive in small projects, but be invasive in the national guidelines. That I would like to see, since the European Parliament has a very important role in the next few weeks. If I have 30 seconds, let me add one point. There's a chance also for rural areas. And I do agree with Andres, it's not written. There is nothing deterministic. It's a chance. And it's a chance linked to something that progressive people and left-wing people should always pay attention to, which is the demand size. The COVID, as some people have pointed out, has been changing preferences towards more fundamental services, care of people, the quality of food, the continuity of the electricity provisions, and a tourism that is not abroad, but is sort of appreciation of local and not too dense areas. Now, this is offering entrepreneurs fantastic opportunities in agriculture, in tourism, in manufacturing, and in a sense, the policy making should second it, this entrepreneurship, and it can be done. 10 seconds to say that when people like Andres, the son of me, are talking about, this is not local development in which we are just transferring money to local authorities. And it does require, as Francesca Bia pointed out, some national policies. The reason why I started with the proposal of a EU-wide state-owned enterprises running digital platforms is that even Barcelona, cannot go very far ahead in redesign the mobility and the connection with rural areas if the digital platforms are not truly accessible and collective and free, and if they're not designed and run by national strategies.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio, for elaborating for us there. And also, thank you very much, Andres, for sharing your very inspiring thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sorry, our connection could not really be established, so we still have some work to do on bridging the technical gap. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to close this session now to move to the next. So let's hear it for our panelists, and let's... thank them with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the next part of this program. For those of you joining us online, my colleague Marjolein is ready in the digital lobby to help you around and assist you all in choosing a valuable breakout session. And she will also explain how to get there. And of course, the program tiles for each session in your program on the platform in the app. So have a look there. Then, for those of you here with us in real life. Here on the main stage, we will shortly have a session on livable cities, where we will have on stage Marleen Sticker, founder of De Waag Digital Society and a member of the high-level expert group on livable cities. And of course, there will also be digital speakers, and it will be moderated digitally by Carrie Farnsworth, Managing Director of 360 Degrees City Shapers. And then there are two other sessions, one on industrial policy and the other on youth unemployment, held in two sub-rooms here in the Amsterdam. And of course, there will also be screens, so there's also online participation there. And then the second round of breakout sessions starts 5 minutes past 3 with a session on tax justice here, and then a session on investing in people and planet in sub-room 1. So I'm looking forward to seeing you back here at 3:05, or else for the plenary program, which will continue at 4:15. So have some very inspiring and fruitful breakout sessions. And of course, let me again remind you, please follow the routing. I know that we have some guests who were not here this morning, so let me just repeat. For those of you in the building physically, we are divided in 4 blocks. The block here will exit through this door, the block here will exit through that door, and the 2 blocks in the back can use the doors in the back of the room and then take it from there. And if you need any help, there's people from the organization waiting in the lobby or elsewhere in the building. So I wish you a very fruitful continuation, and I see Tim wants to say something, or wants me to say something. Industrial policy over here, youth unemployment on this side. So if any further instructions are needed, Tim is here or other people from the organization. I wish you a very inspiring continuation of this program, and see you later. Thank you very much.
Every day above ground is a good day. Headed down my path with a suitcase. Inside a couple of dreams, a couple of goals. Nothing too crazy, just like everybody, I suppose. A couple grams of hope and some question marks. Some insecurities, I keep those at the bottom. A little bit of selfishness or self-respect. It's a thin line on the perspective, it depends. Some shit I still need to give a place. Might need a bigger case, but you don't get to pick and choose in these cases. What else we got here? Lots of love and goodwill. Pure intentions like donuts, instrumental. Bottle of happiness that never ever seems to stay full. But maybe that's what keeps us grateful and keeps this little bad boy rolling. Through any weather, it don't matter. Let's go. Me and my suitcase. On the way to the unknown, me and my suitcase, looking to add weight as we carry on. Know that I'm ready to take off right now. No time to waste now. Me and my suitcase, looking to add weight as we carry on. Every day above ground is a good day. Headed down my path with a suitcase. Inside a couple of memories that I'll treasure for life. Hope they still love me, yours too. Frankly, I never thought I'd see the day we let go of the one we held together, you and me. As if we never happened. Hope you out there somewhere doing your thing, holding on to something fantastic. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You never know though, simply live in the moment till it's over. We losing, found each other at crossroads we never see coming. If we did, would it change something? Either way, I'm glad I opened up for you. You did the same. Today I'm richer than I was before you, so thanks. Some shit you plan, some shit just happens. Who knows? Maybe we'll find each other again. Until then, me and my suitcase on the way to the unknown. Me and my suitcase looking to add weight as we carry on. Know that I'm ready to take off right now. No time to waste now. Me and my suitcase looking to add weight as we carry on. Yeah, okay. best way. Ay, still we ain't even halfway. Ay, sorry for the wait. Ay, go and pick a number for the scale. 2020 we gon'
Door? Hallo, hallo? Ja. In ieder geval in de zaal. Ja, dankjewel. Ik doe het toch even zo dan. Okay, let's start. I'm ready.
Hi Marleen, can you hear me?
I think we're ready here.
Hi, can you hear us, Marleen?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, you're very, very echoey. Can you hear me now, Marleen?
I think you can start if you want. But there is an echo. Is that your problem?
You hear us?
I think there's a delay.
Okay. Okay, we'll try and start a session rather than go on any longer. Thank you for joining us at the conference today, the Reset Conference. This session is going to talk about livable cities. And we have a panel here of experts from across Europe. We have from Budapest in Hungary, we have Kata Tuto, who is the Deputy Mayor and a member of the Council of Regions. We have Marleen Stieker from Waag Society, who is an organisation working at the forefront of civic, digital, cultural and scientific endeavours. And Amelia Smeds, who is a researcher from University College of London and specifically concentrates on sustainable transport solutions for livable cities. So the first question we're going to talk about for the next few minutes is what exactly is a livable city? What do we mean by that? Because we can't reach that objective if we don't all have a shared opinion of what that is. So we'll start with you, Kata. If you tell us what you in your opinion, a livable city is.
Maybe if I have a suggestion, because, you know, I am not the expert, I am the politician. And maybe if we have we start with the concepts and talk about what we think about livable cities, and then talk a little bit about the realities I face, because I can talk a lot about livable cities, but I would really love to reflect in practical issues to the other speakers, if it's possible.
Okay. So let's switch over. Amelia, from your point of view. Anyone know sign language?
I can start.
Okay.
Okay.
We seem to have lost Marleen as well.
Okay, so I'm deputy mayor of Budapest for 10 months. So this is quite a new position, and I've been member of the European Committee of the Regions. As deputy mayor, my main field is city utility management, waste, water, green spaces, sewage system, public light. But of course, preparing for the elections, preparing for city leadership, we've been talking a lot about how to transform our cities. We've been following, especially in the European Committee of the Regions, all the discussions, and there are a lot of movements. So like there are a lot of like buzzwords about the future of cities. So climate issue and climate change and climate crisis, that's the number first. So like when we want to find an origo, this is now what I see also in Budapest, that when we talk about livable cities, we don't just talk about greening cities and zero waste cities and 15-minute cities and walkable cities, but we put in the focus the climate crisis, and we try to move from that origo. So when we talk about the future, but from all of the concepts, one of my favorite was, and still this is my main driver, is that what do we want to have when we talk about livable cities? We want to have happier citizens. And how will we have happier citizens? What we learned is that if we connect our citizens, so those citizens are the most happiest. What we found out, it's not just a Hungarian issue, but there were researches on that. Those citizens are the most happy who know their neighbors, and to connect people living in cities throughout the public spaces. So transforming public spaces, I think, well, the researchers know, but I don't know how the audience knows that the biggest public spaces we have in cities are the car roads and the parking lots. And in Budapest, we face the same. So the biggest public spaces are all designed for cars moving and cars parking. So, and they are not connecting citizens, they are dividing citizens. So when we talk about livability and we talk about connecting and building strong communities, this is how we started, starting to rethink our public spaces. And when we rethink it, of course, we are thinking about the climate crisis, we are thinking about greening our cities, we are talking about having more blue infrastructure. We are really, really lucky city. We have a big river. We are lucky city because we have plain, we have hills, we have forest in the city. But all these things are not connected. What the citizens cannot really connect well to it. We don't really connect to our big Danube. We don't really connect well to our big forests. And we don't really connect to our neighborhoods because our city was designed in the past 40 years for drivers. So we started on a road to change this. And of course, this is a very, very long road because we have to talk a lot about it with the citizens. So this is the first time in the city leadership of Budapest that we have one deputy mayor who is responsible for participation, citizen participation. His main duty is that all this concept, talking about the future of cities, it shouldn't be a top-down issue, but top-down and bottom-up. So now we are forming a pilot project in Hungary, a citizens council, and we have a lot of ideas, but we're going step by step. I think I'll stop now and give the floor to the others, but we will talk about all of these, I think.
Let's hope we can hear Amelia now. Okay, Amelia? No. And have we lost Marlene as well? I can't see. Ah, Marlene. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh my God.
From your perspective, what's a livable city for you?
Well, I already heard a lot of the words that I would like to use. Is that a livable city is a place where people feel some ownership, that they have, they understand their own environment, they have something to say about their own environment. I think I just heard that people know their neighbor, that there is a social construct that they're part of, that they can mean something for their own environment. I think people are happy when they are meaningful. So it's important that people can relate to their own environment in a way that they can contribute to it. I think in the Netherlands, there's this movement called city makers, where citizens collectively take responsibility for certain areas in the city, creating sort of commons around natural resources, parks, gardening, and so on, but also taking care of certain ideas about talent development, culture, sports. I think if you look really well to what constitutes a city, there's so much citizens' initiatives and citizens that take responsibility for certain aspects of the city, of living in the city, that we sometimes forget that it's in existence. And I think this societal responsibility, not the political responsibility, but the societal responsibility that people already take, we should acknowledge and further develop. So the city makers in the Netherlands made a social contract with here in Amsterdam with the government, and it states a lot of different things. For example, that citizens can spend some of the money together in a democratic way, of course, but still there are instruments to think about this kind of budgeting for neighborhoods. If I think, because of course my background is a lot about also the digital, I think a livable city means also a city where you're not surveilled, which is a space where you can have your private, that you are sovereign as an individual, that you don't have to be afraid that your neighbor is spying on you because they have a ring bell, which also has a camera in it. So it's not just the state that is surveilling citizens, it's also citizens together or companies doing this. So I think having a safe city means also a cyber safe city, or that the digital is not interfering with the idea of ownership and feeling sovereign and not being surveilled. This is not normal at the moment. I think a lot of cities at the moment believe they have to become livable by becoming smart. And there is this mission of the European Commission called Smart and Carbon Neutral Cities, but there's also a program in the Netherlands called Smart and Livable Cities. And sometimes they don't really connect well. So smart is not always livable. Smart is also not always carbon neutral. A lot of the footprint, ecological footprint of smart, of data centers, of artificial intelligence, of 5G, of mobile, will be 20% of all of our energy consumption. So I would also try to say that a livable city is not smart in the way that people think smart cities should operate. I think smart cities are cities where citizens are smart. And so it's much more about understanding and building up also the capacities of citizens to take some control over their own lives, to take some responsibility for the social structures, that we have to facilitate this. And I'm really worried of some of the ambitions of cities to become like the classical top-down smart, with a lot of cameras, a lot of 5G, a lot of stuff, which maybe we don't even need to be livable.
Yes, we seem to have lost Amelia, so we'll move on to the next question while she reconnects to us. And so we've talked about what our ideals are for the livable city. How do we actually achieve that? What are the practical steps that we need to take, and how do we make sure that citizens are involved in that and it's not a top-down approach? Okay, Amelia, can you hear us now?
I can hear you, yeah. I don't know.
Yes, we can hear you. Hooray!
Great.
Sorry, we've moved on to question 2 because just for time. So it's a bit unfair, but we have talked about what our ideals for a livable city is. And the next question is, how do we actually achieve that? What are the next practical steps? From your perspective, how is that?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, it's great to connect finally. So perhaps to start with the kind of broader level opportunity and then come down to the citizen participation. I mean, I think I'm really excited about how for the first time, you know, since I'm 30 years old now, and it feels like for the first time at the national party political level as well, these Green Deal style thinking is emerging, which really recognizes the scale of the challenge of the climate crisis and does incorporate the idea of just transitions and sustainability, so social equity and sustainability. However, I don't think the way that cities play a role in that has really been well articulated. So if you look at the European Green Deal, for example, it's very focused on research and innovation, new products, new processes, and economic growth as well through that. But it's not really connected up to urban type issues or the EU urban agenda. And you could say the same, I think, for the national Green Deal in the last Labour Party manifesto, which was, it's a very state-centric vision in some ways, and there are very exciting elements to it. And some aspects of more decentralized, labor involvement and so on. But I still think that often now when we're talking about the climate crisis and this moment, many people refer to sort of the Second World War or these kind of very heavy top-down narratives, and it doesn't really reflect what's going on the ground, as I think Marlene and Kata very well captured. So I think in terms of merging this with a kind of more bottom-up approach, I feel like there's two trends going on at the moment. So there's an increasing trend towards co-creation in different platforms. So for example, living labs, different collectives, and I think in these forums, maybe not in some of the most advanced cities like Amsterdam, where you have a very strong model of social innovation, but in a lot of cities, I think, often citizens are pictured more as users perhaps in this process, and it's sort of, you're co-creating with users of very particular services. I think what's more exciting for me is perhaps this idea of climate assemblies, or reinvigoration of this style of more democratic decision making, because I've also studied quite a lot of civil society initiatives in the UK, for example, in relation to sustainability. And although often they create amazing seeds of innovation that really scale up and transform local communities, to some extent I think they often involve usual suspects among the citizens, and often it's been quite a white movement, particularly in the UK, at least on the kind of environmental side. So I think there's a lot of potential for more radical thinking. How do we really enable people to actually not just participate in political decision making, but to even provide, decentralized services where, for example, community energy or any type of service like that. So I think we need to look at more radical models there. For example, a universal basic income, or this kind of more structural solutions which can really solve the issue of climate poverty and so on, for a lot of people to really participate in that kind of new vision of how we make cities.
Okay. Kata, is there anything you want to add to Amelia's thoughts? Ooh. Oh, I think we may have lost Kata. Marlene, do you want to take the floor whilst we try and get Kata reconnected with your thoughts?
I'm a bit lost now. What I was still with the question of from bottom up and top down. Yeah. Okay. Good. Because I'm okay. Yeah. I think we in preparation we discussed some models for cities, and I'm very much in favor of the idea of the Fab city, which is where based on the idea that there's very good distribution of knowledge, of tools, and of activity. So, for example, in energy transition, there's a lot of citizen initiatives that come with energy corporations or trying to figure out how to make ecosystems to, in the Netherlands we want to go from het gas af, so we have to go to electricity instead of gas, which has all, well, in every country it's a little bit different, of course, but this is our we have to achieve that in the coming years. And these are huge programs, which normally it would be that the city council takes initiatives and then starts to engage citizens, saying, well, this is good for you, or we have to do this. But there is another way which is happening at the moment, which is where groups of citizens take the initiative themselves. And they even sometimes want to hurry up and are faster than city councils can operate. And I think this is a very interesting tension, which can be very productive, actually. It doesn't have to be a fight between the top down or the bottom up. If you find a good way to operate, then using this sort of energy and power that is in society, city councils can actually move forward. But then they have to be really open for that kind of initiatives. And this is not totally, I think we have to shift from this idea. And I think one of the problems for cities, and I think in all kind of economic thinking, is that if you think about innovation, for example, most cities and countries and regions think in triple helix. So they think we can innovate with companies and some scientific knowledge, academia, and us, the government. But they forget that they need society for the innovation. So if we take this societal innovation, the social innovation, really serious, then the societal actors should also be part of innovation programs, should be included in those kind of programs. And sometimes I believe that city councils too much watch the companies and see what they can do, but there are all kind of different models. And I already introduced the term commons, like the idea of shared resources. This can be in energy, in water, in land, but it can also be in the digital sphere. And I think it's very important that from a political perspective, but also from an economic perspective, we start to understand what constitutes commons, what common initiatives are there in cities, and to understand how they are governed and how they can be designed to be very productive and to spread or scale.
Already, it's interesting, in some countries in Europe, they already use the phrase common goods to refer exactly to that. So it's already an accepted cultural concept in places like Italy and Spain and Greece. We have lost Kata completely. Just to talk a little bit more about this, it's interesting. We've mentioned sort of initiatives coming from citizens. Do you think there's a role for some of the more micro scale initiatives to act as catalysts? So I'm thinking about things like Incredible Edible, which was a sort of micro scale urban farming that was started in, I think, in the UK with just a small group of citizens. In fact, it was just 2 women initially, and has now grown to an initiative which runs in multiple cities right across the world and is about reconnecting citizens to their food chain and where they come from and where food comes from, but also about connecting them in the production and the sharing of the produce. Is there a role for those kinds of initiatives as catalysts?
Okay.
About that, I think there's a lot of interesting examples like this. I think absolutely, when you study these initiatives, they can produce some serious transformational impacts. I mean, one example that I studied was Play Streets in the UK, which is there's a model called Playing Out, which is basically a resident-led model for closing down streets For children's play, especially now in COVID times, it's become very apparent how important this is. But I mean, this is really a model that goes back to the turn of the century in many cities, and it's kind of been reinvigorated in the UK recently by a collective working in Bristol, the city of Bristol, who kind of started with some small neighborhood experiments. This really grew to a national model. I think there are many examples of these kind of catalytic things, but the question is, how do you join them up, and how do they contribute to systems transitions at the urban level and at the national level? So I think this is really the big question, and I think from my perspective, in the UK, speaking specifically, many of these groups are still reliant on public funding. So there's a big question about business models and how they can sustain themselves, because, considering the government cuts in the UK recently, it's really difficult. So I think, business models and that kind of upscaling is really important.
It's really interesting. We've just actually had a question in from somebody. Apologies if I mispronounce your name, Merlian Veltin. Citizens may think fast but have no money. City councils don't have the money due to a pile-up of tasks delegated by central government. I think it's interesting. The Incredible Edible model was a very good one in that, because it was very much a very small capital cost outlay to start off with, and was able to grow organically using the products that they had to be able to sustain their growth. I mean, they will have obviously had public funding at some point to be able to grow to the scale they are, but it is possible. There are initiatives that can be delivered without a huge amount of public sector contributions. And we've lost Kata again, which is unfortunate, because we're just going to move on to the final question. We've talked about the practical challenges of how we create livable cities. Emilia was involved in particular in some research across, I think it was 330 cities and towns across Europe. And one of the particular aspects that came out was that particularly for smaller and medium-sized cities, there was a particular challenge for local politicians. And I can imagine some of the things that Marlena and Kata and Emilia have already said would be quite challenging for local politicians who have an eye on maintaining their elected status, etc., etc. So how can we help local politicians, and we'll have lots of them signed into this session? How do we help them understand firstly the need for a livable city and what a livable city is, and how they can balance the demands of their, if you like, the equity versus sustainability balance? Emilia, do you want to start?
I can try, maybe. Or, oh, sorry. Me, okay. No, I think it's a very good question. I think what I think is important to understand better ecosystems and how citizen initiatives could relate also to formal politics. And we move away from the idea that everybody is part of everybody's member of a party, and then via this process they will influence local politics. Whereas I think it's much more interesting to see if we can build this ecosystem around topics like, for example, energy transition. There's a lot of knowledge in society. There are a lot of actors and players and people that are active. And then within a theme like that, people can also have an active role in politics. So it's much more collaborative, and then everybody takes its own role, than more like a pyramid game where you first have to bring your ideas to a certain level, and then it continues and as if the highest level is the political arena. I think we should sort of think much more in a societal democracy than just a representative democracy, and understand what societal democracy means, and find also ways for people to engage with that, which also means that we have to think about new tooling and new methods, a way of working for people in cities together, and how to collaboratively, well, co-create or design thinking, and not only decision making. I think most of the democracies are built on this decision making model. I think we have to think about how we can design together, how we can make together, how we can prototype together. And be much more playful in that, so that it's also more accessible for people to be part of it. More inclusive, because it's more local. And just to refer a little bit to your first question, the last question was, I think the strength of citizen initiatives is that they are small, and that they are based on real relationships that people have. They're not transactional. Which means that you cannot scale one initiative in itself, because when a group of 10 becomes hundreds and then thousands, something happens in how people relate to each other, and they need, so that sometimes then it breaks. So we don't need to think about scaling initiatives itself, but spreading it. So if you have 10 initiatives of 100 people, then you have much more impact than you have only one group of 10 people. So I think thinking in spreading and repeating and learning from each other, and inspirational sessions where people learn how people are effectively in their own neighborhood, and then learn from that. I think that is the idea, that you should become much more a learning society, a learning city, and having learning ecosystems, so that also politicians can learn from citizens. Because I think there is a big gap at the moment between how fast society is learning and how slow politics is. Sorry for, I don't want to offend anybody here, but
We've lost Kata again, unfortunately. So I'll shift over to Amelia for your comments.
Sure, yeah, I really like this point about politicians learning from citizens and civil society. I think, speaking from the UK perspective again, this broader research was on a slightly different topic, but I think certainly based on also a lot of my friends who work in urban planning across the UK, you know, it's local politicians at the city council level in the UK, particularly in smaller cities, they really don't have that much knowledge about sustainable transport. I think you can put it that bluntly, to be honest, because also when you look at the history of sustainable transport and how slow the mobility transition has been in the UK, you really see that Labour Party dominated cities have been no better really in introducing some of the kind of sustainable mobility measures. So, you know, there was a big push towards congestion charging, for example, in the UK in the early 2000s. I'm not saying congestion charging is the solution, the one solution to anything. And, you know, of course, we can debate about how you can design it to be more or less progressive. But, you know, left-wing politicians at the local level, that's where it failed, essentially. You know, they often didn't manage to push these things through. And I don't think local politicians in the UK have had a vision of how things like sustainable mobility and their traditional constituents and traditional concerns go together. Because you see there's a lot of opposition from traditional working class constituents in the UK against some types of sustainable mobility measures, which is completely understandable because it's linked to gentrification. It can be linked to general de-investment in places and so on. So we have this polarization, and it's the same for the city core and the suburbs and the city region. So I think, you know, that's in the UK. I think that's really the experience. So I think local politicians just need a lot more training, and they need exactly to engage with all of these things and really have some proper exposure to the potential of some of these models. And to finish, I think the climate emergency declarations are very interesting because most of those are from cities. Actually, the majority of climate emergency declarations that have been made at the local level. And they're actually driven by local politicians who've gone on a personal journey, really, of awakening to the climate crisis. And they are putting those things on the table. So I think you can see some change there, but I still think there's a huge knowledge gap, competency gap in relation to some of these types of innovation that we need to see.
Okay, well, we have Kata back now. Luckily, we're on the question, which is about how can we help local politicians. We've only got a few minutes left, so apologies because you haven't seen the other two answers, but what, from your perspective, what do you think, what do you feel like you need?
No, I absolutely feel what I caught from the last sentence is that especially in Budapest, I know with other cities too, that it's a two-tier system. So we have the city council and we have the district councils with a lot of local politicians with their constituencies. And this, yes, we're talking about strategies, and of course, let's do it, but don't do it in my district. Do it somewhere else. So having this sort of conflict that yes, I agree in whole about solidarity, like helping homeless people, building homes, but not in my street. Yes, let's have less parking lots, but not in this street, because of course we all agreed that everybody should go with public transport, but I need my car. And I think the only way is, and of course it's really helpful if you have a really supportive government. It's really helpful when you have not just a technical, but an effective region, a region which can bundle up not just the city, but all the sprawls of the city, because this is an interconnected network. So if we want to talk about sustainable transport, it is not just about a local tram line, but connecting the whole, thinking the whole. When we talk about cycling cities, it's not just some part of the roads. When we talk about micro-mobility, when we talk about modal split and having a bigger share for public transport, and talk about congestion charges, we talk about it all the time. This only works if there is a coalition among the local politicians, the city level, the regional level, and it needs a strong governmental support. Because if there's a political conflict, then it's almost impossible to move one step forward.
Okay. Right, well, unfortunately, we've run out of time, I think. So it's going to be probably pretty difficult to try and sum up, but just to pick up a few of the comments that I picked up as
We lost you. The moment that you started to recap everything, we lost you. Well, we see you, but we don't hear you. Other people hear you? The other participants? Yeah, this is it. Yep, really. I think you did a good job. Try.
So thank you very much for this discussion, and hope to see more socialists across Europe involved in urban issues. Thanks.
Misschien gaat ze het wel opschrijven allemaal. Dan stuurt ze het nog aan jullie toe. Ik denk dat dat het wordt. Dank jullie wel allemaal.
So, yes, I'm on, I think. Yeah. Thank you very much, Carrie, for hosting, and thank you again, Marleen. Now we will continue with our second breakout session. And I hope you're ready, because this is a breakout session on the important topic of tax justice. And we will have Professor Arjan Lejour joining us on stage, and Member of European Parliament, Paul Tang, now taking over as moderator for this session. And please give Paul and Arjan a warm welcome. Here they are. And in sub-room 1, there will be a session on investing in people and planet, also very interesting, with speaker Jeroen Smit physically, and joined by Sandrine Dixon de Clève and Professor Arnoud Boot digitally, definitely worth checking out. And after the breakout sessions, let me mention that our young leaders, Luna Koops and Anna Peerst-Kaleva, will give pitches here on the main stage on their take on a reset. So stay tuned and enjoy the next session.
Okay. Is my mic on? Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay, we have... Oh, look at that. It's working. But we can only start in 3 minutes is the main message. And you're running towards us. Arjan. Okay. Arjan. Welcome, Grace. Can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you yet. So we're live. Okay, thank you very much. And welcome to this breakout session on international taxation. We have some, this is really exciting. So we have this real mix of hybrid and real. We are 2 persons here, there are 2 persons online. And I always hope this is going to work. It's an exciting experiment, and by the way, this topic is exciting as well. We have 3 great speakers, and I'm moderating this panel. I'm Paul Tang, member of the European Parliament. But with us today is Grace Perez Navarro. Very welcome, Grace. She's Deputy Director of the OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration. Now, I say this very quickly, but she's into a mysterious world of international taxation. She will tell you all about it. And also tell you why, not just what's going on with these negotiations, which is usually behind in the back room, but also why the American elections are so crucially important for her success. Next on the screen is Tova Riding, fighting for tax justice. She's a political activist representing Eurodat, which combines 50 NGOs from 20 different European countries, a bit like this conference, by the way, also participants from 20 different countries in Europe. And next to me on the stage, and hope you can see him as well, is Arjan Lejour, which is a great pleasure. Arjan and I were, when we were very young, when we started our PhD together in Tilburg University, and we're close colleagues at the Central Planning Bureau. But Arjan and I made a similar choice, but in a different role. Arjan is now Professor of Taxation and Public Finance at Tilburg University, and still working at the Central Planning Bureau, by the way. So let's get started. Grace, can I ask you to kick off, bring us into the world of international taxation? There are ongoing negotiations in Paris. What is on the table? Can you explain us, and what are the difficulties that you kind of run into?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to explain what's going on in international taxation. The OECD has been working with 137 countries and jurisdictions to try to revamp the international tax rules to do 2 important things. One is to try to address the tax challenges of the digitalization of the economy, because the whole economy is digitalizing. And as part of that, we are also working on measures to establish a minimum global tax. because that is a very effective way to try to deal with the issue of tax avoidance. Why do I say that? I say it because as long as there are taxes, there will be people and companies that will want to game the system. And so if at least you have a means of ensuring that those companies pay a minimum level of tax, then that acts as a deterrent for tax avoidance strategies and at least makes them pay that minimum level, whatever that level is agreed. So these are two very important parts of our work. We also have the work that we've been carrying out for some time on increasing tax transparency to tackle tax evasion and avoidance. And there we are working through our Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes with 161 countries and jurisdictions that are trying to ensure that there is tax transparency and that information is shared among countries so that tax evaders can't simply cross the border in order to avoid their tax authorities. And so we have had, I think, tremendous success on the tax transparency side. This work has been going on for some time, both in terms of ensuring that information can be obtained from other countries on an on-request basis, but more importantly, and in addition to that, we have also established automatic exchange of banking information, which should enable countries to be able to match the information they receive from other countries with their own records to verify whether or not any evasion is occurring. This has resulted in tremendous amounts of revenue being uncovered. Over 102 billion has already been identified by tax authorities as a result of the measures that have been put in place to be able to detect this type of activity and the voluntary disclosure programs that countries have established in order to enable taxpayers who were previously cheating to come forward without the risk of going to jail so that they could going forward be more tax compliant. Now, I know you're very interested in where the negotiations are on digital taxation and why, as you said, the US elections are so important. Well, the US election is very important in this context because it's in 60 days. And this is a very complex negotiation among 137 countries and jurisdictions. You have large economies, small economies, you have no tax jurisdictions. And so it's quite a mix. And the challenge is that for countries that are trying to negotiate both on the issue of digital taxation as well as on the minimum tax, they are not ready to put all their cards on the table until they know what the US position will be. And that position may change with the election. So that is a big hurdle. Now, we did see at the G20 meeting in July, the US join other G20 countries in saying they look forward to receiving the blueprint reports for these two projects, and also that they are still aiming for a solution by the end of this year. So that was encouraging, but I think the election still makes it hard for countries to really put all of their cards on the table until they know what the US position is. And the US position is important because so many of the highly digitalized companies that they want to tax are located in the US. So this remains a very challenging issue.
Trump and Biden is going to be crucial, I think, for this for this ongoing negotiation. I think it's fair to say. In general, I would say it's an interesting time for taxation, not only because of the OECD negotiations that are ongoing, but also because we are in a situation where you will see that the public sector need to rebalance expenditure and income. So taxation will be high on the agenda in the years to come. In fact, the OECD has been given a crucial role in international taxation as a result of the financial crisis. This kickstarted the OECD process, finding ways to raise revenue and in a more fair way. And I think fairness is at the heart of the agenda. Now, Tove, what do you think as a political activist of the OECD process? One criticism will be probably that the developing countries are heavily affected but not that much involved. But what else do you expect from the European Union and the European countries? Suppose Trump is re-elected, what should Europe do? Tove, would you please enter our discussion?
Yes, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Can hear you. Can hear you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation, and also thanks to all the participants that are spending their Saturdays discussing tax. I think that says a lot about how tax is definitely an issue that gets a lot of attention now. And yes, indeed, the OECD negotiations is an issue that we have been following very closely, both with our member organizations across Europe, but also with our global allies. To start with a positive about the OECD negotiation, it is that there seems to be a growing recognition of the fact that the current system is not working. It's something known as the arm's length principle and the transfer pricing system. And basically, we have a growing political recognition of the fact that multinational corporations are paying often very low taxes, and that there are some very serious problems in the systems that need to be fixed. Now, one of the things that disappointed us about the negotiations was that it's currently the proposal to maintain the arm's length principle and sort of the old system. And then there is a proposal to have a new system that applies to some corporate profits, while the other old system is applying to another part of the corporate profit. And as we see it, this doesn't only mean that a lot of the problems will continue, but also that the system risks growing even more complex than it already is. And this is a concern in itself, because a lot of the loopholes come from the fact that the rules are very complex. Then there's also, as you mentioned, the issue of developing countries. And first of all, the focus of the negotiations is very much about getting more taxing rights to what's called market jurisdictions. It's still to be determined exactly what market jurisdictions means, but the understanding at the moment is that it's something where the countries where the users and the customers and participants in different types of services are located. And then there's also a new concept of a consumer-facing business, which is also still to be determined. But the concern that we have raised is that especially least developed countries are not primarily a place where you have a lot of users and consumers, and they're not primarily market jurisdictions. They are countries of production where you have a lot of employees, or they are, in some cases, countries where natural resource extraction takes place. So in the allocation of tax income, when you have a global tax system, it also decides who gets tax income. And there we find there is a focus in the overall negotiations, which isn't primarily in the interest of especially the least developed countries. And then there is indeed the participation in the negotiations. So at the moment, it's been a choice for developing countries whether they want to join the negotiations or not. But in order to join, they have to sign on to the existing OECD rules. And of course, these were the same rules where there was a growing recognition that they're not working. They're also quite heavy to administer. And lastly, the current rules that were negotiated until 2015, they were negotiated in a process where over 100 developing countries were not at the table. So again, we have the concerns that these rules are not well fit for the interest of developing countries. And so at the moment, we have approximately 1/3 of the world's countries have decided not to join. And for least developed countries, it's closer to 2/3 of the countries that are not at the table. And the last concern that they face is also the issue of whether the OECD is the right place to hold the negotiations, because even if everyone is participating in the meeting, what you see, for example, at the United Nations is that it's a very important thing for countries that the Secretariat represents everyone and is neutral. And of course, at the end of the day, the OECD has 37 member countries, and of course will primarily be accountable to its members. So that's also why we've seen a lot of focus.
Sorry, I have to object to that, because in this context, we are representing the members of the inclusive framework. So that is 137 members.
And just
to entitled to be part of the Secretariat.
And just to finalize, early on in the negotiations, there was a proposal tabled by a group of developing countries known as the Group of 24. And we feel that the proposal that they put on the table was not given the attention that it deserves. So this should be seen in the light of the fact that there is a group of developing countries at the United Nations, which is more than 130 countries, that have said they would like global tax negotiations to take place at the United Nations, where all countries participate as equals. And we support that. We think that this would be the right approach. And the fact that there is such a big group of countries that are asking for the United Nations to have a role, we think is very important. So the OECD has a lot of expertise and does a lot of good work, but as the global decision maker and as the place where global decisions take place, we don't find that it's the right forum.
You heard Grace, you heard Tove. As Tove said, the OECD has the expertise, does a great work, but that's the discussion, and we'll come back to Grace later. Let her explain in her own words how she sees things. But first, let's turn to Arjen Lesueur. We see the discussion in the OECD, and that's important because people want fair taxation. And under discussion is, for example, the minimum tax rate in corporate taxation. That's it. At least that's interesting to say the least. But is it enough to come to? That's the question I would like to put to you. Looking from the outside, is this what we need to arrive at fair taxation? Is the information exchange that Grace told us about also enough to read to make sure that also the wealthy pay their taxes? And what is the role of Europe? Because we have discussed the importance of the American elections, but we are here in the Netherlands, which one of the key players in the industry of tax avoidance. So let's not avoid that, please. Arjen?
Okay, thank you, Paul. Of course, I guess there's great work is going on in Paris at the OECD. And I guess in 2015, some of successes are arrived there, more exchange of information, had more restrictions on tax treaties, etc. Also on the interest deduction. But it will never end there. I guess there's a kind of rat race. So economists have estimated that these big multinationals avoid yearly 100 billion euros or dollars to maybe 250 billion euros. And that will not end with the measures now, and I guess it will even not end if also the new negotiations at the OECD will be a success. For these big multinationals, paying taxes is simply a cost factor in most cases, and they try to avoid it, and they try to find new ways. So, of course, it could be very important that there would be a kind of minimum tax. And even if not all countries agree upon it, that the other countries are saying, okay, if money is coming from a country where there are no taxes levied, we levy it. And then we have a kind of minimum floor. But on what extent, what is really the profit on which the tax should be based? Yeah? I will not go in details because that's very technical, but big multinational firms are very good in trying to reduce these profits, the tax base. by using interest, by using royalties. Google is, for example, an important example. And that will not stop after the new negotiations. So we have also to define what really the tax base is. And that's very difficult. And it would be very good if, for example, at least the European Union could take there the lead. But even there we say it's really difficult. There are proposals in the past of a common tax base for multinational firms. And still in Europe, with countries which more are alike than with other countries, it's difficult to come up with some conclusion, to come to compromise. But I guess that will be very difficult to come up a reset. At this point in time, big multinational firms are really exploiting the difference in the national tax systems. And the only way to come further, to get more tax revenues, or at least to a fair distribution of everybody is paying his fair share, there should be international cooperation agreements and also compromises. And one of the things, except for a common corporate tax base, what Europe could do is also think of common withholding taxes. What are withholding taxes? For example, if dividends flow out the country or interested, normally some tax has to be paid, say for example 20%. Within Europe we have agreed that between the EU countries we should not levy this, because we want to promote the internal market. But now we know that multinational firms are using differences, what countries are doing towards the United States, towards other countries, Canada, etc., by paying as least taxes. And therefore countries like the Netherlands, but also Ireland, Cyprus, are often used by multinational firms to guide a lot of money. That is about, that cost us 10 billions of euros on tax revenues. So at least it would be a very good idea if the EU would agree on common withholding taxes, on dividend, on interest, on royalties. And just yesterday I published with a colleague a policy paper about this.
Okay, thank you, Arjen. Thank you very much. And let's come back to Grace. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Arjen. Let's go back to Grace. It's about 100 billion or more that is being lost in tax revenue. And this conference is about a reset. How to make sure that we have that everyone pays its fair share, the large corporates and the wealthy as well. Grace, can you tell us how much can the OECD process contribute to this reset? Is this idea of a minimum corporate income tax rate? How much will it do? And please also reply to the invited criticism by Tove Riding, please, Grace.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just take a step back because I think it's important to understand that the work we are doing right now is not a complete revamp of the entire international tax system. The work that we initiated was really very much focused on this issue of the challenges that are arising in the context of the increasing digitalization of the economy. And so that was really the first and foremost objective of our work. And so when Tove says, well, she's disappointed that we haven't abandoned the arm's length principle, that is because what we were trying to do is to address a specific issue. And I would just note on that we have, as I said, over 100 developing countries participating in this work. And they have not said to us, you need to abandon the arm's length principle. And so we are continuing with that, but recognizing that in this new area, it may be useful to adopt a more formulaic approach to addressing this situation where you have highly digitalized companies that can engage in a sustained and active way in the economic life of another country, but because of rules, which are very much based on a physical presence, they don't end up getting taxed. And so what we need to do is now look for a proxy to say, well, in what circumstances should a company be still subject to tax, even if it doesn't have a physical presence? And so just to be clear, that is the issue we're trying to address. We're not trying to address the wider issues of the international tax system. And I think if we're talking about a reset, in particular in the context of COVID, we need to be looking at a lot of things beyond international taxation, but also it may be worth looking at the international tax system as a whole and see how does it impact, for example, low capacity, low income countries. And Paul, you may remember that during the financial crisis, there was a targeted criticism of the Netherlands and the tax treaty network that the Netherlands had, because it gave very unfavorable treatment to developing countries in its tax treaties. As a result of that, the Netherlands did change its policy and has moved ahead. So I think there is a wider issue that needs to be addressed, but it's important to understand that what we are trying to address here is the issue of the tax challenges of digitalization. And so that is a very important, but not a complete revamp of the international tax system. In terms of the minimum tax, that was something that was proposed as part of the wider digital solution, although it's not restricted to digitalization. And it was felt in part because of what happened in the US. I think nobody ever expected the US to come up with a minimum tax. But once they did so, other countries felt that this would be a very useful thing to do globally. And if we look back 5-10 years ago, nobody would have imagined that getting countries to agree to a global minimum tax was something that would be feasible. And now we are very close to having that type of agreement. So I think that's a very positive step. It's also important to look at the wider issues that COVID is presenting. Countries are spending an awful lot of money to support businesses and individuals, to make sure that businesses can stay afloat, to support vulnerable households, and to try to preserve employment. And so right now we're still in the sort of semi-containment, some countries starting to move towards some stimulus, but we're going to need to think about these next phases of providing to rebuild the economies that have been decimated by this health and economic crisis, and then looking to eventually restoring the public finances. And so there, you do have to go beyond international taxation, but I think that would also be an appropriate moment to be looking at these wider issues, in addition to things like looking at carbon taxes, looking at wealth taxes. I think one of the great advantages of having now automatic exchange of financial information is that the challenges you faced before in applying wealth taxes, which essentially consisted of the fact that without that information about where the money was going, well, your wealthy citizens would just park their money in another country, and then you wouldn't get your wealth tax anyway. But now that information is being exchanged, there is a possibility to apply taxes to this type of income. And so I think there are a lot of other issues that need to be considered in this COVID and post-COVID context to have a real reset of the tax system.
I hope that the audience picks this up. The OECD does good work, works on the minimum corporate tax rates, works on taxation of the digital economy. Think about the big tech, but it's not all there is to it. And Grace raises the question, what do we need for a reset? It's, among other things, carbon taxes, wealth taxes. Tove, can I come back to you and say you're a political activist and you will be campaigning in the years to come. What is your aim where do you go? What do you want to achieve in the 2 or 3 next years to make sure that we have a reset in our tax system and that everyone pays its fair share, especially in a time that everyone asks the question, who will pay the bill of this crisis? Is it me or is it someone else? Tove, please, I challenge you, say what will you campaign for in the next 2 or 3 years?
Well, first of all, there seems to be a growing recognition that we need a reset of the global tax system. And so I think we're very much on the same page. It's also good to be honest about the fact that the current negotiation at the OECD is not this fundamental reform that we need. So that's a key part of what we're aiming to achieve. And we do see it as important that as part of that, we move the global negotiations to a forum where all countries, including the least developed countries, can really effectively participate as equals. There are a few other elements of this transition that are important. One problem we have both with the EU and also with the OECD negotiations is that they're secret. We can't observe the meetings, we can't see the negotiating texts, and it's very difficult to know what our governments said on our behalf. Now, this is different to the way that intergovernmental negotiations happen in, for example, the UN's climate negotiations, where often you can go online and see the negotiations, but the observers, including business and civil society, can also be in the room, can see the negotiating text. The texts are online, and it's much easier to see what did my government say, and therefore it's also much easier to campaign for progress. And in a way, it's easier for countries that don't want to change the current tax system to block processes at the OECD, because by the time we learn about it, it's often already happened and it's all hearsay. It's very difficult for us to see what actually happened. And we often have a lot of people coming out of the room and saying different things. So in order to have effective campaigning and advocacy, it is important that the negotiations need to be much more open. Just take the EU level, the body that deals with the corporate tax issues is one of the most secretive bodies we have in the EU. And that definitely needs to change. There's also a difference in the way that we use the word transparency. When we talk about transparency, we talk about information that you and I can see, that is public. And we had a very important win in the EU in 2013, because for banks, suddenly citizens were allowed to see what business activities banks have in each country where they operate, what's their turnover, what are their number of employees, and so forth. And we can also see how much corporate tax they pay in each country where they operate. This is very important information because you can see where there are discrepancies, and then you can identify areas where there could be a problem of corporate tax avoidance. That's also why these numbers, many multinational corporations don't want them to be public. And the problem with the system that we have under the OECD is that there's also exchange of information of this kind, but it's not public. We cannot access it. So we are asking for more transparency so that we can see the problem and see the negotiations. And the last thing in terms of what we need to really get this happening politically as well. If you look at my country, Denmark, for example, when we discuss corporate tax avoidance in Denmark, it's very often a discussion about Ireland and the Netherlands and other EU countries. That's where the problem is from Denmark's point of view. That's where the tax loopholes and mechanisms are that mean that corporations pay less tax in Denmark. And this is an important part of the problem because both OECD and EU are making decisions by consensus in closed door rooms. And if you look at Denmark's interests, Denmark actually has more in common with Malawi in terms of fighting corporate tax havens than it does with its EU member states colleagues from the Netherlands or Ireland. So what we're hoping is that there'll be a progressive alliance of countries from both rich and poor countries taking form, basically all the ones that are losing out when it comes to corporate tax avoidance. And we have examples of these kind of groups taking form at the United Nations in climate negotiations or on women's rights or human rights. We're not seeing it on tax, and that needs to happen. So we hope that countries will get out of their membership groups and start working across regions to form a progressive alliance.
Transparency comes in the words of Tove. I think that for a researcher that would be wonderful to know a bit more. So how do you see, Arjen, what is needed to have this reset? You already mentioned one thing, that's a sort of common border in the European Union. When money goes out, you need this withholding tax. What else do we need to really arrive at a fair system? How important is transparency? And can also, Tove mentioned it, we have these EU tax havens. What to do about that? You're an expert on that, so please.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, as a researcher, you always say more transparency, more data. What Tove was already saying, we have that directive that we know more where the profits of the banks are. That already have led that these banks have less profits in traditional tax havens. Now, also with the OECD, the idea is also that the big multinationals, also that information on profits will be shared, but that will only be shared at this moment between the tax authorities, between all countries. And of course, if this would become more public, there could be some moral judgment from the public, and that could make changes. Like in the way in the past multinationals worked on corporate social responsibility. That could also be a claim with taxation. So more knowledge about where the profits are and why they are made there would for sure help. We also see that the exchange of information between countries, and that's maybe not about firms, but for the wealthy individuals, has helped that more and more people declare their wealth in their own country. It has become much more difficult to have a large amount of money in Switzerland or in Belgium. And we see that people are reacting in that way. But what is, I guess, is still more important, or very important, is that we see that income inequality is increasing. In particular at the top, people becoming more rich, getting more wealth. And we think that we have a tax system that is very progressively, because we think of the income tax. But last year, some American scientists have shown, economists for the United States, that if you take all taxes together, the tax system is not progressive, so not in a way that the wealthy pay more, but it is regressive. And their tax burden is lower. And the important thing is that on all sorts of income, like dividend income, they are selling stocks, what is called capital gains, on gifts, etc. And quite often, hardly any taxes are paid. So I guess for really a reset, you should come up with a more comprehensive tax on capital income and really see what the rich, the few richest percent are really paying. And then we have to conclude as society whether we want that or whether we want to change the tax system.
And now a quick word on the Netherlands.
The Netherlands is still indeed avoiding, helping the other firms in a way, passively, that they don't raise the money. There will come a sort of tax, but the Netherlands could be much more stringent on all these letterbox companies, shell companies in the Netherlands, and trying to get them to close down. That they're not using tax benefits which are not really intended for these firms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Arjen. We're coming to the close of the session, but I hope we have still time for a few questions. That's great. And I think there will be. Here's a question.
There's a question online, if I have time. There's a question online by Marlene Welzijn. She's asking, In the system now, the perverse insight for internationally operating companies is that they take their employment to low-tax countries. So how may a new system get rid of this connection between creating jobs and paying taxes, and between dumping waste and employment?
Okay, who would like to take up this question? Or you maybe have a quick co-edit, that's the advantage of being here. Make it short and snappy.
I mean, it's a very comprehensive question, of course, including all things what multinationals doing regarding also the developing countries. Very important also here, I guess, is transparency to make it public what is happening here, and maybe the more richer countries should judge if you really want to help these developing countries. Maybe to have a ban on things like exporting waste, what multinationals are doing. Maybe the behavior what's now possible should be a little bit more restricted.
And Grace, you mentioned something like a new formula. Can you just briefly introduce that to the audience? Because is that a way out? It would be a change in the system that Tove was making a plea for, Grace?
Yeah, no, the formulaic approach that we are adopting or trying to get agreed in the context of digital taxation is one approach, and I think while it's not yet agreed, it would be a way to have greater objectivity in determining the tax amount. But I think the question that has been asked is a bit different, because the issue of jobs moving to other countries is not, I don't think, so much just about lower taxes in the other country. It has to do more with there are lower wages, less employee benefits, and so the companies will have to pay less. So that's why a lot of US companies have manufacturing in Mexico. It's nearby, but wages are lower, et cetera. So it's not always about the tax system. And again, I think this is where having, to the extent that there is an issue about tax, the fact that we're trying to establish a global minimum tax will help eliminate that incentive.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there one more question before we I look at the audience? Someone would like to raise a question? Yes, over there. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is to you, Mr. Tang. You place a lot of emphasis on the next elections, American elections. We all know probably the position of Donald Trump on taxes, but what indications are there that Joe Biden's position on the taxation of big tech companies? Is there any indication that his view is different?
Grace and Tove, why did I emphasize the US elections? Was I wrong to do so, or is it indeed makes it a lot of difference?
Well, I'll start. I would be very interested to hear what Tove has to say on that one. But I think we've already had indications, certainly, and not necessarily from Biden, but from the Democrats in the Senate and the House, in the Congress, where there is basically a bipartisan approach to this issue of taxing digital companies. And there they agree that there shouldn't be taxes targeted to US companies. They feel like the digital services taxes that have been enacted by several countries are really targeting US companies. Basically, these countries are not wanting to tax their own multinationals, and it's easier to tax the guy who's outside. And so I don't think, in terms of the broader landscape, that if Joe Biden is elected, that there will suddenly be a dramatic shift in the whole issue around digital taxation. I think what you will have, though, is more clarity about what the US position is, and to be able to negotiate a solution. I think right now, where we are in the throes of an electoral campaign, what we have seen in the current administration is that they are avoiding taking any hard decisions. If you look at the proposal by Secretary Mnuchin in December to create a safe harbor where companies could decide whether or not to go into the new system or not, that was a way really of not making a decision at all. After the election, whether it's Trump or Biden, there will be, you won't have that pressure of the campaign influencing the decisions. So I think that it will be easier to negotiate after the election, whoever wins.
See that you made a plea that you need a progressive alliance among countries. I assume it makes a difference whether Biden or Trump is elected or not.
Actually, not that much. I do agree with Grace that we're seeing surprisingly little difference. Just looking back, the Obama administration was not easy. On the one hand, they played a role in raising momentum on automatic information exchange. But they put the emphasis on making sure that Switzerland and other countries send information to the US. When it came to the United States sending information about who's hiding money in the US to the countries where these people are citizens, the US administration was much less cooperative. So I don't think we should ever expect that when it comes to international cooperation, the US will be easy to tackle. And of course, we see the US being difficult in many international negotiations. But indeed, the importance is to have a counterbalance to the US and have another group of countries that set the agenda. And we see this in many different types of UN negotiations, that the progressive alliances of smaller countries are very important to have as a counterbalance to the US. This is very much missing in the OECD negotiations at the moment. On the one hand, we have the minimum effective corporate tax discussion because the US opened up on that. But we also need to notice that the US minimum effective corporate tax is not effective. It's a very ineffective mechanism that they have put in place. And so it's important not to follow the United States in all aspects. And that makes it even more important that we get other countries in a position where they can get organized and be that alternative voice.
Thank you, Tove. And just one question before we know that the digital system shuts us out, which is great as a moderator because I don't have to watch the time. It will do it automatically. One last question. And keep it short and simple.
We are in Amsterdam. What are you doing about the tax evasion in Amsterdam as a council?
Who are you addressing this question to? Because I'm not sure there's a representative of the council here, but it's...
No, but you are a member of the Social Democratic Party of the Netherlands, Paul, and you are also member of the Labour in Amsterdam.
Oh, this question is directed to me, to the moderator. That's not fair. We are addressing questions to the panel, girl.
I will rephrase the question. It's a question: what can big cities like Dublin, Amsterdam, and Luxembourg do for tax justice now?
What can we do? Can I rephrase it a bit more and open up? What can we do as citizens or as communities or as municipalities do against tax avoidance if we want to do that? That's a great question. Who would like to take that up? Arjen?
Yes, thanks a lot to take it up. Of course, it's a lot about national tax systems, so cities cannot change them. But we know that all these professional advisors and relevant firms concentrate in certain cities. And we also know that they feel very welcome at this point in time. So if cities indeed do not want that, I guess they should say we feel less welcome. Be more difficult with all kinds of licenses, which is necessary, that kind of thing. So it's a kind of little bit opposition. And of course, what others can do, of course, the people living in the cities is to protest. But of course, they do not have, of course, the policy means to change it.
Okay, I see a new movement start, to kick out the tax advice, so that's interesting. Tove, you're working with NGOs. How do you engage people in your agenda?
Now, this is a super important question, because if we are to change the system, it's very, very important to also have people taking action in the countries where we see less constructive positions. We work with the organizations in the Netherlands, in Luxembourg, in Ireland, and they are campaigning for the countries to change positions. But I would re-emphasize, if we were able to see what the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Ireland are actually doing in the secret negotiations in the EU or the OECD, we would have more to campaign on. So, but already today, there are a number of organizations that are engaged in a campaign for tax justice. And so point number one is to go online and see the campaigns and join them.
And I think this brings us, thank you Tove, and I think this brings us near, or maybe we're already interrupted by the digital system, and I don't know. We're still on, but I would like to thank the panel, and could you give a big round of applause to them? Thank you very much. Thank you, Grace, thank you, Tove, and thank you, Arjen. I think we learned that the OECD does good work, interesting and good work, but may not be enough, or it's not enough to do a reset. What we need is a broader reset to rethink our system of income taxation, corporate taxation, and also wealth taxation, because it's no doubt that not this year and in this coming election in the Netherlands, but also in the years thereafter, there will be one of the central questions will be, who will pay the bill of this crisis? And if we want to have this done in a fair way, we need to rethink our tax system and also campaign for that, starting by kicking out the tax advices in Amsterdam. That would be a great start. Thank you very much for listening and watching. Bye-bye.
May I invite you to take your seats. Thank you very much, Paul, for moderating a very interesting panel. And as I step back up the stage, I am going to introduce our two youngest speakers of today, because we cannot talk about a reset if we don't talk with and listen to, especially, the next generation. And the next generation of progressive leaders is now joining us on stage. Please, I want to hear it for Luna and Anna.
I'm Luna, this is Anna. Anna, who are you?
I'm Anna. I'm a Secretary General of Young European Socialists. That is umbrella organization of Social Democratic, Socialist and Labour Party youth and student organizations.
Exactly. And we are the voice of young socialists in Europe, the entirety of Europe for Anna, and in the Netherlands for me. And I think this is a great moment at the start of the post-corona recession, at the start of rebuilding after the coronavirus, to start with a reset, a large reset. Because we've seen after the coronavirus epidemic, after the pandemic, that a lot of things have stopped. A lot of people's jobs have gone. A lot of people's organizations, activities, a lot of things have stopped. But this isn't a reset yet, because people still have their houses. They still have to pay for their groceries, which aren't getting any cheaper. They still have to pay their mortgage, which isn't getting any cheaper either. And they still have to have healthcare, which isn't getting any cheaper. It's time that we make those cheaper as well. It's time we reset the costs. It's time we reset the way we run our economy. This is a great moment to do so, because we are now in a position across Europe where everyone is ready to do something radical, where everyone is ready to pick up the slack, to start spending money and do things in a very different way. And I think the coronavirus pandemic has given us not just the opportunity, but also the reason to really rethink as a continent, but also as a nation, how we organize our societies and how we decide to live our lives. Anna, take it away.
Thank you. First of all, I would say that I'm very pleased to be here and to be international guest of the event. And I'm also very pleased to see a lot of young people in the room. I must say, when we are talking about the crisis, about pandemics, I think that there is no doubt that young people are the ones who are most affected from this crisis. 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, it was still us, early 20s or in our late teens, when the crisis happened. So we were the ones who really got hit hardest on that times. And then 10 years after, and when we are taking the first important steps in our careers, are still the ones who are most affected at the moment. And today, when I was listening to all these interesting speakers we had today, we were covering a lot of topics. But I would say that all of the topics that has been discussed here, starting from taxation, livable cities, employment, they are all youth issues because young people are everywhere. Young people are affected. And therefore, for this, I think that young people need to be included. We have to have a seat at the table. That is the most important. We have to have a say when it comes to solutions. And specifically, I would like to focus on the employment issues. There have been a discussion here before about the precarious works. We saw that in the times of crisis, it was the young people doing still working in precarious jobs, like, for example, Uber Eats or some kind of courier services. It's mostly young people of our age who are doing those services. And in the time of the crisis and in the time of this type of the jobs, it is very hard to unionize young people. It is very hard to create the workers' identity for them. And therefore, here where I see our parties, the progressive, socialist, social democratic parties need to have a say and to step in. I think that we have to be a platform, a common ground for these people, to unionize them, to create this identity. So this is my message to the audience and to the ones being online.
If there's any generation that's ready to take up the challenge, I think it's us. I think it's the generation of Greta Thunberg, the generation that stands to protest climate change, to protest that we have to act now. And we don't need to act just on climate change. We need to act on social security. We need to act on the coronavirus pandemic. And we need to act on housing, healthcare, education. These are the things that we will fight for. And these are the things that we are ready to fight for. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now coffee break until 4:15. Please be here back at 4:15. You know the protocol by now, so please exit through the right, to the left, and to the back. And then we will see you here back at 4:15 for M-Pet for Diederik Samsom under the leadership of Louise van Schaik. Thank you very much. See you later.
I don't live in California, I'll inform you that's not where I reside. I'm just a tenant paying rent inside this body, and I got two windows, and those windows, well, I call them my eyes. I'm just going where the wind blows, I don't get to decide. Sometimes I think too much, yeah, I get so caught up. I'm always stuck in my head. I wish I could escape, I tried to yesterday. Took all the sheets off my bed. Then I tied up my linen with 5 strips of ribbon I found. Scaled the side of the building, I ran to the hill so they found me. And they put me back in my cell, all by myself, alone with my thoughts again. Guess my mind is a prison and I'm never gonna get out. So they tranquilize me, analyze me, threw me back in my cage. Then they tied me to an ivy, told me I was insane. I'm a prisoner, a visitor inside of my brain. And no matter what I do, they try to keep me in chains. Sometimes I think too much, yeah, I get so caught up. I'm always stuck in my head.
Test, headset 3, check.
Took all the sheets off my bed. Then I tied up my linen with 5 strips of ribbon I found. Scaled the side of the building, I ran to the hill so they found me. And they put me back in my cell, all by myself, alone with my thoughts again. Guess my mind is a prison and I'm never gonna get out. Said even if it's true, no matter what I do, I'm never gonna escape. I won't give up on hope, secure another rope and try for another day. Said even if it's true, no matter what I do, I'm never gonna escape. I won't give up on hope, secure another rope and try for another day. Then I tied up my linen with 5 strips of ribbon I found. Scaled the side of the building, I ran to the hill so they found me. And they put me back in my cell, all by myself, alone with my thoughts again. Guess my mind is a prison and I'm never gonna get out.
If I thought it was simple, then I think that I did. I guess I learned it the hard way with you. Had it all calculated, colored blackboards all white, and the numbers should lead me to you. But it can't be true. We put a man on the moon, but I can't even get close to you. I could keep on fighting and try to fix my mistakes, but I know that it won't change a thing. 'Cause you're unsolvable, unsolvable. There ain't no solution, nobody gets to your heart. You are unsolvable, unsolvable. Just a broken equation, nobody gets to your heart. I could make you laugh all night, pay for all of your drinks, but a stranger would run with your love. There's no math to your logic, no code I can crack. I guess I'm just part of the act. But it can't be true. We put a man on the moon, but I can't even get close to you. I could keep on fighting and try to fix my mistakes, but I know that it won't change a thing. 'Cause you're unsolvable, unsolvable. There ain't no solution, nobody gets to your heart. You are unsolvable, unsolvable. Just a broken equation, nobody gets to your heart. I don't understand you, don't know what you're trying to prove. Will I ever get through? What more can I do? I don't understand you, just put a little faith in me and tell me what I can do. 'Cause you're unsolvable, unsolvable. There ain't no solution. nobody gets to your heart. You are unsolvable, unsolvable. Just a broken equation, nobody gets to your heart. Make your bed, eat some toast. If reminding's what you needed, then here's your post-it note. Sing a new song that's been there all along. Throw it out into the distance. There's no way to sing it wrong.
Welcome back, everyone. And for those of you joining in later, my name is Kirsten van den Hul, in daily life an MP for the Dutch Labour Party, and today your host in this Reset conference. It is time for our last panel of today. And with some very interesting background sounds, I would like to introduce the next panel, and that is, are we radical enough for the green transition? It will be moderated by Louise van Schaik, and we will have as online participants, as digital participants, Anne Pettiflor and Diederik Samsom, who will be introduced by Louise later on. But we will kick off with a statement by Vincenzo Amendola, who is Minister for European Affairs and coordinator for the implementation of the recovery plan from Italy. The floor is yours.
Dear comrades, I would like to send all my warmest greetings to your gathering, to your meeting, especially to our two leaders, Sergei and Ludwig, that organized this event, together with FEPS, with all the progressive and socialist family all around Europe. My best regards to a meeting that is coming and is taking place in a moment of big transformation of the European Union. Of course, we are coming out from a big risk and a tragedy for all the loss that we had in the last months, and for the risk that we are still confronting on the issue of COVID-19. But I would like to send a message also of working together, because the message that arrived also from the meeting, the last council on the 21st of July, is a message that sends a signal, not just around the 27 capital, but also all over the world. Europe, for the first time, is united. European Central Bank, European Commission, European Council, and with the stronger position of the European Parliament that is judging all these events, that we are working all together to take some measures for this pandemic tragedy that we are living, and especially to avoid the social divergency among the Europeans. Our first goal during the crisis 4 months ago was to defend the European market union, to defend the labor market possibilities and opportunities, and to defend also our industrial capability to be more competitive around the world. We were deciding during the last years to focus on Green Deal as a way to have European Union in the front line of a different multilateral economical vision. We were deciding, of course, to change our economical structure in a more sustainable way. We are very happy that even during the crisis and going out from this economical crisis, Europe is maintaining this guideline, because those are part of our political horizon as progressive. But this is also a brave choice for the Europeans in order to achieve a different global order in the next years. Green Deal was at the core of our electoral campaign. Green Deal is the base of many government alliances programs, like in Italy. And what we are discussing now, of course, is a recovery plan for the continent to fight the recession, but is also to go on in what we have decided months ago. We have to be honest, even among the socialist and the progressive family, we had many discussions in the last 4 months. There was sometimes no unity, because we thought, as Italian Democrats, for example, together with European Socialist Party, with European Parliamentary Group, that was necessary in these months, looking at the reality of the economical recession, to take different decisions and to be stronger. Like we did with Sure, thanks to Paolo Gentiloni and Nicola Schmidt, like we did reaching an agreement on creating this next generation that is fueled by bond, common debt, in order to help the solidarity and the common interest among the Europeans. We know that there were decisions and that some countries and some comrades didn't disagree. But now let's look at the reality. Among all the continent, the European Union took an alliance and created a front between Commission, Central Bank, and Council and Parliament that is creating a quick answer to this crisis. And we have to go straight on this line. Our message, of course, is that our main challenges, digital, green, social cohesion, even if we lived these 4 months of crisis with COVID-19, should and must remain at the forefront of the action that we have to take in the next year. And we know that this transition will be tough, because the twinning between green and digital is creating in our industrial basis, in our labor market organization, many fear in terms of transformation, in terms of also losing some possibilities. But we have to work, because the destiny also of Europe should stay in the line of being the continent that is challenging the global order in terms of reversing the sustainable economical base, and also looking at the future with more capability of social cohesion. Regarding the national level, we are working since the agreement in order to draw a plan. We are looking at the amount of resources that we decided to share among the European, using the same guideline, as I mentioned, green, digital and cohesion. At the same moment, to tailor this plan in order to boost political and institutional reform in the country. Is a big opportunity. Is a big opportunity for us as Italians to modernize our country, to have it a change that gives us much more cohesion, but also change the structural delay that we had in our economy, in our institutional level. So this is the role of each government. Try to use this European unity in order to develop changes. The vision is the same. We decided all together, and as progressive, we have to be absolutely happy that these guidelines are part of our vision. At the same moment, this is a unique opportunity in order to perform reforms in our countries. 27 plan will be important because will be a challenge how we can reach better the goals that are in front of us, how we can reach the climate neutrality sooner, how we can modernize our social economical structure in terms of more cohesion and social justice. For this, we are working together also with the Commission from mid-October on in order to formalize all the plan and to formalize all the action that I have to be clear in terms of timetable, in terms of investing money that are European money in order to achieve our common goal. The work that we are doing, as I mentioned, as Italian government, is a part of a common goal. 27 countries agreed, and we are working now, waiting for the European Parliament decision, to boost next generation together with the MFF, with the multi-financial framework for the next years. But those resources, they have to be directed, as I mentioned, for the next generation of Italian people, next generation of the European. We lived 4 months where fear, loneliness, and sometimes even problems in terms of social cohesion have shaken all the government in terms of their decision day by day. Nowadays, using this timetable and this framework of agreement and this signal of unity of the European Union, we can try at the same moment to win this fear that is still present in our society and to look with more trust to the future in terms of investment, development and also social cohesion. There are chapters that have to go all over along the same path. At the same moment, as I mentioned, for us progressive, there is something that makes us proud to have won in terms of cultural and political guideline, the main issue of the European horizon. At the same moment, of course, we have to present and perform as government, as party in the next political battle, that we are the most reliable forces to achieve and to make it real in terms of objective, in terms of achievement. Dear friends, dear comrades, thanks once again for the invitation. We have some lesson learned from the last 4 months as socialist and progressive. First of all, we have to be proud, because as I said, our main goal that we presented in the last electoral campaign with our Franz Timmermans, they are realized. They are in the forefront of the European agenda. And this is our victory in terms of cultural and political identity that we have to be honestly happy for it. At the same moment, now we have the second challenge to realize, to show that we are the best leadership in terms of government, party, in terms of political battle. We are the best leadership to realize and to make it concrete and to show that our vision is also a way to transform the European economy. To transform the European economy and to make it even much more stronger in terms of respect of democratic value that all over the 27 country is missing in some cases. Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you very much for the European Socialist Party, and a big hugs to Ludwig and to all the friends of the Labour Party of Netherlands.
Grazie, and grazie Vincenzo. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for the next half hour, Ms. Louise van Schaik, head of the EU Policy Department at Klingendaal Institute. The floor is yours, Louise.
Thank you so much. I hope the microphone is working. Yes, it seems to be the case. Are we radical enough on the green transition? Can I maybe see hands? Are you radical enough? Amendola was very positive. Yeah. Who thinks we are radical enough? Is there anyone in this room that thinks we're already doing enough? It's already moving into the right direction. So, yeah, you almost think that we're nearly there. Yeah. Oh, nice. I just spoke with the two speakers of today, and Patty Voor and Diederik Samson. And Diederik Samson told me I always want to stay an optimist. So I think we will also hear from him how he sees the change that are envisaged. Let's see if we can bring the speakers on the screen here. Yes, I see them all there in the corner. So the first speaker of this panel is Anne Pettifor, and she is the director of Prime, which is the policy research in macroeconomics, and she's an economist, and she has been one of these people that was always a bit ahead of the curve in seeing new trends, and that was also the case with the Green Deal. She wrote a book, The Case of the Green Deal, and afterwards it became really popular in fashion in the US and afterwards also in Europe. And then I will introduce Diederik after her introduction. Please, Anne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Louise. Can you hear me? Yeah? First of all, I'm really thrilled to be here. This is a great privilege to be speaking with you and to you, and to hear Vincenzo Amendola speak as well. So thank you for that. Are we being radical enough on the green transition? My answer is very clear: no, we're not. I'm very clear that we need system change, not climate change. And we're not getting system change yet. And I'm speaking here in a global sense. If we look around the world, we see that something like 6.5% of global GDP, according to the IMF, $5.2 trillion is being gifted, is being provided by governments in the form of subsidies to the fossil fuel sector. That is a big number and an enormous amount of money. And then we see that since the Paris Agreement in 2015, 35 of the world's biggest banks have lent $2.7 trillion to oil, gas, and coal companies, right? So, you know, while recently BP announced a big change in their strategy, and also we know that Peabody are talking about exiting from thermal coal, there are promising developments out there. But if we are throwing all this money at fossil fuels and not thinking about withdrawing A, those subsidies, and B, those loans, and directing them instead into the Green Deal, then we cannot tackle this challenge, which is a global challenge. So I'm going to argue that no, we're not being radical enough at a global level. At a European level, I'm very excited. You know, while I know that the German government is talking about a $40 billion green recovery fund, and the French government are talking about a 30 billion euro recovery fund. That is exciting to me, especially coming from Britain as I do, where my government is considering £3 billion for a green efficiency fund in its next budget. So we are way behind where Europe is at the moment. So that is exciting for me and inspiring, and I hope we can build on that.
To this issue of the Commission willing to go for the Green Deal and putting it at the heart of the recovery package. But of course, a lot of the effort in the recovery is also being implemented at the member states level. And there, of course, it's the question, are they dropping the car industry? What about the support to the airlines and so on and so forth? So I'm really pleased that we have Diederik Samson here, the architect, according to some or to many of the Green Deal plans, with a long track record here in Dutch politics with the Social Democrats, and also background in the Green NGO movement. Currently the head of cabinet of Commission Vice President Frans Timmermans, and now with us from Brussels. Diederik, my pleasure to give you the floor, please.
Well, thank you very much, Louise, and thanks, Anne, for your introduction. I happen to notice that choosing this white void as a background, I sort of amplify the difference between the professor who has a lot of books and this completely neutral civil servant from the European Commission in its ivory tower. But today I'm going to speak to you as a staunch social democrat. You know, that group of people that have ideals and distinguish themselves from other people with ideals by wanting to deliver on them, and also having shown to be able to deliver on them. So I would like to rephrase the question of this session a little. Are we radical enough? The most important question is, can we deliver on the ambitions and the ideals of a green future, the Green Deal, the green recovery? And I can tell you, dear comrades, we've never been closer to the opportunity to show that we can. 6 months or 9 months ago, which seems like an eternity in this COVID times and age, 9 months ago, we delivered a Green Deal for Europe. And at that time, it distinguished itself from normal environmental policies in many ways. But one important way it distinguished itself was that was actually not an environmental policy or not a loan. It was an investment plan. It was a growth strategy for the future of Europe. And I remember that because we got some flack from the environmental movement for presenting an environmental policy as a growth strategy, because that's dangerous in the classical terms. But I'm happy we did. And I'm even more happy right now because 9 months on, we have been crashed by COVID. And the European community, and actually the world as a whole, is looking for investment plans to recover from this economic crash. Well, in Europe, we don't have to look any further. There's the European Green Deal. That's your investment plan. Don't look further, try to implement it. And that's exactly what we did. So I'm happy to tell you that we succeeded in putting the Green Deal in the heart of the recovery plans, the next generation EU plan that Vincenzo already outlined specifically for Italy, but for Europe as a whole. And now we have the enormous challenge of delivering on it. And that's where we come in as Social Democrats. If we are able in the coming years, because this is a project for the next years and even for the next decades, but if we are able to show in the coming years that it is possible to invest yourself out of a crisis, not by building back the old stuff, but by building back better, by building back a new green economy that is also just and fair, because that's an essential element of the Green Deal. If we are able to do so, we are able to show what we're worth as Social Democrats. So to conclude this short summary, we have never been closer to making reality what the essence of our ideals are. In the European terms, a more fair, just, and sustainable future.
Thank you, Diederik. Thank you, Anne, for your fantastic introductions. So, Anne, you were already mentioning that maybe the UK nowadays is a bit behind in comparison to the EU's Green New Deal, whereas maybe in the past they were more at the front. How do you see this develop in the coming year, now in the after COVID period?
Well, I would like to be positive, and to be honest, this government hasn't yet fully shown its hand. Boris Johnson's government hasn't shown their hand in full as to what they plan to do on the climate. But I am rather pessimistic because they believe that free markets, innovation and prosperity can protect the planet. And we know very well that that is totally unrealistic. Also, this is a government which doesn't have a plan. I mean, what we learned from the pandemic was a climate crisis in the sense that we were stripping nature. Because we stripped nature of its habitats, we found ourselves in conflict with the animal world, and that's why we got the pandemic. We weren't prepared for that. The British government wasn't prepared for that. And there's very little sign that it's prepared for the next shock. And I think the government is believing that it's dealing with the current shock without understanding that the next shock is going to be, if this was a tidal wave, if the pandemic was a tidal wave, then the next climate shock is going to be a tsunami, and the government's not prepared. And it's just reactive. And the thing that really worries us on the left, in the Labour Party, is that the government has just appointed an Australian, Tony Abbott, as a chief trade or as an advisor on trade. And we know that he's a climate skeptic. And we also know that he would do a deal with Trump's administration tomorrow to weaken our regulatory framework. So, there are very worrying developments out there.
That's that's a bit a bleak picture. In general, because you are looking really at this issue from a longer term macroeconomic perspective, what do you consider most important? So basically the focus is now very much on the public investment side, and also on how to deal in the just transition with the losers of the energy transition, both citizens and sectors that may lose out, and how to compensate them. But is this the most important to secure this result that Diederik Samson was talking about? Or is it more about shifting the financial investments of the pension funds? That was discussed also in the previous breakout session in which I participated. Or is it more about a proactive EU industrial policy, or in research and innovation in the energy transition, or pricing greenhouse gas emissions, top-down regulation, or something else? I'm always wondering, what is the most smart thing that we should do now in addition to the investment package that we have?
For me, the big thing is I'm against carbon taxes. I think that the Gilets jaunes in France had a real point, which was that we're asking them to do something different without providing society with alternatives. So we're beginning to punish people for their emissions or for their whatever, but we're not providing them with alternatives. For me, an absolute priority is public investment to transform three big areas of the economy: energy, transport, land use, and may I also say four, actually, the caring sector. We have to we've discovered from the pandemic that actually if we do not upgrade and support our carers and our health workers, we can die. It's really important. And those sectors have to be transformed before we begin to tax users and consumers. That is my view. And that means it's got to be public investment. And public investment has to be affordable for states, for the European Commission, in order for it to be sustainable. And for that reason, I feel very strongly that we have to subordinate the interests of the finance sector to the interest, if you like, of the ecosystem, to put it very crudely. We need to make it possible for governments to be able to finance this. And I like the Italian minister, am very excited by the recent unity demonstrated across Europe, and the fact that Europe is edging its way towards a safe asset, and that it's going to, it's going to become, if you like, a more sensible provider of finance for the European states as there's this huge shock that's coming. And that's encouraging. We have to do that.
Thank you. So no taxation. Well, that actually brings me to an issue which we discussed when I met Diederik Samson in The Hague in February of this year. The carbon border tax that is included in the ideas for the Green New Deal, and that is now also included in the recovery package as a source of income for the EU. But the specifics, the proposal is still in the making. I always wonder how this specific measure might impact, potentially also on the relationship with the UK, but also how, in general, you see it in relationship to the EU's recovery, industrial policy, strategic autonomy of the EU, and also our international credibility in the climate negotiations. Because it's the first time that we will really use the EU's trade power for the climate objectives. So Diederik, would you perhaps say a few words on how you view this, the use of this instrument?
Well, yes. You see, Europe has always harnessed the principle of leading by example in terms of the climate policies in the world negotiation framework, the UNFCCC. So Europe was always in front and said, well, we will take the first steps and then we hope that others will follow, which is true, but it has its limits. And now that we have the ambition to step up our own efforts even further, which will be announced this month by the Commission to step up our climate target from at least 40% emission reductions in 2030 to at least 50 to 55%, which is a huge, it's almost a doubling of our effort. We need to increase our toolbox a little. We need to be able to say to the rest of the world, yes, we lead by example, but if you dare not to follow, if you go another way and you stick to that other way, we need to protect our own industry also. And that's where the carbon border adjustment comes in. It's a simple principle. If a slab of steel from, let's say, China, by example, let's say China comes into Europe and that slab of steel is made with a huge, bigger carbon footprint than what the European steel makers do, then that slab of steel has to buy a few CO2 allowances to get in. Into Europe, and that's where you adjust the carbon footprint. That's where the carbon border adjustment comes in. It's not a tool to create money, by the way. That's just a secondary benefit. Now with the Council, the European Council, proposing this instrument as a way to create resources to pay off the debts that Corona will incur, that new dimension creates, well, opportunity, because now all of a sudden it's politically very important, but it also creates quite a new complication. But we will be able to deal with that. 30,000 very smart civil servants will work out a carbon border adjustment mechanism that serves the purposes of the climate and also the financing needs of Europe.
It's fascinating. Also, that together with the plastics tax, that will be the own sources of income for the EU, whereas traditionally they always had to rely on this money that was paid by the member states to the EU level. I actually wanted to open up the floor and to see if there's questions for Anne Petitfor and Diederik Samson. I see Tim waving. Tim, please.
Thank you very much. We have a question from an online participant. Her name is Barbara Omen. She asks, in delivering on the Green Deal, everyone has to be on board. Here, local and regional authorities are often much more progressive than national governments and in closer contact with their constituencies. How can local politicians team up with Brussels in ensuring, bottom-up, boots on the ground, the system change that we need?
Yeah. Are there mechanisms for the local politicians, the local leaders, to connect directly to the EU level? Diederik, perhaps I can ask you to come in.
Yes, we clearly identified that need because Barbara is right. It's most of the time it's local governments that make the difference. Not only because they're more progressive, but more importantly because they are there. They do the stuff on the ground. So we try to develop a concept in which we can align each other, we can meet each other, we can inspire each other out of the formal regulations and directives. And it's called the Climate Pact. It's that huge framework of cooperation between all kinds of governments, national, international, but also regional and local, and citizens, in order to work together. It's still under development, and this is where COVID-19 really created some damage and delay, because you have to meet each other to make this happen. But I'm certain that we will pick it up where we left it in March as soon as possible and make a success out of this.
Right, thank you. Let's see in the room here, are there other questions? Anybody wants to come in? Well, I actually wanted to ask Anne Petitfor. I've seen that you've done quite a bit of work on debt, on sovereign debt, and you were also among the people that already in 2006 basically saw that the debt issue was becoming a really big issue, so ahead of the financial crash. And now, of course, there's again this worry about, the government lending and the interest rate being at such a low point. How is this interfering with the Green Deal ambitions, or is this posing new risks or rather opportunities? How do you view this, please?
I'm glad that you've asked that question, Louise, because it's absolutely fundamental. We have very high levels of sovereign debt, out of balance. We have economies, if you like, that are out of balance for a simple reason. And that has to do with the weakness and the failure of the economy, right? If you look at Italy and Spain, they have such high levels of unemployment, especially amongst the youth. And when you have spare capacity in the economy, when you have an economy that isn't properly utilized, where its people are not fully employed, you will get imbalances in your public finances. You will build up sovereign debt. And the best way to pay down the sovereign debt is just this. It's while I'm in favor of the carbon adjustment, the border adjustment tax and the plastics tax, the best way to tax revenues to pay down sovereign debt is to create employment. If we had full employment, people would be paying more tax. They would be getting more income, and there would be more tax revenues. It appears a simple answer, but it is the only answer. In Britain, after the war, we had here 250% of debt to GDP. It was massive, right? And the first thing the Labour government did in 1945 was to begin to spend. They spent on building a health service, they spent on building housing, they spent on building an education system, and they nationalized institutions. They created employment, and very swiftly the percentage of the debt came down. So it's employment that will pay down sovereign debts, and it's full employment of the resources of Italy's economy that will reduce Italy's debt. Really, that's the most important thing we can do, and we must think about. But that fits with the Green Deal, because the Green Deal has to be a labor-intensive activity, basically. We have to substitute labor, in a sense, for fossil fuels. We have to get out of our cars and onto our bicycles. We have to use labor, where in the past we relied on fossil fuels to drive things. So that's why the Green Deal should be potentially so exciting for the labor movement and for those who want a just transition.
Okay, so Diederik, we're now also awaiting the new plans for the 2030 package, and all the lobbyists in Brussels are looking into the impact assessment that's being made. You probably have already seen a draft of that. And do you think, can you already maybe say something about if the employment coming out of the new package was positive or yeah, because that's of course always also part of the story of the green economy, that you create more and different jobs in the renovation sector, in the renewables sector. Is there a story there to tell? Please.
Yeah, well, without revealing too many details, but obviously we started this impact assessment to answer our premise that this is really an investment plan for the benefit of Europe. And I can already tell you, without spoiling the outcome, that the answer of the investment plan, of the impact assessment, is that indeed this is an investment plan that can benefit Europe and Europeans. But then the boring stuff starts, provided that you do it right. And that means not only investing and investing in the right types of new technologies, innovative and sustainable, but also redistribution. The income, the consequences for households of this transition will be huge if we do not take care of income redistribution the way we did in the past, but we have to do that even better in the future. If we do that, this investment plan does not only create a more sustainable future, but also less income inequality, so more income equality, more fairness, more justice, and more jobs. But that's also what I said in my introduction. That's all on paper. That's all in theory. That's all the ideals that you can write about. The stuff that you have to do in the next few years and in the next decades, that's where we come in as Social Democrats, because that's the hard part.
All right, thank you. We have to go to the closure of this session already, but I wanted to ask in the room here, are there already people working in the green economy? Do we already see jobs? 2 out of 50. We're very modest with the people that are allowed here during the COVID rules. Because that will be the proof in the pudding, of course, and also if the young people will be able to find employment there, and also in the countries which are now hardest hit with the youth employment rates. All right, I think we unfortunately have to come to the end of this session, but I would really like to thank you, Anne Petitfour, the ideas architect of the Green Deal, and Diederik Samson, probably the architect of the EU Green Deal, of course in cooperation with others, but playing a very central role in that. Thank you so much for participating online. I'm glad the system worked, and that we were also able to reconnect to Vicente Amendola. Yeah, now we will go to the final session of the conference with the political leader of the Labour Party here in the Netherlands. So I will give back the floor to Kirsten. Yeah.
Please stay with me on stage for a second. I would like to, of course, thank you very much to Anne and Diederik, and thank you, Louise. Before we go, we discussed, I don't know if you were here, but we had a few young people with us on stage. The leader of the Young Socialists of the Netherlands, and we had the leader of the Young European Socialists here on stage. Now, we've seen a very broad movement of youth protest across Europe, actually, asking for asking for a Green Deal, asking for, for a sustainable future for Europe. Do you think that it will be easier to realize this in the years to come? Do you think that the future generations are actually more ready, maybe, for this radical Green Deal than maybe the current people keeping the status quo?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was just talking over lunch with other people that when I graduated in my generation, the top employer in the Netherlands still was Shell.
Yeah.
Now, all the people that study in the universities are going into the green technologies, the new sectors. This is in fashion, and it's not only in fashion among the more leftish young people, but it's also in fashion across the board is my impression, and also the young people we have at Klingendaal. If we have a vacancy for the climate change work that we do, for an internship, for instance, it's amazing what we receive, and also the motivations of people who want to work in this sector. Of course, there is also the reality later on kicking in that people want to have this income.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be able to buy this house. They want to have their children living up without money issues being at stake. So I think it also has to be proven that all the jobs in the sector will be paying off. But yeah, I would not see why. In this respect, of course, there is a different model in the economy.
Mm-hmm.
The margins, for instance, in the renewable sector and the whole business model, except perhaps from hydrogen, which is maybe explaining also why it's so popular among some circles. But in other renewable sectors, it's different. So it may mean that, let's say, the top jobs with the super high incomes in the energy sectors will be something of the past in 20 years.
We'll see. But if I hear between the lines, you are an optimist.
I'm definitely an optimist. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that optimism, and let's hear it once more for Louise van Schaik. Thank you very much. Our next speaker actually started his political career in this city, in the wonderful city of Amsterdam. And he then moved on to The Hague, our administrative capital, where he actually became Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Social Affairs and Employment. And currently he is the leader of the Partij van de Arbeid, the Dutch Labour Party, and an esteemed colleague in the House of Parliament. Last year he worked on an essay called Waking Up at the Lloyd Hotel, which discussed ideas about the future of the Netherlands, a future which would claim back the power of the market and talk about the power of the people. But then Corona happened, and that brought actually to the forefront a whole new discussion, a whole new reset, a reset of power and principles. Of course, the pandemic has had terrible outcomes, but as we've heard today, it also offers an opportunity to look at a new horizon. And to share some of those views to a new horizon, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you, and please welcome him with a round of applause, Lodewijk Asscher.
Thank you, Kirsten. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start by thanking everybody who was involved in organizing today. I just came back from a big manifestation in The Hague, Meer dan Applaus, where we were actually protesting the fact that our healthcare workers aren't paid more decent. So I haven't been able to follow all of the earlier sessions and the debates, but from what I've heard and what I've seen, it has been a very inspiring and energizing day. And it's important. Since the outbreak of the corona pandemic, the world seems to have been turned upside down. And basic things that we never considered to be special all of a sudden became extraordinary. To be able to go out without restrictions, to walk your kids to their classroom, to hug a parent or a friend, to be able to see all of you, not through a screen, but in real life. Clearly, we are living in not normal times. And so it is quite understandable that many people long for return to the life we had before the pandemic, to return back to normal. And I do too. As a father, as a son, it's my mother's birthday today, as a friend, but at the same time I know that it is impossible to just turn back the clock to the times before Corona. And even if it were possible, I wouldn't want the world to be exactly the same as it was. In the past decades, we've seen things as natural or normal that are actually very questionable and sometimes wrong. The balance between a well-funded public services versus the accumulation of corporate and private wealth. A system that makes pollution profitable. A system that tells people that good fortune and bad luck are just self-earned or self-inflicted. A system in which too many social and economic risks are carried by workers and families. And a system in which voices of the many were too often neglected by the powerful few. So for me, as a progressive, as a social democrat, going back to normal cannot be the answer to the corona crisis. The corona crisis is a health crisis, an economic crisis, and a social crisis all at the same time. And we were already facing a climate crisis. Solving one without the other would only bring temporary and partial relief, but it will not make our society stronger, fairer, and more sustainable. It is clear to me that if we respond in the wrong way now, inequality and uncertainty will only increase after the crisis, especially for normal working families and the people that are already vulnerable. So I believe this is the moment to set out an agenda to emerge from this crisis in a fair and decent manner. We may not know what will happen in the next months or years, but we do know the values and ideals that should guide us towards a better future. The choices we make today, getting back to our feet in a wounded world, will determine what our lives will look like for decades to come. And this will require bold policies, but also policies that are long overdue. If we choose a different, new and clean economy with an active role for government, each one of us can once again be sure of a decent basic existence and each child of a better future. Shareholder capitalism, as we know it, needs to be reined in. The coronavirus shows that we are all vulnerable, but that it is the people who are already at a disadvantage who are hit the hardest, because they are at a higher risk as frontline workers, because their underlying health is often poorer. We are emerging from an era in which the market was king, the individual the solution, and the state the problem. The system of free market thinking that has held sway for 40 years is technically and morally bankrupt. An economy which benefits only a small group of people while the rest of humanity and the planet are paying the price is no longer sustainable. On the contrary, the idea that chasing our self-interest would make us all better off, greed is good, has only left humans, the planet, and society worse off. The corona crisis shows that the winner-takes-most economy is failing. And once again, it's flex workers and the self-employed who are being hardest hit. This is a privatization of social risk. I think we're dealing with a system that has, in fact, run its course. And the question then is, how do we move forward from here? I believe our society should be built on the understanding that we all rely on each other. We share a single planet. We share the same country. We're all part of our local and regional communities. And therefore, in a world full of uncertainties, both prosperity as well as risk should be distributed fairly. As one rather famous economist once said, the only true and sustainable prosperity is shared prosperity. So what is needed then? First of all, let's not fall for the false trade-off that is often sketched between public health on the one hand and the economy on the other. The most important thing for our health and the economy is to control the virus and keep our health system functioning for all the other care that is needed. Second, we cannot accept rising unemployment as a permanent result from this crisis. It's an ideological delusion to imagine that everyone is able to save up sufficient buffers in financial and human capital to be protected against setbacks like this. For me, this is also one of the main lessons we need to learn from the financial crisis. As a Minister of Social Affairs during that previous crisis, I've seen that it is crucial to keep people at work, because simply too many people do not recover from the blow of losing one's job. So instead of firing people and telling them that they need to educate themselves to work in a different sector, let's give people a work guarantee. With this plan, current employers, new employers and the government split the bill and work together to make sure employees can find new jobs in other sectors without losing their income. And this is possible. The Dutch airline KLM is now giving employees the opportunity to be trained for jobs in the elderly care sector. Hundreds of workers have already applied for a smooth transition from their current job into a new job. A work guarantee works for employees and society as a whole. Third, this crisis needs a government that is prepared to invest and prepared to take charge. All too often during crisis, rescue packages meant more for business and shareholders, while ordinary households suffered for the cost through budget cuts and tax increases. I believe this is another big lesson from the global financial crisis. This time around, let's do it differently. Let's learn that lesson. This is not a time for austerity. This is a time to invest. Let's seize this moment to invest in public service workers, in good education, in a carbon-free economy, in state-of-the-art public transport and infrastructure. It creates jobs and makes our societies more fair, more decent and more sustainable. In fact, more ready for the future. These investments also enable us to take back control in the economy. The land belongs to all of us, not to speculators. Data and information belong to all of us, not to tech companies and app developers. Medicine should be affordable for everyone, not just the lucky ones. Access to land, information and medicine should never be a monopoly. And it is the government's job to make sure that this doesn't happen. Lastly, a fair distribution of income and risk means a new social contract with companies. The massive support offered to companies at the current time must be conditional. And the public should have a say in ensuring that companies on support serve society as a whole in the future. Receiving support now means cutting bonuses and salaries at the top of the organization. Receiving support now means keeping people employed and giving them a say in the running of the organization. Support now means offering people decent contracts later. And support now means no payment of dividends. Support now should mean being part of the new post-corona economy later. An economy where all companies pay proper taxes, because taxes are used to pay for the things we all need. Companies that are only interested in chasing profit on the short term, that are not concerned with security, and that do not add value to society, in fact do not have a right to exist. The future of our jobs and our prosperity requires employers who work together with their employees to focus on the long-term health of their company. Let me finish. This is a time for major changes. Incrementalism, minor tweaks to our political and economic system are inadequate to the tasks at hand. This is not me saying this, but Professor Stiglitz in 2019. And his wise words are even more true in 2020. And despite the current crisis and the devastating impact it has had on so many lives, I'm confident and optimistic about what the future can bring. We have the opportunity, but also the obligation, the duty to make society fairer, more sustainable and more decent. Let us seize that opportunity together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lodewijk, and congratulations on your mother's birthday. And before you leave, we actually clapped really loud for the demonstrators in The Hague with the whole room. So thank you very much. And Lodewijk will be listening in, of course, on our next speech by Mr. Stiglitz. So thank you very much, Lodewijk, and see you soon. Now, before I introduce our last speaker, I actually am very interested to hear from you here in this room today. If you actually had a magic wand or the key to a better future, and if I were to ask you, where would you start? What would you reset first? What would you say? And we have Tim here with a microphone, and I'm just very curious to hear some thoughts. What would be the first thing to reset? We have a teacher here. I just am very curious to hear what you would do when you would have that magic wand. What would you reset?
I would make sure that students in big scholengemeenschappen, where the lower levels and the higher levels are together, that those have the same quality teachers, the same quality educated teachers as the high levels, because there's a great disparity and that's wrong.
Absolutely agree with that. Very good point. Educational equality, very important reset. Anybody else? What would you reset? It's kind of hard to see you, but let's raise some hands. Or Tim, you just jump in and put the microphone under people's noses. That's also. Oh, we have hands. Yes. Now, when we threaten, then people are like, yeah, I'll raise my hand. What would you like to reset?
Yeah. I'd like to answer that question in what I can actually do, because it's all right to say what other people should do, but so what I'm focusing on now is two things. First of all, I would like to give people in renting houses, because I'm responsible for housing corporations together with many other people in Amsterdam, the opportunity to get affordable and reliable energy also beyond 2030. Yeah. We need to move away from natural gas and to go to other means of heating and electricity in your houses. This is what I'm working on. That's very, very important. And secondly, I would like to reset agriculture, particularly cows and milk production, because it's so much damaging to the environment at the moment, and we need to work on that. And this is what I'm focusing on in my work as a member of the board of the Water Authority.
Thank you very much. Two very, very important resets, and very concrete, and wonderful that you can already work on them. I think you also raised your hand. A very proactive corner here. I'm looking at you.
Actually, I'm a colleague of Egbert at the Water Board. But maybe I'm more of a dreamer. I would like everyone to be able to either be employed or follow an education. Yeah. No one's left behind, but everybody had the opportunity to either work or follow a study.
Yeah, very, very important indeed. I think you raised your hand as well, didn't you? Oh, no. No, you didn't. Here we have a hand. No, it's a very proactive corner here, yeah.
Now well, you said about everybody being employed, and I think we have to go to a society where work is not everything, because many people do many things that are worthwhile and contribute, add value to to the lives of many people. And so I think when it's possible that we can do more with less, how do you call it? With less
resources?
Arbeid.
Labor.
Labor, I'm sorry. Usually my English is better, but I'm
No
getting
worries.
tired now. Then we should profit from that. Because when I was a little child, my teacher said, in future we would need to do less and have more out of it. But in our society, work has become not a means to something, just like money is not anymore just a means. It's become the goal. And I think the goal should be a good society where we share things and where everybody contributes, even if many things nowadays are not paid for. And well, we have many things that women did in the past and still do are less valued than the things traditionally done by men. And I think that bringing up your kids is something good if you can make children grow up and see value in each other and see value in peace. Then
So redefine value is basically your reset, to redefine what is valuable.
Yes, because it has to become, we work for the economy instead of the economy working for us. It's illogical somehow.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I'm looking at this particular side of the hall. Yeah, we have some hands, please. What would you like to change?
Personally, I think that it's insane that there are still people in the society with billions of dollars, like Jeff Bezos and people like that, who exploit people, literally work them to death at the Amazon industry factories. And there are also people with no money on their own and have such a hard time to be able to even live. Even in the Netherlands, if you look at some of the poorer regions and districts, there are people who have almost zero cash and can't afford anything. They can hardly afford school for their children. I think that should be more equal. I think people in the Netherlands who have so much money should be taxed more. We have a top 500 every year of people who have a huge amount of money. I think that their tax should go way higher, so that people who have nothing on their own can be able to live and afford a higher living standard and be able to break out of this vicious circle of poverty.
Thank you very much. Redistribute income and wealth. Very important reset indeed. I saw some other hands here. Yes. What is your reset?
My reset is, because I'm an elderly woman, to have the social justice movement for gender equality reach their 2030 goals.
Very important. And for those of you who don't know what the 2030 goals are, those are the Sustainable Development Goals formulated by the United Nations. And actually it looks like the Netherlands is not going to make them on many of those points. So there's a lot of work to be done. Anybody else who would like to share a reset, a dream? Yes, please. There. Here, yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, I would make sure that my sister and her beautiful girlfriend can walk the streets without worrying.
Very important reset, indeed. LGBT equality and safety. And also in the Netherlands, still a battle, let alone in many other countries where it's even illegal to be a member of the LGBT community. I saw a hand here, but I don't... Yes, please, yeah.
Yes, hello. My name is Sjoerd. I wish I could reset my expectations. It's a bit of a dangerous statement to make, but to be honest, I think what I've learned today is that it requires sacrifice to achieve these goals. And to be honest, probably sacrificed by me as well. So my expectations of what a holiday is, of how much meat I could eat or where I can shop, it's difficult to let things go. It requires a lot, and probably from a lot of the people here. Yeah. So I hope for that reset.
I think that's a very honest statement to make. Thank you for sharing that. And true indeed. Anybody else? People in the back. Yeah, Justine?
Yes. Okay, so when I came in this morning, someone asked me the same question, and I said I wish I could reset the housing market, because it's a bit selfish as well. I want to buy a house eventually. But actually, my sister, when they asked her the same question, she had a really beautiful one, which I'd like to share. She works with mentally disabled people, and so she wishes she could reset her job in such a way that all clients get enough care and love in their daily activities. So
I think that's a beautiful reset as well. Thank you for sharing that through Justine.
I saw my colleague Aldrich has someone from online, I think. You have someone from online, right?
That's wonderful. Aldrich, let us know what people are sharing online.
Yeah, plenty of people are sharing online.
Wonderful.
We have Sanya. She asked for free education.
Free
Frank
education.
Asked for a reset of the media. Otherwise, our message will not be heard. Mario asked to bring back the program of Volkshuisvesting, of housing.
Social housing, yes.
Jan Stroeken, introducing basic income is very important. Carrie asked to move to universal basic income. What do we have else? The labor market to reset the global production of and sale of arms. The financial market.
The sale of arms, was that the last one, Aldrich?
Yeah. Yeah, plenty of new reset ideas.
Wonderful. Great to hear that so many people are sharing their resets. I think I saw a hand here behind Justine's sister. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, Justine's sister. But you also raised your hand, didn't you? The gentleman here in the white shirt and the dark blazer.
I didn't raise my hand, but I have
I thought you did, sorry.
I have a good message. If we want to reset, I have a simple task for everybody. Then we need to win the elections in March.
Hear to that. Hear to that. I think that's a very good note to end this part of the program with. Thank you all for sharing your dreams, because that is actually what we've been doing, sharing dreams. I told you I'm an MP, and sometimes when we're in debates, I share my dreams, because I believe that politics should also very much be about a vision for a better future. And sometimes people told me I'm naive. And I think that actually is naive. I think it's naive to believe that believing in a better future is naive. Because change will not happen. Change will not happen until we actually believe that change is possible. And that, I think, is the task at hand, to really show pessimists that change is actually possible. Like Diederik said, it's maybe more possible than it was before. The Green Deal is here, we're working on it. Paul is working on fair taxation. We are working on better education. And do we need more? Yes, we need a lot more. But we are with a lot more. And I think this time is asking for real change. We've heard it, real, tangible change. And I think the starting point is believing that that is actually possible. So really thank you very much for sharing your dreams, and let's keep sharing those dreams. Let's not call it naive. Let's just keep sharing dreams, and also share dreams with the pessimists. Let's bring them on board. Let's make that our joint mission. I have the honor to introduce the last speaker of today's program. But before I do that, I would like to do two more things. First of all, I would like to say that, well, this being the final part of this program, I will now also do my closing remarks. And part of my closing remarks is, again, I'm sorry, I'm boring you probably with this, but again, stressing the rules for leaving this building. And I've seen some people, some new faces that were not here when I explained this before, so I'm sorry, I'm going to do it again. But we are here in 4 blocks, and we need to exit this building in those 4 blocks, row by row. So the 2 blocks sitting here will after the program has finished, exit through these 2 doors. I'm doing it again, I'm doing the stewardess thing again. Can exit through these 2 doors, and the people sitting in the back can actually exit through those big doors there. And please try to keep your 1.5 meters distance. Then another thing I wanted to do is actually thank everybody who was on today's program, both on stage, online, but also the people behind the scenes making this all possible. So I would like to ask for a big round of applause for the technicians, the camera people, the catering, the security, the people who got us here, and of course all the people, the staff who made this happen. Thank you very much. Now, it is time for me to introduce our last speaker, and what a speaker that is. What a speaker that is. We've heard already some amazing people. We've heard the next Prime Minister of the Netherlands, but now we are actually going to listen to a Nobel Prize laureate, who is actually here with us from the other side of the Atlantic, sharing some of his ideas about what a reset could look like and will look like if it's up to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the audience and online, may I please ask for a warm round of applause for Joseph Stiglitz.
Well, thank you very much. Real pleasure to be here. The pandemic has been a moment of reflection, where we were before the pandemic and where we want to be after the pandemic. We have to remember that never has government intervened in the economy, except in times of war, at the scale that it has during this pandemic. In the United States, the government has put in $3 trillion, and the Federal Reserve has put in another $3 trillion. And accordingly, citizens have a right to make sure that their money goes to reshaping the economy in ways that accord with our values. First, a set of lessons from the crisis. Some countries have done much better in controlling the disease and controlling the pandemic, and some have done much better in mitigating the terrible economic aftermath of the crisis. The increase in unemployment in the United States has been absolutely devastating. Those countries that were better prepared did better. Better prepared meant understanding that when there is a crisis, we always turn to the government. So the first lesson is there has to be a competent state. And that in turn entails understanding the necessity of collective action, of society acting together. That in turn means that we have to understand the role of the state, of government, in the 21st century. One of the problems is that over the last 40 years, the neoliberal agenda has entailed stripping away the states. And in those countries where that was done most effectively, the United States has been particularly effective in the last stripping away the capabilities of the state, have done much more poorly. When we think of the various roles that the government has to perform, one of the roles is social protection, providing health and protecting the unemployed. This has been, the importance of this has been particularly highlighted in this pandemic. The nature of this virus is that it is not an equal opportunity virus. It goes after those with poor health. And those are disproportionately those with low income. In that way, the pandemic has exposed the state of inequalities in our societies. The nature of the economic injustices in the United States, a very important aspect of economic injustices are injustices related to race and ethnicity. Unfortunately, unless we take remediating actions, the pandemic will reinforce those inequalities. It is the poor who are most exposed to contagion because they are the frontline workers. It is the poor whose underlying health are the weakest. And it is the poor who have the least resources to the economic devastation of the crisis. In many ways, one of the things that we have learned from what has happened in the aftermath of the crisis is just how divided our society is. And just to highlight that, let me mention some of the data that has come out in the United States in the last few weeks and months. While the average savings rate in the United States has gone to unprecedented 25%, those in the bottom half are living paycheck to paycheck. They're saving nothing. The moment that they get the assistance from the government, they spend it. And without a stay in evictions and a stay in cutting off utilities, they would be thrown into the street and basic utilities would be cut off. So that in fact, if you look at their what is happening to them, they are getting increasingly in debt. So while the upper part of our income distribution is building up an enormous war chest, you might call it, a huge savings, the bottom half is getting more and more into debt. And that reflects also how the pandemic has affected the jobs. Families at the bottom, very large fractions have of these families have had one or more members of the family lose their jobs. And it's a constant source of anxiety. On the other hand, at the very top, very large fractions of the population have not been significantly affected by the pandemic. So as we think about the response to the pandemic, we have to be aware of these very different effects that are not only different across sectors of the economy, but across segments of our population. Another lesson that we have learned from those countries that have done better and those that have done worse is the importance of science, expertise, and trust. Aspects of this I emphasized in my last book, People, Power, and Profits. The point of that book was to try to understand better why it is that today we have such a higher standard of living than we did 250 years ago. And a key part of the explanation of what you might call the wealth of nations, why we are better off today than we were before, is the importance of science, expertise, trust, truth, social organization. These are all key insights of the Enlightenment. But sadly, in many parts of the world, we are relitigating the Enlightenment. The values of the Enlightenment, values of tolerance, equality, justice, are under attack. Nowhere is that more true than in my own country. So as we see these challenges, we come to appreciate the deficiencies in our ambitions before the crisis and the importance of fighting for these values now. That's why the phrase reset, the motto of this conference, is so important. In the United States, we've been using a slightly different language. We've been talking about building back the economy better. But it's exactly the same idea. So let me spend a few minutes highlighting some aspect of what that means. It means that programs need to be targeted across sectors and groups. They have to be timely, state of the evolution of the pandemic, which is changing, and is the course of the pandemic is different, very different in different countries. The programs need to be sufficiently long-term as to give assurance to households and businesses that there will be a sustained recovery. And they have to be visionary, reflecting the view of the post-pandemic economy that we seek. And they have to be designed with a keen sense of prioritization. The discussions in your conference today and the democratic agenda in the United States and in Europe have highlighted many aspects of this vision of the post-pandemic economy. One important thing that Europe and much of the rest of the world has grasped, and Vice President Biden has grasped, is that the climate crisis, the inequality crisis, and in the United States, the health crisis have not gone away. They have become much worse during the months of the pandemic. And that's why it's absolutely essential that we have a reset to address these problems. These crises, in turn, have undermined social solidarity. The great benefit of a reset focusing on digital, climate, and regional justice, is that it can enhance our sense of social solidarity and enable us, as a result, to better address these problems in the years ahead. I think one way of thinking about what we should be doing now is think of these programs as dual purpose programs. They are stimulating the economy today. They are protecting the vulnerable while they are creating the society and the economy of the future. Such spending can be timely, targeted, labor intensive so that it increases the demand for particularly unskilled labor and therefore help create a more equal society. And it can have large multipliers, that is a high level of, as we say, bang for the buck. A program of building back better or resetting for digital climate and regional justice is really at the center then of this kind of vision of what kind of programs we're going to need to help the economy recover. So let me talk a little bit about some of the detailed priorities. And I apologize if some of this is much more focused on the United States because that's what I've been much more engaged in. But the first is that the first priority is actions necessary to protect health. We won't have an economic recovery until the pandemic is under control. And that means increasing social establishing social norms, distancing, masks, investments in schools necessary to implement these kinds of social norms. Some thought about dual purposing, again, things of value post-pandemic. And there's a very strong interaction here between the principles of social solidarity that I talked about and protecting us against health. Because when citizens respect each other, they will engage in these actions, these behavioral modifications, which reduce the spread of the disease. And that's why countries like New Zealand and many of the European countries have done so much better than some parts of the United States. A second priority has to be protecting the most vulnerable. The countries with the better positions, with better social protection systems are obviously in a better position to do this. But the pandemic itself surely is exposing weaknesses, cracks in our systems of social protection. There are important asymmetries in effects between small businesses and large businesses. The large businesses can survive using Chapter 11 restructurings, but there's still going to be important balance sheet effects, even on the large businesses. And one of the important lessons is that if we are going to have a strong recovery, we have to minimize the extent of destruction in the period where the pandemic is put under control. As we think about the service sector, there's a mix of essential and non-essential. It's going to be hard to regenerate the recovery of the non-essential, contagion-related sectors, and the result of that, consumption will be postponed. But that means among the effective instruments are time-dated service sector vouchers. One of the essential aspects of the pandemic is that there's enormous amount of risk. And risk markets do not work very well. Private insurance markets have not worked very well. People who have thought they have business interruption insurance have often found that the insurance companies have said, I'm sorry, it doesn't cover a pandemic. And so it's important for, as part of our system of social protection, have income and pandemic contingent loans, where the repayment would be contingent on the economic recovery and the control of the pandemic. There's going to need to be direct assistance to many sectors, and within Europe, many countries, many regions, because they're all affected very differently. Schools, including universities, welfare-oriented not-for-profits, local governments are likely to suffer a great deal. And these are areas that are particularly related to the vision of the post-pandemic economy, the reset that is a subject of my talk here and your conference. One of the aspects of the reset is a more knowledge-based economy. And you are not going to succeed in having a knowledge-based economy if the knowledge sector is devastated by the pandemic. It's important to have explicit government green employment programs, redeploying underutilized labor. It's not just a matter of helping the workers. It's, to the extent possible, trying to use that labor for productive purposes. New Zealand is a very interesting program where some of the tourist areas that have been very adversely affected are in the middle of beautiful parks. And there is a need for more work to build those parks. In the United States, during the Great Depression, the Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC, created the national parks that now, 80 years later, Americans and people from all over the world enjoy so much. Solar installation is another area where you can have very high levels of employment at the same, using labor until the economy gets fully revived. So there's a general principle I think that we ought to think about. Every person able to work should have an opportunity for either education, retraining, employment. These, of course, have been long-standing mottos of the long-standing mottos of the progressive movement. So in conclusion, This is a moment for resetting the economy. This is a moment of opportunity. As I said in the beginning, never has government spent money in this magnitude. There is a need for spending more. There's a need for more grants to the most adversely affected parts of Europe. There is a need to use this as an opportunity to put Europe on a better fiscal grounding, which means it was a great historic moment in the issuance of European bonds, Euro bonds, but there is now need for progressive taxation to fund European-wide progressive taxation to fund the payment of those Euro bonds. So this is a historic moment for Europe. It's seized this in many ways. It's focused on the green reset, but there are some aspects in which it's not fully seized the opportunity, and I hope in the coming months it will do this. But the subject of this conference, trying to reset the economy on the basis of the vision of Europe for the future, is a reflection of the opportunity that we have, that Europe has, spending all of this money to help the economy recover. This money should be spent in ways that not only ensures the recovery, but recovery of Europe according to a vision of a 21st century Europe that reflects the Enlightenment values, the values that we all share together. Thank you.